The ancient weapons are not what we think. How many ancient weapons are there in the One Piece world currently? Well, if you said 3, then you'd actually be wrong. Did you know Shirahoshi isn't actually an ancient weapon, but instead just one part of a remade Poseidon? Can we once and for all solve the mystery of the Maxim? Well, I think we just did that also, so strap in for this one. It's a super spicy drop. Like and sub, and let's get into it. Oda has left some breadcrumbs concerning the truth about the ancient weapons, although very subtly. The nature of the ancient weapons and the myths they're based on provide a glimpse into the truth about how each one works, and what is required to make them work. We also get some clues about the ancient weapons on poneglyphs. The clues for Pluton and Poseidon are on poneglyphs found on opposite sides of the world. The clue for Uranus is on the moon. Once we follow these breadcrumbs, we discover there are actually quite a few different components that make up each ancient weapon. For example, each 3 seem to share a ship that's tied to the weapon, a child with the voice of all things, a giant creature, and also lineage factor. I'll give a brief description of what I mean for each component, and then I'll go into detail and explain how this all adds up. Oh, and also at the end of the video, I've got some pretty major conclusions about the voice of all things and what this means moving forward, so stick around for that. Okay, so firstly, each of the original 3 ancient weapons has ties to a ship component. Of course, with Poseidon, this is Noah. Uranus has the Maxim, and Pluton is a ship itself. Not only this, but I believe Pluton also connects to the ship that found Franky, which I also think is the ship where the blueprints of life were found by Mads. I'll expand on this throughout the video as we go. Secondly, we have the mysterious and powerful component that commands an ancient weapon, which seems to be the mysterious voice of all things. Shirahoshi has demonstrated using her voice to control Sea Kings, even from a distance, which is said to be the power of Poseidon. In terms of Uranus, Aiza would be the young girl, as she can hear heartbeats and demonstrates the uncommon haki, making her the most likely candidate. Momo is the child with the voice of all things that connects to Pluton, which also no doubt ties to Kabauterman. Interestingly, this long distance ability to control certain weapons is reminiscent of what we saw when Emu's eyes seemingly triggered part of the Mother Flame, further suggesting some strange power like the voice of all things is used in conjunction with ancient weapons. Thirdly, diving even deeper, we find lineage factor is a component in all 3, most likely to ensure the weapons can only be inherited by certain people, preventing them from falling into the wrong hands. Poseidon has the Royal Mermaid line, Uranus has the Shandian line, and Pluton no doubt is tied to the Kazuki line. There are some other strange connections the ancient weapons seem to share too, such as the fact they each tie to a really large creature. With Poseidon we have enormous sea kings, with Uranus we have these massive snakes like Nola, and with Pluton we have Zunisha. Finally, all 3 weapons appear to have a vassal of sorts, which works out to be Vanderdecken the Ninth, who's 35, Franky, who's 36, and Enel, who's 37, demonstrating how Oda left a clue in their ages. Each of these individuals has a special insight into an ancient weapon, something which most people on the entire planet don't have. With Enel, he mysteriously knew how to build the Maxim and fly to the moon. With Franky, we see this strange situation where he has the blueprints for a counter to Pluton, but burns them, implying the blueprints exist inside Franky's mind now. Vanderdecken the Ninth has uncanny insight into the powers of Poseidon, and also has an interest in lineage that dates back to Joy Boy's time, where Vanderdecken the First was said to be punished by God. So, that's the brief outline of the components that make up each and every ancient weapon in One Piece. Okay, so now we've explored some basic connections, let's get deeper into the evidence and see what it can tell us, starting with Poseidon. Most of the information we receive regarding Poseidon comes from the Fishman Island arc and Shirahoshi, a 16-year-old mermaid princess with the ability to use her voice to command the enormous Sea Kings. Furthermore, in the arc, we saw Poseidon unleash her power to use the Sea Kings to move Noah. Here we have an ability akin to the voice of all things, moving the ship component I mentioned earlier. This was also the same arc in which the 35-year-old Vanderdecken was a main antagonist, and he mysteriously had knowledge of Shirahoshi's power. There's an absolute ton of spice on Vanderdecken that gets completely overlooked, but for now I'm going to focus on the connections to Poseidon and cover VDD9 in his own video. As I touched on before though, the original Vanderdecken was alive during the era when Poseidon assumably existed, and the legend around his death is questionable at best. The fact Shirahoshi is royalty implies her lineage is key to the ancient weapon Poseidon. That said, I actually believe Shirahoshi isn't Poseidon, as we've been led to believe. Instead, Shirahoshi is a pseudo-Poseidon, much like the Mother Flame is to Uranus. Evidence that suggests this lies 200 years ago in the story, when I speculate the former mermaid princess was kidnapped from a reverie type situation where the fishman was said to have been signing the treaty with the celestial dragons. I believe the Iron Giant was summoned to Marijwa when the princess was kidnapped and implanted with Sea King lineage factor. This in turn made a pseudo-Poseidon in the form of a giant mermaid that can control Sea Kings 3 or 4 generations later. I predict it will be revealed that the princess was impregnated with Sea King lineage factor in some form, paralleling what we were shown in the arc about Fishman bloodlines. The loose time frame we are given for Poseidon's reincarnation being a few centuries may connect to the long life of Sea Kings. Moving on to the next ancient weapon, we have the only one to not explicitly be revealed yet. Uranus is personified in myth as the god of the skies. This ties to Skypiea in the One Piece world, which is where we find a range of clues regarding the ancient weapon. Skypiea is home to the Shandian people. Amongst the Shandian descendants is a young girl, much like Shirahoshi, called Aiza. She has the ability to hear other people's heartbeats akin again to the voice of all things. Because of this ability, Aiza notes that she hates it when people die, as she can hear what she describes as people's voices being silent. This is exactly what Momo noticed about Luffy in Wano when Luffy died or didn't die, depending on how you look at it. She's the youngest character I could find that possesses Kenbun Shoko Haki, suggesting she inherited the ability through her lineage. The young girl was seen inside the enormous snake Nola alongside Luffy. Her birthday is January the 3rd, giving us the numbers 1 and 3, making 13, which is how many rings Uranus has, and her height is 140 centimeters, or 4'7", which may be a reference to one complete day on Uranus being 17 hours and 14 minutes. Additionally, she lives in the sky, which is reminiscent of Uranus being the god of the heavens, and also Aiza is the name of one of the 3 powerful fates in Greek mythology, echoing the 3 ancient weapons. Furthermore, there's a panel that explicitly mentions heaven, and Aiza is in that panel. Also, we see Aiza react on the same page to Enel firing 100 million volts, a nod to the fact Aiza has the ability to control a similar firepower through Uranus. There's a cover page featuring Aiza, which is a cool clue that connects to Uranus and the Mother Flame. In it, we see a harp, we see Aiza, and we see a burn bazooka, which is the lightning tube. The harp represents the voice of all things, and we've seen this in other covers before, particularly one with VIVI. Aiza depicts lineage, which she attains through her Shandorian descent, and the burn bazooka represents Uranus's tremendous electrical firepower. Bear this bazooka in mind for now, because I'll bring it up in a bit. Aiza being Shandian means her ancestors lived on the moon, and have since descended to the blue planet to settle on Skypiea, the reverse of what we see with the 37-year-old Enel, who also featured in the Skypiea arc. A long unresolved mystery is how Enel knew about the moon, despite the fact we've never heard traces of such information anywhere in the One Piece world. Additionally, we don't know how he knew to build the Maxim, which I believe to be the ship component of Uranus. Considering his strange ties to electricity, the Rumble fruit, and the moon city of Burka, it strongly suggested the fruit was in the hands of the Shandians originally. This is further depicted by the moon murals, as an individual can be seen holding a rod controlling Automata, just like Enel in the same cover story. It could be that Enel is aware of lesser known information through inheriting the will of the Rumble fruit. Now, this is actually super important to the endgame, and I'll explain why now. We saw a pseudo version of the ancient weapon Uranus in the form of the Mother Flame, created by Vegapunk satellite York. This echoes the idea of a pseudo-Poseidon I discussed earlier. Aiza's nickname is Cloud Ball Girl, which could be a reference to the original Uranus going off what we saw of the Mother Flame when it attacked Lalesia, And we also see a page where Aza is with Luffy as he makes a huge ball reminiscent to this exact same attack. Remember that bazooka I mentioned earlier? Well, two versions of this bazooka exist in Skypiea, which are the Flame Bazooka and the Burn Bazooka. The Flame Bazooka is less intricate and parallels the Leisure Blast from the Mother Flame. This version is likely weaker than the original. The Burn Bazooka represents the original Uranus and fires a powerful blast by utilising breath dials. The use of dials is kinda interesting here too, as some speculate dials to be from the moon, much like the ancient weapon itself in my opinion. Likely put together on the ancient Egghead Island, it's possible York discovered schematics or blueprints for Uranus there, and subsequently created the Mother Flame from them. The island is an ancient island with futuristic technology. We've only ever seen this once before, which was on Burka, the city on the moon that shares the same name as the secret tribe in the Sky Islands. This suggests Egghead, the moon, and Skypiea are tied to Uranus. The murals on the moon appear to depict some references to ancient weapons too, such as a spaceship and also sea creatures. Additionally on the moon, we see Enel used his devil fruit to electrify automata, subsequently powering them up and reviving the city of Burka. In One Piece, it's implied the fuel sources of the ancient weapons are particularly significant. The biggest clue is the name of York's modern version of Uranus, the Mother Flame. It's highly likely the flame part of the name references the fuel source it uses, which is why Emu wanted to use it somewhere close. Otherwise, the freezer in Marijois and potentially even the land would heat up. This is further implied by the fact Egghead runs on flame energy, which is where the weapon was probably developed, as I said. This is likely not the same energy source that Uranus was fueled by. The city of Burka was powered by electricity, so that's definitely the most likely candidate for what powered this particular ancient weapon. A huge indicator to this again is Enel, who had the Rumble fruit. Interestingly, there's yet another reference to hair here as well, when Aza is told to grow hers out naturally. This is so strange considering she's a transmitter of sorts for Uranus, and as I've mentioned many times before, this seems tied to Dak's Lafro Tail video. Quick note as well, if you've seen 1088, recently the anime episode that dropped, you would have been reminded that Brooke saw the eddy that Bonnie was stuck in and said, "It looks like an afro." Throwaway line. Very strange stuff. If you haven't seen Dak's video, make sure you check that out. Dr. Tsukimi is a cool side character that fits in here too, as his name means Moon Watcher, and we saw him deeply involved with automata. He also has a strange looking head, and we don't even know what century he's from, so there's plenty to suggest he plays a part here too. I wonder if Dr. Tsukimi's automata run on electricity like they do on the moon. Definitely seems that way considering what Enel did to them. Finally, let's take a look at Pluton. Sukiyaki Kazuki brought Robin deep into Mount Fuji and revealed Pluton resting below the mountain. The current leader of Wano is Sukiyaki's descendant, who just so happens to be a child. This covers the lineage part of the ancient weapon. I hope you're beginning to see the patterns here. This young boy happens to also be able to hear the voice of all things and can even speak with the enormous elephant Zunisha. The only other person than Sukiyaki and Robin we know with such deep ties to Pluton is the 36-year-old Franky. Pluton is a ship itself, so the ship component of this ancient weapon may be obsolete in that sense. However, Franky was saved by a mysterious ship with no one aboard controlling it, so this may also be the ship component in a sense. It's possible it was Franky's heartbeat that caused the boat to find him, provided to him via his lineage. The fact his parents were pirates teases the idea of Franky having a strange lineage as well, further implied by his ominous connections to Vegapunk. This is where it gets really interesting though. We don't know what boat Mads found the blueprints to life on. The blueprints to life were the instructions to how to use lineage factor pretty much. So if this was the same boat that saved Franky and it's connected to Pluton, then it means the ship component of this particular ancient weapon held the secret to how to actually use ancient weapons, which is through lineage factor. Bit mind-bending, but hopefully you understood what I'm saying there. The fact Pluton is under Wano opens the possibility also that the other ancient weapons can still be found, hidden somewhere in the world. Possibly Uranus is on Egghead, and the original Poseidon is tied to the sea prison Impelled Down, or Amazon Lily. In terms of a pseudo-Pluton, as I discussed with the other two ancient weapons, there is a strong possibility we will see one shortly. The third pseudo-ancient weapon would be a modern version of Pluton, which Franky will encompass alongside the Thousand Sunny. In short, we've seen Franky become more and more cyborg throughout the series, up until the point where he chooses the futuristic clothing style over his usual Hawaiian on Egghead. This resulted in Franky's entire body being transformed, with even Franky's eyes being covered with technology, and we all know eyes seem pretty important in One Piece. We also have had a bunch of references to Franky being in water, most prolifically when he refused to eat the mirror because he wished to swim. In fact, what he actually said is that he did not want to become a hammer, which is likely a reference to becoming a weapon as well, which Franky does not wish to become. This in turn ties to Kuma and the Buccaneers and how the Buccaneer had potentially become weaponized by the world government, but you can see more of that in my previous Franky video. Now, tying everything together, we have 3 children, each with an ability resembling the voice of all things, each shown with an incredible large creature. Each of them reside in a location connected to an ancient weapon, Joy Boy and Poneglyphs. They're all likely to have significant lineage factor also. They all have ties to a ship, which is Noah for Shirahoshi, the Maxim Aza witnessed, and the Pluton reveal given by Momo's family member. Furthermore, each shares intimate scenes with Luffy, and every ancient weapon seems to be paired with a specific adult character too, with Vanderdecken being 35, Franky 36, and Enel 37. All 3 of these characters have uncanny ties to their respective ancient weapons, and no doubt we'll hear more about each of them. There is more evidence that backs up these ideas, found mostly in the subtle uses of language Oda used, such as Aza being on panels where heaven is mentioned. But I'll leave that for you guys to discover, and if you do find anything, make sure to come back and drop a quick comment, or hit me up on the Discord. In conclusion, it looks as though we could be seeing 3 ancient weapons going against 3 pseudo-ancient weapons, which are in fact modern by the end of the story. No doubt they'll all be destroyed by the end of the series after we see their capabilities. I personally think it'll be revealed the ancient weapons were originally intended for good, but have since been weaponized, if you get what I mean. The world government can change the language and make them seem like something they're not. I think lineage factor will be revealed to be the key to operating the weapons, which will be tied together through the ship that saved Franky being the same as the ship that Mads discovered lineage factor on. Lastly, an interesting observation I made when I put this together was that the characters that tie to the voice of all things each connect to heartbeats, making me think that heartbeats around the world create a lattice of frequency. This frequency is the voice of all things. Zoro observed a breath of all things in the rocks, which will be because it has no heartbeat yet still contains energy. Now, if this is true, then there's some wild implications. For example, if Katrina Devon can imitate a person's heartbeat with her devil fruit, this could be crucial to Blackbeard's plan. She may even be able to copy and become Nika. This is juxtaposed by Brook, who doesn't even have a heart, let alone a heartbeat. I wonder if this will tie in later. Either way, the giant mech seems to be affected by the heartbeats of some, and with that I will leave it there.
Thank you, Kushi. Now let's expand a little bit more on this theory, shall we? I believe that the 3 ancient weapons formed a giant vessel that was intended to take a community of different scholars, scientists, explorers, and races on a journey to explore the cosmos, and possibly avoid a cataclysmic disaster fabricated by the ruler of the world, Imu. This community of races was known as the Ancient Kingdom, and they were essentially the first ever pirates, the first ever culture that dreamt of truly being free from the world. I just want to throw this out there. You want to know how I know that the ancient weapons are not simply just instruments of destruction? That's easy. It's because the world government has branded them so. But moving on, let's talk machine parts. Poseidon, commonly represented as a weapon capable of controlling the Sea Kings. Might even be likened to a communication or a control device within the ancient voyage machine. Its ability to manipulate the sea and creatures within it could be interpreted as a means of coordinating or commanding other parts of this machine. Perhaps the Sea Kings choose to primarily live in the calm belt because it's the only thing that resembles the harsh vacuums of space. Plus, we cannot forget that Poseidon follows the trope of the 2 other ancient weapons by having its name be associated with a planet. And of course, because of the vicious nature of Sea Kings, it was very easy for the world government to brand them as a weapon and deem them dangerous to the world. Next up is Pluton, often depicted as a massive battleship or warship. Its design and capabilities suggest it might have been a hull or a central command module. Its destructive power could stem from advanced energy sources or weaponry integrated into its structure. We know that Pluton has been stated to be resting under Wano. But what if Wano isn't its original resting place? What if its original resting place was Alabasta, but then it was moved? When you think about Wano, Wano is surrounded by the ocean. And we know due to the ginormous waterfalls that surround it, it makes this country very hard to access and navigate through. Now here's what I'm asking. Could water also be a component for Pluton? Or could Pluton be an important component for the water around it? What if Alabasta was its original resting place and then it was moved? And because it was moved, it turned Alabasta into this barren wasteland. It turned it into a desert. Because after all, what is a desert? It was a place that held vast amounts of water, but then dried up. Now, if this is true, having an ancient weapon accidentally glass a planet, it would make it extremely easy for the world government to brand it as a weapon. Could this be explained as the machine's means of regulating environmental conditions necessary for its operation? Who knows? But I do know this, just like any powerful power source or energy generator, if left unstable, usually leads to disaster. And again, if this is so, this would make it extremely easy for the world government to brand it as a weapon. Now together, these three components form the core infrastructure of the ancient voyage machine. A machine intended for mass migration or colonization off the planet. The legendary figure Emu devised a plan to stop them. I talk about an ancient disaster. Could they have done this with the flood? And if so, was the ancient voyage machine the first ark? We are the last ark. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. Grand Line Bound. Let's go.
Thanks so much for watching. If you've made it this far, you've just won a replica of Hattori's hat. Let me know where you want it delivered in the comments. Check out our Discord and also a brilliant creator known as Middleway 101 who is ahead of the theory curve. Definitely one to look out for. Make sure you've mashed the sub button, left a like and shared with your parents. Be nice to people, look after yourself, and bye. Does Vivi really have Emu's will? If so, then how and why? Why does Vivi like this pose so much? And how will One Piece end? All of this and more coming right up, so let's get straight into it. You might have recently seen an ultra super mega series about this topic popping on YouTube, and if you haven't, then you know what to do. Make sure to click the link on the screen and go give it a watch. We're going to be touching on some similar topics here and definitively proving Vivi is a reincarnation of Emu's will, similar to Luffy with Joy Boy and Shirahoshi with Poseidon. You'll have enough evidence to convince anyone that this will be how the story ends, so drop a sub and we'll check out the spiciest connections first. After almost 1100 chapters, we still have yet to be given much information on the mysterious Emu. Probably the only real scene people think about is when Emu stands over the 3 cut-up posters while holding a picture of Vivi. Emu takes this picture to the throne and then provides the name of someone she wants eliminated to the Gorosei. Not long after this, Cobra is declared dead and newspapers claim Sabo is the culprit and Vivi is missing. This scene does demonstrate a significant connection between Vivi and Emu, hence why Oda showed us this strange sequence in the first place. Also, when you look at the 4 pictures involved, we see Blackbeard, Luffy, Shirahoshi and Vivi. We know Shirahoshi is Poseidon, we found out Luffy is Joy Boy in Wano, and we know Blackbeard has ties to XEBEC, so surely this has to mean Vivi is connected to someone from the past too. Emu. But how do we know it's Emu that Vivi is connected to? Well, for starters, Emu is the one holding the picture and it's the only one undamaged. Additionally, Cobra dies soon after Emu requests someone's death, so it's more than likely the name Emu said was Cobra, which again ties back to Vivi as he's her dad. Emu could have done this to get Cobra out of the way after he began asking questions. We also see a connection with Rain. Ever notice how Vivi commanded the rain in Alabasta? Vivi has tons of ties to Rain, the spicy of which is probably these. Here we see what some claim is Vivi summoning the rain with her voice. We also have this really eerie panel where Vivi is fixated on the rain outside and even says to Igram she's watching the rain. Additionally, ever notice how it never rains on Marijois? Most of the community speculates that Emu has ties to water, the ocean or rain. I agree with this idea, and I believe she was responsible for flooding Wano, among other parts of the world. Personally, I think Emu did this after Joy Boy moved Pluton to Wano from Alabasta by using like a big version of the Rainmaker, or some ability to move the water from Alabasta to flood Wano, causing Alabasta to dry up. Interestingly, Rainbase was known as the City of Dreams, and Emu being connected to dreams is an idea that's been growing more and more in the community recently. Egram says to Luffy he dreamt Vivi had become the queen and saw her Jolly Roger with a crown as well. Both have had secret identities during the story. Emu is unknown to the world, and Vivi infiltrated Baroque works as Miss Wednesday. Oda also gave us a hint with Vivi's name as well. Wednesday comes from the phrase Woden's Day. Woden refers to Odin, and Odin is the king of the gods and Asgard, which is a fitting name for a parallel to Emu. Furthermore, they're both royalty and members of the original 20 kingdoms, something we know celestial dragons care about. This connection is interesting because it could be that Eevee is required by Emu because of her lineage factor also. We know the Nefertari lineage is royalty, and Emu could potentially be Nefertari herself, so Vivi could be a fitting successor in that sense too. The lineage factor could include the strange sort of abilities we see from both of them, and might be the reason potentially why Emu kidnapped her in the first place. It gets even spicier though. Vivi is shown to have a strong sense of order and balance. Her will is noted to be strong, and we explicitly see Vivi's eyes when she apparently uses her ability, similar to what we saw with Emu in Lalesia. Then there's the age-old debate that Emu is female, and for me, after seeing Lalesia crossed off the map, there's no doubt that this is a female hand, belonging to either Emu or maybe even Vivi, considering Emu usually has a silhouetted or gloved hand, and it's not going to be a random character. So anyway, speaking of Lalesia, both characters have had to deal with rebellions during the story. For example, Emu is currently dealing with populations revolting all over the world. In Vivi's arc, we saw a war between her royals and a rebellion, so that's another connection there. But why would Vivi need to succeed Emu in the first place? I theorize Emu performed the perennial youth surgery on herself. The surgery is said to cause the operator to die. This can mean if you perform the surgery on yourself, then rather than sacrificing one's physical life, you sacrifice your will or soul, which is the life force of the One Piece world. Sacrificing your own will may prevent it from moving on naturally, like we hear about in Skypiea, which is where Vivi comes in. In the One Piece world, when someone's will dies, it's reincarnated into the world, similar to what we see with Joy Boy and Luffy. I believe Emu's will has been reincarnated in Vivi because of all the connections between the two, which we will continue looking at in a minute. Emu would need to retrieve her will in order to be whole again, which is foreshadowed by the butterflies in the Garden of Marijois, as butterflies represent transformation, you know, caterpillar, cocoon, butterfly. We can be sure Emu knows about such technology because we see her keeping the Straw Hat Cold in the Marijois vault artificially. Living a long life and preserving will are prominent themes in One Piece, and we see old Kureha discuss it in drum, with the Sakura petals that were indicating inherited will. Then what do we have here? Here we see Vivi with Sakura petals blowing past her, again indicating inherited will. Is Karu cutting out a picture of Luffy in the background there? And what balcony is this? Because there should be no cherry blossoms in Alabasta. This definitely creeps me out and could be suggesting Vivi and Emu are connected directly here, considering Emu has a cutout of Luffy's picture as well. Anyway, while we're on the subject of covers, what about this cover? Or this one, or this picture, or this one? Vivi seems to like balance just as much as Emu, right? We also see the Gorosei mention balance twice. It's crazy how many examples of this there are in the story, and it certainly counts as another parallel to Emu. In the cover for 423, we see Vivi sat on land with her feet in water. Otters are surrounding her, and otters live on both land and sea, similar to the seagulls that we see featuring there too. Also, we have watermelons, a fruit that grows on land and is known for being watery. It's even in the name. This cover is pretty explicit. It shows a balance between the land and the sea, with Vivi being a part of that balance, half and half. This cover does the same in a more subtle way, while also showing the future of Alabasta, I think. We have Luffy in the background enjoying the rain, holding the water containers from Alabasta, implying Alabasta is where this takes place. Interestingly, we see the rain and huge saplings growing from the ground, suggesting whatever is growing here will be giant. Giant trees, perhaps, as we've seen. Importantly, we see a frog, similar to this cover. Why is this important? Well, frogs are amphibians, again suggesting a balance of land and water. Here we see Vivi tending to the frog. You could argue she's healing the relationship between the land and the sea here. Also, I wonder if this frog foreshadows a prince, like from the fairy tales and stuff, and if so, who that would be. In chapter 823, Cobra makes it clear that he wants Vivi to marry, stating he has a stack of pictures of potential suitors. Vivi doesn't seem to care, and the conversation only lasts a single page. Oda seldom does things for no reason, it seems, so Cobra probably had a very good reason for wanting Vivi to marry. Maybe he had some idea that Emu was interested in her in some way. This cover page says bride in training. When you add that to the fact that we've seen Vivi being fitted for a wedding dress twice, we can see marriage is being suggested. Could it be Emu that wants to marry Vivi? Or Joy Boy perhaps? Considering recent imagery such as the new VIVI card design, I'm starting to believe Vivi and Luffy are tied to marriage in some sense, more so than Emu, most likely as a projection of Joy Boy and Emu's relationship years and years ago. There's plenty of examples of Luffy and Vivi paralleling Joy Boy and Emu, but for this video I'm just going to point out one I find really understated, one that most probably have forgotten about. I've speculated for a while that Joy Boy ties to whales and royalty, potentially of the ancient kingdom. Earlier in the story we saw Vivi enter a whale with a companion who was dressed as royalty. This is a bizarre scene and no doubt will be revealed to be a parallel to Joy Boy and Emu. Anywho, back to the covers. This one gives me an ominous feeling as well. Vivi is holding a filleting knife over a fish, which is of course a sea animal. It just happens to be kind of whale-shaped too. Her tongue is out, which we see with Luffy often when he's in his element, but we've also recently seen it with Stussy as she portrays CP0. Also, she stood next to Igaram's wife. Igaram being the character that dreamt she'd be the queen of pirates. Look at her apron, there you go. The symbol underneath is made of 3 elements, a heart, a cross, and the marine symbol. The heart implies a romantic or loving relationship. The cross, I believe, is Joy Boy's symbol, and the marine symbol is the Emu connection to the world government and navy. The marine symbol could actually be Emu's symbol originally, but I guess we'll have to find that out. Anyway, this suggests more freaky ties between Vivi and Emu, particularly with the filleting blade over the whale-shaped fish. Oh, this next cover is even weirder. We see an imitation of Vivi with a pretty evil expression and blank eyes in a wedding dress being carved out of wood. Wood in the One Piece world can store will or souls, so this cover depicts a copy of Vivi tying to soul and marriage because of the wedding dress. When you combine this with the fact that the eyes are considered the window of the soul, yet in this cover they are blank, and also the expression of the wooden's Vivi's face is kind of evil, I don't think it's a reach to say it's another abstract cover depicting Vivi and Emu's relationship in part. We got another cover here. We see Alabasta, but with a Japanese building in the background, which probably is a metaphor for Wano. What I want to focus on, however, are the red flowers. Where have we seen flowers? There you go, Emu's garden. What else do we see there? Tulips, but I'll touch on that in a minute. So maybe that explains who this sea serpent trying to woo Vivi with a flower is supposed to be. It does make sense, seeing as serpents represent rebirth because they shed their skin. We see a lot of princesses in the story with flowers in their hair. Interestingly, however, with Vivi, she only wears the flower in her hair when she's dressed regally, never when she dresses down. The flower is a red rose, and as we know, that sort of associates with romance or love. And this is when we go back to the tulips, because we also see Emu growing tulips, and tulip, the meaning of tulips is also deep love. So it's an interesting connection between the two there. This all could tie back into the relationship between Emu and Joy Boy, or Vivi and Luffy, later on, and yeah, I guess we'll see more of that. Now, I want to show you one last cover. This doesn't actually add to the theory, but it's a cover that hit me pretty hard with emotion when I realized what was actually happening. And so I thought I'd share it with you guys. Here we have the Princess Vivi of Alabasta in a black dress with 2 frogs singing. Again, the frogs are amphibious, indicating the relationship between land and sea. And there are 2, one either side of Vivi, showing us the relationship is balanced now. This is also personified by the plants we see, like water lilies, because it's a plant that grows above the water but lives on the water. A lily also represents death, and here we see Alabasta has had rain and it's not a desert anymore. Vivi is playing music, which is a way of communicating with the soul in One Piece. The instrument she's playing is a harp, which is symbolic for inner soothing or inner peace. The ruins in the background show the past is behind her. What's happening here is Vivi is soothing herself over the death of her father. Now the dawn has come and she has time to reflect. Tragic, poetic, and beautiful work from Oda. Overall, these covers suggest Vivi is to bring balance to the world against Emu, who is trying to retrieve Vivi's will. Karu also appears a little sus in these too, so maybe he plays a part in this somehow. There are a couple more other covers we could look at as well, but that's a little more meta. They tell more like narrative details. In this video, I was sort of more so looking at just this strong, creepy connection between Emu and Vivi, and just how many similarities they have. So in conclusion, I think the 20 kingdoms were formed by Emu and took down the ancient kingdom. This is when Emu discovered ties to Nika and advanced technology, such as inherited will and lineage factor. Emu then used the Opiopi or some other means, such as the Eve tree, to extend her own life at the cost of her soul. Next, she removed any traces of the events of that time she could find, in order to prevent the technology from being discovered by others. This period is known as the Void Century, in which Emu puts Joy Boy's hat in the freezer in order to prevent his will from reincarnating by keeping it frozen. Centuries later, Emu discovers the reincarnations of XEBEC or the Goru in Blackbeard, Emu in VIVI, Joy Boy in Luffy, and Poseidon in Shirahoshi, hence the panel. Emu then plans to destroy Joy Boy, XEBEC, and Poseidon once and for all and inherit Vivi's will, reuniting her body back with her soul, perhaps using another surgery. This is why Oda showed us Joy Boy kind of possessing Luffy, and Luffy's heart beating in the same rhythm as Joy Boy's beat, because Luffy too is a reincarnation, physically, mentally, and in terms of will, just as Vivi is Emu. Seeing as Luffy is a reincarnated Joy Boy, he'll attempt to liberate Vivi most likely, noticing Vivi is not acting within her character. This may be a repeat of events that happened roughly 800 or 900 years ago, however with a different outcome this time, I'm hoping. Luffy will attempt to save Vivi and in the process bring down the Red Line along with Marie Joie and Fishman Island. Before this, the Fishmen will have been evacuated by the Sea Kings on the Noah under the influence of Shirahoshi. Luffy will succeed in bringing an end to the world government as we know it, but it will be Vivi that will be the one to bring about balance. The global political system will be world democracy and a new reverie will reinstate order, creating a new and less chaotic system where people can finally be free. This is the birth of the new era and the dawn of the new world. Okay, so that's everything VV Emu in a nutshell pretty much. I've no doubt missed some stuff, but I'm sure you'll let me know down in the comments. Big thanks as always for watching, and if you did make it this far, you've just won a free Tontata. Please like and sub, tell your mum to leave a comment, and I'll see you soon to discuss more about the 3 reincarnations and how that all ties together. Anyway, peace. Wait, the end of Cypher Polls here? Luffy and Lucci are teaming up? Saturn is in town? Whoa, 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 did we miss something? Let's take a quick look at CP0. Stussy, Vegapunked. Lucci, rebelled. Kaku, helping Luffy. Hattori, pigeon sauce. Our predictions came true. So, how will Cypher Pol break up? And where's all this going? Let's get into it. So for us, this started a few months back, seeing the Cypher Pol's hat tilt, which really threw me off. Considering Cypher Pol agents seemed so obedient, it was almost like they'd been brainwashed. Why would they do something on such a personal level? This also made me wonder if Oda is actually planning on giving us more context and the backstory for the Cypher Pol agents. Now, there are a ton of them, so of course Oda can't cover all of them, but how about the main ones? We can probably get an outline from them guys. This immediately made me think of the classic theories around the children at Lamb's house becoming Cypher Pol agents. With these small connections, I began to dig further. Next thing you know, we had predicted that on Egghead Island, Luffy and Lucci were going to team up, and that this would subsequently lead to the breakup of Cypher Pol. So, now we've been vindicated, and Luffy and Lucci are teamed up. Let's look at what we think will happen next, and the significance of all this to the upcoming endgame. Okay, firstly, a speedrun of what Cypher Pol actually is. Cypher Pol's name is based on Interpol, which was set up in the 20s by 20 countries that saw an urgent need for communication between police across borders. Their uniform is a reference to the Gestapo, while their Venetian masks represent freedom traditionally. Not only did Interpol share its headquarters with the Gestapo during World War II, but it also officially operated as a division within the Gestapo secret police. I gotta be careful saying that word on YouTube. Okay, we'll come back to their appearance, but onwards with the theory. Now here's the connections we're already aware of, suggesting Cypher Pol will soon come to an end. It was recently shown by Lucci that there appears to be Cypher Pol ships missing since departing Egghead. We also just had this confirmed by Lucci. Majorly suggests Lucci was in fact asking about the missing ships himself, as opposed to receiving an order to do so. Lucci also ponders about Lalesia, which likely will become relevant soon. Lucci's knowledge of these events are peculiar, however the weirder thing is what actually happened to those ships. Well, we now know it was the Sea Beast that took them, and the agents on board are captured. By who, we don't know yet. Also, we see the captured Cypher Pol agents imprisoned, which isn't exactly great for their morale as agents. Not only that, but we see them talking to Vegapunk, something that Gorosei would likely not tolerate. Furthermore, Lucci disobeys a direct order. Again, this is something we haven't seen much of on such a blatant scale whilst agents are serving under Cypher Pol, but there is no doubt Lucci actively does the opposite of what he was ordered, which which is to not attack Luffy. Considering his earlier transgressions under the world government, there's no chance Lucci is going to be allowed back in CP0 after this. The same can probably be said for Stussy, who clearly has her own agenda. Do we really think if the Gorosei found out she'd knocked out Kaku and Lucci, she'd be allowed to stay? Well, if they did find out, which is an if, then as Edison mentioned, she'd have to go on the run for being Vegapunk's ally, as well as for the betrayal. This might be a reach, but there might be another Cypherpole member connected to Vegapunk too. We recently saw Vegapunk's flowers during a couple cover stories, and by now I think we've all noticed he has a thing for arrows. Well, it just so happens Guernica wears this brooch, which is a flower with 3 arrows coming down. We have the face stitching too, which we now recognise is an indicator that people have had some sort of surgery or modification done, such as Weevil and Sentomaru. He also had a mask, which looks almost like a primitive version of Shaka's. We actually saw him without this mask also, so this is really bizarre stuff. As I say though, that I'm aware that's not much to go on, lol, so it is what it is. Anyway, this brings us up to date with 1076. Now we have Kaku, who agrees to team up with the enemy to take on Seraphim. Though we don't know who's controlling the Seraphim, there's no chance the world government is going to have Kaku just keep losing to the Straw Hats and then team up with them and then join CP0. It's just not going to happen. And if the world government are the ones controlling the Seraphim, then clearly Kaku is now being targeted by them anyway. To bring it full circle, we have the infamous hat tilt in Wano right before Kaido squished Guernica. Interestingly, a picture of Gear 5 Luffy was still sent to the Marines, suggesting he might not actually be as squished as we think. As I mentioned, the sign of affection is a surprise because the most we've seen these guys do together is drink tea. Anywho, you get the picture. So this little sign shows that these guys are pally. Not only this though, Guernica was ordered to complete a task that would almost certainly result in his demise. He even comments on the fact that it's an impossible task. So now adding these together, we can understand this means the agents do have some self-awareness that their lives can be sacrificed, almost disposably, which may play a part in their motivation to rebel in the end. We already saw CP9 persecuted by Spandam for their total failure with Luffy, and maybe worst of all, losing Robin and Franky. From this we can assume that the relationship between the former CP9 members and the Cypherpole leadership is fragile. So now we've covered the basics, let's dig into the spice and have a deeper look to put context on all of this. Starting connections here. Now with the Big Mum Carmel backstory I mentioned earlier, we see Lamb's house with Mother Carmel as a parent figure of a group of distinct looking children. We also see Cypherpole meet with Carmel to recruit the said children. Now as the old theories show, when you look at the Cypherpole members we've seen so far and compare them with the children of Lamb's house, you immediately see some uncanny connections. It looks almost as if the children we saw are the current Cypherpole members that are in the story. So maybe the child trafficking that Mother Carmel was doing was in order to provide Cypherpole agents with no backgrounds, parents or other issues to deal with. Kaku speaks like an old person but is shown to have a childish disposition, most recently when he talks about fighting a space monster in Egghead. This is a strange contrast and I think it will tie in. Maybe Kaku was brought up by the Gorosei or someone like that, hence the old speech and loyalty to the Cypherpole. Funnily enough, in real life, orphans have been recruited into agencies like this in the past, and are featured in classic spy characters such as James Bond. Big Mum was also a child at Lamb's house, who went on to be manipulated by Strausen and his agenda. This is ironic if the Cypherpole agents originally do come from Lamb's house, as it parallels what happened to them. It's possible Carmel didn't want Big Mum becoming a Cypherpole agent, as she was too powerful, which would increase the world government's threat enormously. We currently know Big Mum's alive from the torn up VIVI card on the page, so she's likely to come back in the story soon in my opinion, and this is when we get the rest of the exposition, I believe. I am aware, not everyone is aware that Puddin did that VIVI card thing, but there it is. Okay, so it's possible these children are then given powers, which is why we see so many Cypherpole agents have zone abilities. Wondering what a failed attempt at making a Cypherpole agent looks like? Well, the prison guards are likely zones that have been consumed by the will of their fruit, like Vegapunk talks about. Where better to put them than Impel down, and manipulate their minds to guard the prison levels, which I'll touch on in a sec. How though? Devil fruits? Maybe celestial dragon tech? Or perhaps it's something that's passed down? The O'Hara flashback confirmed to us that relatives of Cypherpole agents can also be in Cypherpole, including fathers and uncles. We still don't know why this is the case, but it's certainly interesting and suggests there may be a system in place for selecting Cypherpole agents that involves lineage or family or something like that. We know that's big in the One Piece world. Narratively though, I think we're going to see different stages of control over the zone powers that were given to them, with Kaku having a particularly strong awakening and Hattori actually being a zone user that's an even bigger threat than the others. Morgan's is a zone that we are yet to see in human form, and he also wears human clothes signifying the human side of him, which does remind me of Hattori. And when you think about it, he does know some sus information, so it is possible that maybe back in the day he was involved in Cypherpol or an original agent or something, but that's another thought or theory. Also, for those interested, check out the current Conversations in Parvision's Discord server about how Hattori is Lafitte, which I'll link below. The connections are undeniable. I'm struggling to resist it myself. Let's not forget who's who as well. He's a former member of Cypherpol with zone abilities. In previous videos, for example, our last one, I've speculated that God Valley may have been a place where these kind of experiments or where these procedures went on, where these people were given their powers. Or maybe other experiments like I've spoken about with Kate and off Roger's Airs. I briefly touched earlier on how Cypherpol agents seem brainwashed. Well, they might be in this sense. To clarify, I theorise the Cypherpol agents are recruited from a young age from Lamb's house specifically. There are other examples of similar buildings with ties to children being experimented on also, but I'll touch on that in an upcoming video. I think Lucci was likely offered his awakening in order to rejoin Cypherpol and accepted, motivated by his want for revenge on Luffy, and Django may have used his abilities, manipulating him and other agents to ensure their loyalty. That said, seeing Luffy was probably enough to break the hypnotism, which is when we see Luffy start disobeying orders immediately and following his own agenda. This is why we got such a quick reveal of Lucci's zone power-up. It's not actually about power, his power is incidental. It's really about Lucci as a character, as well as the fact that he's a complete contrast of Luffy. I mean, their names are almost the same. We have recently seen Lucci had a significant power-up, characterised in a similar way to Luffy's Gear 5. Also, Kaku, who has shown a strong kick whilst in human form, while it seems meaningless, could actually be intentional by Oda. Kaku's awakening may be far crazier than Lucci's, and so Oda's sort of saving that one for after. Considering the reasons stated, it's safe to assume CP0 is no more, which I assume will bring an end to the slave and child trafficking, among other things currently handled by Cypherpol. Sword may be introduced as a replacement system, which would perfectly reflect how the formation of the United Nations happened in real life. Interestingly, also, the UN troops are called Blue Berets, and in Skypiea we saw that their police were called White Berets, and let's face it, we all know whatever happens in Skypiea is a microcosm of the One Piece world. Luffy and Lucci will go on to be best friends, and psych, just joking, don't worry. Lucci will give his life to take down Cypherpol, liberating the other agents, which will be how Oda parallels Luffy's character with him. Remember also, Cypherpol work directly under the world government and the Gorosei, and are connected to the Tenryubito, meaning that they are part of the actual strength that makes up the world government, so this is a huge loss for them in terms of power. Welcome back, pirates and theorists, to another exciting episode of OPM. Today we're delving into the enigmatic connections between two seemingly distant characters, Dr. HIRILUK and the notorious Rocks captain XEBEC. Could there be a link between these two figures from different eras in the One Piece world? Let's set sail into this intriguing theory and find out. Don't forget to like, sub, and give it a share if you find this interesting. It really helps the channel. We all remember the emotional journey of HIRILUK, the passionate doctor from Drum Island who believed in the power of a cherry blossom's bloom and sought to create a cure for all diseases. His ideals and aspirations struck a chord with many fans, but could there be more to his story than meets the eye? As we dive into the vast history of the One Piece world, we encounter the legendary Rocks pirates, led by the fearsome Rocks captain XEBEC. Their ambition to overthrow the world government shook the world, and their disbandment marked a pivotal moment in history. But what if there's a hidden connection between these two seemingly unrelated narratives? Here's where the theory takes a strange turn. What if HIRILUK, in his quest for a universal cure, stumbled upon some sort of knowledge of XEBEC at God Valley? We've seen in the One Piece world that seemingly unconnected events often tie together in unexpected ways to give us a reveal. HIRILUK's unconventional approach to medicine and his relentless pursuit of a cure for the heart might have led him to uncover fragments of lost history, linking back to the era of XEBEC. Could it be that his study or accidental discovery was a crucial piece in understanding the secrets of what the world government is so desperate to keep hidden? HIRILUK saw something that cleansed his soul the same year as the God Valley incident in the West Blue. Furthermore, HIRILUK mentions that someone dies when their name is forgotten. XEBEC's name was forgotten at the God Valley incident. It's possible it was XEBEC that HIRILUK saw at God Valley. After all, HIRILUK also discussed with Dalton the idea of a country inheriting its will, and God Valley is a nation that no longer exists. Recently, we heard another case of the world government distorting the truth to fit their narrative with Kuma's flashbacks. On top of all the other examples of them doing this, it makes me think that when they say XEBEC attacked slaves at God Valley, it was in fact the other way around. I believe that the slaves may have rebelled against the Celestial Dragons. We saw the Celestial Dragons themselves were hunting the slaves before XEBEC even turned up, so they couldn't have too much of an issue if it was true that XEBEC did attack the slaves. Nika inspired and liberated slaves through the ages as far as we know. It could be that XEBEC was a Nika archetype and in fact inspired the slaves to revolt against their oppressors. During this process, HIRILUK may have seen XEBEC become a martyr, which would explain why he would go on to blow himself up in a statement against the governing forces of Drum Island. As I mentioned, HIRILUK discussed the logistics of a country's will being inherited with Dalton, and it just so happens that God Valley disappeared off the map, which alludes to the fact that it may be the case that the will of God Valley is actually inside a character within the One Piece story. HIRILUK's will went on to be inherited by Chopper, the user of the Hito Hitonomi. This could very well tie into XEBEC's powers also, particularly considering Blackbeard went to Drum for unknown reasons. We also saw Kuma travel the world looking for a doctor, echoing HIRILUK's journey in the West. But the reason why I bring this up is for some reason Kuma didn't visit Drum when he was looking for a doctor. Seems strange considering its reputation. Maybe this ties into whatever incident happened between HIRILUK and XEBEC at God Valley, and Kuma knowing about it. While the theory might seem far-fetched, Oda is known for weaving and intricately telling a story with unrelated threads that turn into a grand tapestry. Could HIRILUK's pursuit of a cure be tied to the lost history of XEBEC and the Rocks Pirates? As always, it's just a theory and the true answer lies within the unfolding pages of Oda's magnum opus, One Piece. Anyway, thank you for joining us on this brief, spicy voyage through the world of One Piece theories. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share your thoughts in the comments below. We've got some more coming up, some very quick 5-minute theories and some bigger half an hour to 40-minute videos, so keep an eye out for all that. Until next time, keep theorizing and enjoy the epic adventure of One Piece. If you've made it this far, you've just won a free Lapan. So let me know where you'd like him delivered, and don't forget to feed him. And much love, bye bye bye. Did you know Django's epithet is the turncoat? Did you know Django ate a mushroom that grew off his chin and gained him powers? Did you know Django is the only pirate to have his bounty officially removed? One Piece is a world full of incredible abilities and powers, and today I'm going to talk about one of them. But before that, let me explain to you how we got here. For those who haven't followed our previous theories, we dropped one a couple of months ago about the end of CIPHER. During our time working on it, we found some interesting patterns that seem to connect to hypnosis. Hypnosis is probably one of the most interesting and yet underrated abilities in the One Piece universe. In this video, we will explore the concept of hypnosis in the One Piece world and examine the characters who can use it and how they use it. We will also discuss the inspiration that Oda had behind hypnotism and how it compares to the way hypnosis is utilized in the One Piece story. So like, sub, and prepare to be hypnotized by the last arc. Before anything else, let's define Oda's version of hypnosis through the character that is used to introduce it, 1-2 Jango. After waking up, Jango ate a mushroom that had grown off his chin and developed the ability to influence or control others through his hypnosis. He found the taste disgusting. With this information, it seems to be a will or desire based ability similar to a devil fruit, eating something that has connection to dreaming and tasting bad. Also, Django once stated to Full Body in a cover story that he could manage something as complex as erasing all memory of an individual from another's mind. This suggests, with better proficiency, someone could actually remove themselves in this way from someone's memory. So let's do a quick dive into a certain book and movie that seems to have partly inspired hypnosis in One Piece. This is A Clockwork Orange. Like I said, when we were working on the cypher theory, we found some interesting information that leads back to hypnosis that deserved a deeper dive. A Clockwork Orange is a classic dystopian novel by British author Anthony Burgess. It is set in a future society where youth gangs roam the street committing acts of extreme violence and mayhem. After being arrested, Alex, who's the leader of a gang and the main character of the story, is subjected to an experimental hypnotic treatment designed to cure him of his violent tendencies. The treatment, known as Ludovico technique, involves conditioning him to feel sick and nauseous at the sight of violence. Without spoiling too much of the story, there's a backlash which results in Alex being offered a great job for the government, hush money, and even a public status. What's interesting is the idea of free will in that novel. In that world, the freedom of individuals to make choices becomes problematic when those choices undermine the safety and stability of society. And in Clockwork Orange, the state is willing to protect society by taking away freedom of choice and replacing it with prescribed good behavior. How does this connect back to One Piece? Well, as we were researching the Cypherpol agents, we found similarities between the idea of conditioning people to the world government's agenda. Alex was a psychopath who was capable of extremes. He was excessively cruel and violent and was able to mask it by being calm and smiling, while wearing a black top hat and at times a cane, which connects to both Lucci and Lafitte, one of Blackbeard's 10 Titanic captains. The interesting twist is that Lafitte used to be a policeman, and Alex's friends who betrayed him went on to become police officers. Another character that ties here is Corazon, who actually wears Alex's eye makeup. The interesting thing here as well is that Alex was brainwashed through sounds and images via like classical music. And Corazon had the Nagi Nagi no Mi, also known as the Calm fruit, which allows the user to create a soundproof field and to cancel out all the noises. This would have been the specific fruit that Alex would have benefited from. What's even more intriguing though is that both Corazon and Lafitte have something that ties them together. Corazon was introduced in the Dressrosa arc, and even though Lafitte wasn't, Burgess was, another one of the 10th Titanic captains. Now, why is that relevant? Well, Burgess is the name of the author of A Clockwork Orange. So maybe that's a little nod from Oda, but we'll have to see. Additionally, there's a One Piece movie called Clockwork Island. Now, this is where hypnosis comes into play in a big way, and it connects the final moment in the movie, A Clockwork Orange. Due to the public perception of Alex, he was offered a job and status as it would help the government to regain a good image, even though the state is close to anarchy. Alex's friends never went through the treatment and were able to continue to act on their cruel impulse as they became police officers who worked for the government, further decaying the society. I believe that the world government has a means to influence certain people to fall in line. With Django's hypnosis, it's possible for someone to make a person completely forget who they are. We know that Django was involved in recruiting people like working under Hina, and Hina also talks in third person. So all of that there is just sus to begin with. But back to the point. There's a theory released by a couple of friends of this community, Daya, Regulus, and Tachi Spins, that talked about how through Dendem Mushi, we were introduced to frequency in One Piece that some can access, hence why the Dendem Mushi take the caller's appearance. It's all about frequency. Everything in the One Piece world has its own frequency. People who use hypnosis are able to influence people by affecting their frequency. What's even more interesting is that 4 of the 5 canon characters known for their hypnotism are all connected by the arts. Django, he's a hypnotist who uses a pendulum as a medium, but is also a dancer. Mariana utilizes her unique skills as a painter to employ a special type of hypnosis based on colored paint. Lafitte, even though there's still mystery shrouding the character, he's seen to use hypnotism and is also a tap dancer. Brook is a musician that controls people's moods through his music, and as we know, music's very powerful in terms of connecting with the dead and the soul in One Piece. Even though each method of hypnosis is different, they all have a similar effect. So sound, images, movement enables them to influence other people and their actions, and the different mediums most likely affect different frequencies, but as I say, however, on a whole, generate a similar effect. In One Piece, we could probably define hypnotism as the desire to influence another person's mind or body by affecting their will, by tapping into its frequency. In Fishman Island, Brook revealed that he has refined his musical skills to the point where he could completely change the mood and effectively hypnotize his opponents to believe that they were at a festival. Something we also see with Uta in film Red. This is further evidenced by the 2 explanations of observation haki that would now make more sense. The first was with Ganfall back in Skypiea. He calls it the ability to listen to various sounds that a person's body makes. The second was Rayleigh during Luffy's training, who explains that being attuned to someone's emotions makes you capable of sensing another person's actions. It's all about how certain people interact with other frequencies, or even their own. Some use it to affect themselves with their haki or affect others through the means of abilities like hypnosis. With this definition, we can see a lot of other abilities display similar effects. Perona's Horonomi allows her to create ghosts that can manipulate people's emotions and thoughts. Sugar's Hobby allows her to turn people into toys and erase their memories. She can also use hypnosis to control the toys she's created. Caesar Clown's Gasu Nomi allows him to create hallucinatory gas that can make enemies inadvertently fight each other, showing again a version of influence. But let's bring this back to the world government and how it all ties in. Even though Oda calls it hypnosis, the idea is aimed more towards general influence, which the world government, as we know, carries out by manipulating history and facts. We've already seen a failed version of these experiments with awakened zone jailers, we believe, who were put in Impel Down to be forgotten and ignored by history, essentially. Also, on top of that, recently we saw CP0 arrive at Egghead to dispatch a Vegapunk, only for the government to try and dispatch them while they were there too, which again is an example of the world government scrubbing their history and manipulating the facts. There's a scene in Wano that always bothered me concerning Guernica. When facing X-Drake, Guernica revealed to envy X-Drake for him choosing his own justice. In other words, Guernica was jealous of X-Drake's apparent free will. Now, what's strange about this is when he was then after ordered to kill Luffy, he showed concern before he carried out the mission, and when he did carry out the mission he did the hat tilt, but he still complied to every order down to a T. He didn't even try to defend himself, like he was complying to exactly what was told to him. This is indicative of some sort of control, or also known as hypnosis. Even though the subject is not 100% sold on the idea, they're still completely complying nonetheless. We believe there are those who follow and don't actually ask questions like Kaku, which might tie into the fact he speaks in an old man's dialect. And on the other hand, we have those like Rob Lucci that need influencing due to their unruly nature. That was the whole point of the government in Clockwork Orange. They believed in freedom as long as you fell in line. If not, they believed in prescribed good behaviour. The world government brainwashed people who don't fall in line. Again, back to Clockwork Orange, Alex got a job in the government to fix the public image that took a huge hit due to his case leaking out to the public. Now, what if I told you that the person at the centre of the world government is in fact a painter? I think you all know who I'm talking about, but that's all I'm going to share for this bit. I'm going to tie this into the God Valley Part 2 theory, which is what happened at God Valley. So I'm sorry to tease you with that, but I'd love to take a quick second to thank a couple of people who were great helping in the making of this idea. So huge love to Tachi and Daya. That's Tachi Spins and Daya Regulus, who have some really cool stuff going on at the moment. Check out their Blazed Attorneys. You'll probably see us on there soon once we break down the time zones. Keep an eye out for collabs and TLA streams in the future, and we'll make sure you're subbed to all of us. Keep safe, keep sane, and peace. This video covers Franky's parents and their connections to Mads. It's possible Mads were likely a pirate crew, or at the very least a fleet, and we're going to be exposing some of their secrets in this video. So make sure to like and subscribe. Free tickets to Karmaland. Anyway, let's go. Franky came from the technically advanced South Blue via reverse mountain at 4 years old, roughly 30 years ago. Exactly 30 years ago before the present day in One Piece is the year 1492, which in real life is when America was discovered by Columbus. There are plenty of connections to America through Franky, such as what we see with the hamburgers and fashion sense, etc. But we'll focus on that another time. So if you think there is a deeper reason for Franky's connection to America, let me hear your thoughts down in the comment section. I'll make sure to include them in the next video. But anyway, on with Franky's history. Franky was the 7th member to join the crew, which ironically happened at Water 7, the island of shipwrights. He was found on the scrap island by Tom when he was a 10-year-old kid, assuming he'd been abandoned by his pirate parents. Tom saw him using a cannon that he'd fashioned from scraps lying around. This is something most kids would not be able to do. Also, the cannon was not a typical cannon either. As you can see, it has a very strange design or appearance. It looks like the design was influenced by the fact it was made from scraps. From observing Franky's mechanical and technical prowess and adding the fact he was thrown overboard near Water 7, builds a case that Franky spent his childhood around technology, potentially an advanced pirate ship with his parents. We see evidence of this in the cannon he made, and we also saw his love for weapons technology again recently when Franky saw Vegapunk's beast mechs. He appears to have these advanced skills before becoming an apprentice for Tom, who then trained him to be a shipwright. It's worth noting that Tom's abilities lay strictly in boat building, and he was not particularly known for any particular radical science. Obviously he's been involved in some stuff, but that wasn't his forte. It was Franky who has been shown to have more of a focus on weaponry. Overall, you could say he fused his own knowledge with what Tom taught him, resulting in the battle Frankies. As we can see by the designs, we did not see Tom teach him any of this weaponry or technology. If you look a little closer, you can also see each battle Franky is numbered, another trait he has independent of what Tom taught him, a theme we see with many MADS members' scientific creations such as Vegapunk's satellites. Some of the more obvious examples are Judge and the Germa and Caesar's experiments. You've got the pacifistas as well. A few cases some may have missed, however, are Water 7 with the numbers stated pretty plainly on the outside of each dock, and we know the city was built over a previously destroyed one. In some shots we also see a 5 and a 6, which is the Gomu, and also in one of the panels there's Doom written above that. This might also tie into Wano, seeing as Wano is made up of 7 islands. The giant numbers are also in Wano, failed experiments whose name also act as their number. Kinda weird how Franky's home is similar to the Shogun's palace too, right? But anyway, back to the point. By looking at these numbers, we can see a connection to MADS. We can even look at other characters, for example Dr. Hobback, since he was a genius scientist and he numbered his creations. Additionally, there's a connection between Franky and MADS through Queen. We see Franky and Queen do similar poses on this volume cover, and the name of some of their moves do match. They also have the same blood type, and we've not really seen them interact in the story yet, so maybe Oda is saving that for some MADS reveals later. Other recent characters we can look at are Stussy and Dufeld. In the chapter 1069 cover story, we see how the MADS fleet was potentially being funded by the underworld, in this particular case with Lufeld as the benefactor. Only a chapter prior in 1068 we saw Stussy apparently reminiscing about the past and being familiar with Vegapunk's technology, particularly his traps, while also respecting Vegapunk's genius and skill, implying they have an established relationship already. By the way, remember this panel? In the attempt of taking the Tama tobacco, she kills Lufeld and says, "My dumb dead friend." This familiarity suggests she was once friends with him in the underworld as well, or at least knew him. So you can see it's possible Stussy too is connected to MADS, and knew Dufeld because he was directly funding the group. Franky also has ties to this underworld. That's where Franky got the Adam Wood to build the Sunny. Anyway, MADS member Vegapunk probably has the strongest connections to Franky out of all of them. For example, the star symbol on Franky's arm. Franky is often wearing a shirt with one, and it could be found on his technology too. This could be a nod to Vegapunk, as we've recently seen stars on his work, like with the holographic dragon and the seraphim. We saw that Vegapunk uses the same star in some of his creations, right? Which is kind of like his trademark. Why do I say that? Well, the word Vega is the name of a real-life star, the biggest in the constellation of Lyra. This constellation has one main star with several satellites, similar to Vegapunk. Also, the suffix punk ties to punk themes we see across MADS, like their designs and dress. Why is this significant to Franky though? Well, because those stars appeared on Franky's arm after he used the scraps found on the ship to rebuild his body, suggesting it was Vegapunk scraps he used. This might all be tied to Franky's inherited will, hence why Franky was sent to Karakuri during the time skip. Also, peep this, Oda is really inspired by Akira Toriyama's work, Dragon Ball, and actually owes his success with Shonen Jump to him. After all, it was Akira who told Shonen Jump to take on Oda after already refusing his work. I recently started a rewatch and I couldn't help but notice some similarities. Both Franky and Bulma have the blue hair, both of them have a very advanced knowledge towards building machinery and technology, both of their creations have numbers on, both of them have this relationship with an old genius inventor, Franky with Dr. Vegapunk and Bulma with her dad, Dr. Breath, both of whom are doctors by the way. Both of these old dudes made legendary inventions. Vegapunk with Lineage Factor, Dr. Brief with his capsules. Early on in the series, Bulma was wearing a jacket with a star on too, so you can see what I'm saying by now for sure. Back to the theory though. Through the One Piece story, you can see many connections between Franky and MADS. Before all this, we saw in the story that Franky attempts to stop the sea train from transporting Tom to Eni's lobby, something you would assume is impossible for a normal human. But something interesting does happen. He actually managed to stop the train for a moment. A pretty insane feat, especially without dying. Nonetheless, he still got absolutely smashed by it immediately after, but this is where the magic happens. Franky, on one of his last breaths, sees a ship appearing next to him. It's a very strange, technologically advanced ship. We can even see dials similar to what we've seen in Nell's cover story in the moon. Also, look how Franky mentions his body. He talks about it being hot, like he's overheating, and he also compares his body to wasted machinery. He states, "Useless body of mine," which is further evidence Franky was already part machine. And furthermore, this chapter is called Reactivate, or in some versions, Resurrection. Why would such a strange and technological ship be so conveniently near Franky when he was about to die? Well, maybe because this was one of the ships of the MADS fleet. A ship that could have even carried the MADS crew at one point. Sounds crazy, but check this out. Look at the aesthetics of the ship. It looks very advanced, almost Vegapunk-like, and it looks similar to the ship that we see in the cover page of 1069, titled "All Things Are Brought Into This World with Hope," possibly suggesting that Franky was born or made on this ship from a specific hope or aspiration. Maybe that's also why, when he gets on the boat, this reunion is what makes him say that it's a really calming place for him. If that was the ship where he grew up, it would make sense why Oda would include this sentiment. A ship like this would require profound technological skill and knowledge. As I mentioned earlier, being chased by the world government for illegal experiments is very pirate-like behaviour, and a ship is the perfect way to constantly keep evading the world government, and stay on the move at the same time. Right, let's quickly look at other members of the Mads fleet, and it will soon become clear this seems to be common already. So you got Queen's ship, you got Caesar's ship, which is a super interesting design, and you've got German's 66 ship, which escaped the witch hunt. Also, look at what Mads was researching around the same time. We found out the research team were lawless, a pirate trait for sure, and were working on research and development of high-tech weaponry. Strange considering that's Franky's speciality, even as a kid. And look at what they discovered while they were on that ship, the blueprints to life itself. A living organism's lineage factor, the same thing that Judge used on Sanji and his brothers to make them modified humans. Franky might have been their first time experimenting on a human with the lineage factor. Franky may have originally even been born or made on that ship. So bearing in mind Franky has no medical knowledge, I think the reason Franky managed to do what he did on this particular ship was because he was already a modified human, maybe even modified by similar technology to what we see on the boat. So when Iceberg says Franky's crazy to the core, he could actually be pretty on point with that. We also see Den foreshadowing this when he asks Franky if one of his ancestors was also a robot. Also, the cover to chapter 548 shows different scientific creations and inventions, and Franky is on there too. He's the only person on there, which, you know, it's a big hint from Oda. To tie all this together, let's look at the timeline. Franky was found in 1498 when he was 10 years old, after which he lived in Water 7's scrapyard. I think it's possible Franky was abandoned at Water 7 by his parents deliberately, probably to protect him from being discovered by someone such as the world government. This is because he was a cyborg already at this point, making him sought after technology, and it also ties in around the same time Mads disbanded. We see Water 7 has numbers similar to the Mads members and is itself a very technical scientific creation, so there's likely connections between Mads and Water 7 also. Water 7's design as seen from the map looks pretty identical to the soldier docks system that Franky designed for the Sunny, so Franky and Water 7 are also connected. This would explain why he was abandoned there. It also seems pretty strange that he just so happens to be found by Tom, someone who curiously has a symbol on his shoulder, matching symbols in the story we've seen so far relating to the 8 kingdoms. Also, later on in the story, Franky is saved by what I think is a Mads ship, guided by either a Klabauterman or a Viva card powered sort of technology that guides itself to Franky whenever he's close to dying. Klabautermans have ties to ships, and ships have ties to Water 7, so the fact this happens around there I think is a strong possibility. The history does seem to align well. Additionally, an interesting connection is that Vegapunk went to Ohara 22 years ago, which we discovered recently in a flashback, which by the way occurred right as CP0 arrived at Egghead to suppress knowledge. Franky's backstory just so happens to also be set 22 years ago, and again triggered by CP9 going there to suppress knowledge. This is a really nice parallel between the two arcs and kind of ties in Franky and Robin's backstories also. We also see this again on this page in chapter 490, where only they told something about their origins back to back as well, so there's likely more to their relationship, particularly when you include Tom's fear of a girl from Ohara and his brother Den being a sea forest researcher with clover tattoo and logo on his body, possibly being tied to Ohara. We are seeing a lot of backstories from characters coming from the South Blue recently, and I believe we'll have some big lore drops coming soon. Stussy, Kuzan, Sol, Franky, Kid, Bonnie, Kuma, Lindbergh, all of them lot for example. Anyway, thank you for watching, don't forget to like and sub and leave a comment, show some love. Do you think Kid's a bozo? Are you hyped up about Shanks being a Chad? You're in the right place. Come get triggered at how Kid will start climbing the stairs of greatness and how Shanks will get squished by the end of this story. Welcome back peeps, today we have something nutty to talk about. There's been a major One Piece chapter which it'll impact how pretty much all of us experience Shanks and Kid's journey from here on in. You might have thought Shanks just finished Kid, and believe me, I don't blame you. Kid got annihilated, but he's not just coming back. Soon it'll be the first day of the rest of his life and his story. Stick around until the end of the copium, it helps a lot. Like and sub, and let's get into this. So, just like the Phoenix with his jaggy red hairstyle and his red feathery coat, he will rise up and come back stronger than ever. Phoenixes represent a figurative death and rebirth, like we've just seen with Kid's crew. So we're going to look at all the big hints Oda's left us so far and theorize when he's going to be back around and what his final form will look like. We've got two kind of similar characters here. Shanks and Kid both have red hair, scars on their left eyes, and a missing arm. One lost an arm betting on the future, the other one by hanging on to the past. Additionally, they both demonstrate Conqueror's Haki, which is no small feat. There's some mystery about the childhood of both of them as well, and despite the fact Shanks doesn't appear to know Kid well, Kid certainly knows Shanks, which leads me to why Kid's not finished. As we know, Kid got completely destroyed, and slander is at an all-time high. But why does he have such a bad rep? Many of you are probably laughing right now, but it's a legitimate question to ask, because unlike other characters, Kid has always been thought of as a major character. You could almost call him the big three of the worst generation, or at least someone that plays a bigger role. But so far, we've only seen L's from him, right? As the year passes, more and more people start believing he's just gonna fail, and that Oda's using him as spare parts. It was also stated that Oda planned to kill half the supernovas, so again, stuff like this does add fuel to the fire. The faith in Kid slowly but surely fades, and yet here I am, here to convince you that this is all a big setup since the beginning, and from now on, we will see the development of Kid's story and the character in full. After all, he was paired to be Luffy's rival, and was shown to slowly start trusting Luffy. Kid's fixated on Shanks for some reason, giving us another clue he's not done yet. Interestingly, Kid's still yet to properly show his conquerors. His base stats and his potential are actually insane. If he'd mastered Haki, he'd easily bosh Big Mom around all sorts, right? You can get triggered in the comment. We saw Shanks did not expect to be so powerful, which is what caused him to rush into action. Anyway, it also might be important that in this latest chapter we had a panel where Shanks said, "Oh, so he's from the South Blue?" Potentially implying he'd been there or done something there a long time ago. Could this be the reason why Kid's so fixated on Shanks? Kid showed disinterest in Big Mom generally, so it does highlight how Kid's so focused on Shanks. Overall, Kid's behavior indicates that he's not a bad guy, but seemingly is still hanging on to his past. He still makes bad decisions because of the trauma. We've seen Oda address this throughout the story, which I'll get into in a minute. Shanks taught Luffy about picking your battle. We see this when Barto tries to provoke Luffy, and Luffy responds that it's not a battle worth fighting. This is in contrast to Kid, who doesn't understand the lesson, and instead pays the expensive price every time he tries it. In Wano, Kid ended up in Udon prison. The fact that they were in Udon, though, is hugely spicy in itself, because the food Kid and Killer hate is curried udon after their traumatic experience with Victoria. I believe this ties into what we saw in 1079. For example, the ship being split in half represents Kid splitting from his past, as the ship's name itself is Victoria as well, after their childhood friend who was killed by a rival gang, so there's definitely trauma going on. Additionally, he was submerged in water, representing the classic baptism motif, the end of a journey and beginning of another. This could even be why Oda called him Kid, and now he's got to come back as a man metaphorically, which would tie into the real life Kid's widely debated baptism in real life as well, which is interesting. Ironically, the real William Kid also had quite a traumatic upbringing around sort of the death of his father and stuff like this, so it's interesting stuff. Previously, we saw Kid, Killer, Heat, and Wire as bosses of 4 different gangs, linked by a punk theme. We can imagine the kind of behaviour he grew up around, for example, demonstrated by his love for weaponry. It also parallels the scrapyard in Goa that Luffy and Sabo grew up in. Growing up in that environment led Kid to become protective of his friends, earning him a position as like the big bro, or a captain you could say. This might be where he gets the epithet from. Anywho, this is all to say that those kids were living in a rough... I theorise despite Shanks not knowing about Kid, Kid knew about Shanks after Shanks' actions resulted in like the rough environment that Kid grew up in. This may be why Kid has such a grudge and seems obsessed with Shanks. It's no coincidence the first time he lost an arm, he didn't even see Shanks, and on the second time, he didn't have a chance to even open his mouth before getting one-shotted. It's as if Oda is not allowing them to talk, possibly because this will happen in the future, and we can then develop a better understanding of Shanks' actions and motivations. We do have Elbaf coming up as well, so it's likely to happen there, if anywhere, right? Some may have also forgotten Kid's base. Interestingly, we last heard a Rouge and Balloon terminal were floating above it. Magnetism is an integral property in the One Piece story, as we know, with pirates using it for different ways of navigation, battles, and potentially even the use as a power source. Balloons and static are affected by magnets, but while this makes sense, what does it mean? Well, I doubt Oda will leave this knot untied, and Kid's base is actually very close to where we are on the map at the moment. In fact, Kid's base is one of the last points before Lodestar, so I'm thinking it's coming up alongside Arouge as well. Furthermore, let's not forget, so long as Kid doesn't die, he still holds the power of his fruit, a fruit that is like super significant in a place like Egghead, for example. It would just absolutely murk. Anywho, hold Kid in your mind for now, because I'll come back to him in a sec, but I want to quickly give Killer a rundown. Killer is another reason why the crew will come back. He was from the South Blue, similar to Saul, which is interesting because Saul was a D, but not from Elbaf. This location the two share is spicy AF because Killer talked about the man marked by flames, and Killer himself was also burned. Additionally, Killer is 25, and Nico Robin 30. The O'Hara incident happened when she was 8, making Killer 3 at the time. What if Killer was from O'Hara and he was saved by Saul in the midst of all the destruction? He only remembers this giant dude marked by a flame, who he saw salvaging all these books. So it makes sense that they would get closer to the One Piece if they located him. Killer was sent to the South Blue, and similar to Robin, had a rough childhood living in the scrapyard where he bonded with Kid, as I said earlier. A Three-Eyed Tribe member being in O'Hara wouldn't be so strange considering the best archaeologists gathered there, and there's ties to poneglyphs. This is all to say that Sol and Killer may be tied, and we have yet to see it revealed. Killer has this scar on his right arm and a burn mark. Furthermore, we've seen Killer with the poneglyph rubbings and talk about related lore. This reflects Robin's position in the Straw Hats crew, both doing their job as archaeologists and historians. If Killer was a resident of O'Hara when the Buster Call landed, but somehow wasn't able to get onto a ship in time after the whole incident with Saul, Robin, and Nikiji happened, then maybe after Saul defrosted and started saving the books, he found Killer. Killer got his scar on his arm during the midst of all this, but I think Saul managed a way to save him, maybe with his old raft or something like that. Killer was sent away in a similar fashion to Robin and found himself on an island where possibly a lot of like other orphans and people like that were. That's where, as I said, he meets Kid and where they form the crew, which is a band of like misfits, similar to what we see in Carmel's Sheep's House actually. This would explain the deal with his personality, no parental figures, and his tight bonds with his crew. As he experienced living in a harsh environment, he learned to only care about his friends and went on to support Kid in his journey for the famous One Piece treasure. Either way, I think it's where Shanks may be involved. I think maybe Shanks indirectly caused Killer to be in this situation, just like Kid and maybe some of the other kids, which would explain Killer's support of Kid's hate for Shanks, swearing on his life, very literally, that he would take him down. Now, let's take a closer look at Shanks' part in this. In 1079, we saw Elbaf being called Warland Elbaf. The fleet under Shanks was noted to contain a lot of weak people who are granted protection under Shanks' flag. Shanks tells his fleet to come back because he doesn't want them to get hurt. Makes sense. As we see throughout, he has a really close relationship with his crew, and the people in the street sort of holler and hug at him as he walks past. There's a mixture of different races and people in the chapter highlighting Shanks' like indiscriminate nature and his widespread travels. Shortly after, he asks if Kid's wounds from Wano have healed, a huge nod to the fact Shanks is ensuring Kid can handle a battle without dying. There is also a panel which is very interesting. On first inspection, this panel doesn't say much, but given the context, it might imply that Shanks did something there a long time ago, or the South Blue is significant to him in some way, hence the words he uses. But as soon as Shanks sees the future where Kid is about to attack his dear friends, he reacts immediately, rushing to stop the attack and preventing what he foresaw from happening. He showed no mercy to Kid, because that's who Shanks is, an extremely kind dude that holds his friends close to his heart, but will devastate anyone who attacks them. So this chapter not only shows us his strength and his kindness, but it also obliterates Shanks' evil theories from here on out pretty much, in my opinion. To tie up my thoughts on Shanks briefly, I think where Kid's real journey is just starting, Shanks' story is heading into its last arc. He'll meet his end fighting Blackbeard and will lose after triggering Blackbeard's awakening, just like we saw with Luffy and Kaido. Also, I expect a training up for both Luffy and Kid, preparing to reach the stage that Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom were on, or are on, maybe. The final war itself could actually be triggered in a similar way to Ace's death, but instead with Shanks' death, in my opinion. It might happen earlier than people think. To summarise, I think Kid's real journey is just beginning, evidenced by a story not having any closure yet whatsoever. I think he'll go from a little kid to a big man Chad. Kid's flower Oda chose for him is a tulip, which is a flower that blossoms at the first light of spring. So, you know, if you relate that to the sun and the sort of seasonal and moon theories in One Piece, then it shows that this is the time for Kid to come back. His name is literally Kid, denoting how his character is juvenile. I think Kid will come back after his defeat, but his epithet of captain will become more relevant, like it will hold more meaning. To finish off, I hope I changed your mind at least a little bit about Kid basically not being a total waste of space, and Shanks, unfortunately, probably ending earlier than we think. So yeah, enjoy him while you can. Upcoming, we have both the Moon Theory and the Old Hag Theory I was talking about before. Like and give it a share, and if you made it this far, you've just won a week-long vacation in the Undersea Hotel Impel Down. Let me know what floor you'd like in the comments. Kid will outlive Shanks. Peace. The Emerald City has only been mentioned once in the story of One Piece, but I think I may have figured out why. I believe it was once part of the ancient kingdom, and that's why it only exists in legends. And trust me when I say this Emerald City is not what you think and has no relation to the Wizard of Oz, but it does have to do with a different classic published by DC Comics and the movie The Green Lantern. In fact, I think the OP world ties also into the Matrix in some weird ways too. Just keep all that in mind for now, and I'll touch on it later. Now let's get started on something I'm almost positive you've never heard before. Before Roger died, he spent his last voyage with Odin and the rest of his loyal crew looking for the truth of the world to turn it upside down. That's one of the first things he said to Rayleigh when they met. I don't know what he meant by it exactly, but I assume he meant it in a way to fix the world because something was wrong with it, as the world itself has become something it was not meant to be, or at least not what it used to be. It's as if it's all just Roger's instinct, or a fragment of a memory that was passed down to him through someone else's will. I think that's a common instinct for the D-Clan. It's like they long for freedom and the destruction of the current system the world has in place. They instinctively know something is very wrong. Think of Roger, or better yet Luffy, like Neo in The Matrix, where Morpheus tried to explain it. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You've felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It's this feeling that brought you to me. It's that same feeling that most likely drove many pirates out to sea as well in One Piece. Does this all mean that the D-Clan and everyone else are like the slaves of the system, born into the world but instinctively knowing something's missing? Are Emu, Cypher Pole, and the world government like the machines and agents that keep them enslaved? Is that why Luffy longs to be free? There has to be something going on like this, because in my honest opinion, Luffy is already free. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants, so why does he want to become the most free so badly, if he's not imprisoned or enslaved in some way? I mean, he literally has the Nika Nika fruit, which saves others from slavery. And maybe eating devil fruits is like when Neo learned Kung Fu or Trinity learned how to operate a helicopter. What if devil fruits are just a download of data to the personal computer that is your mind? Could their reality be a simulation? A place that runs on willpower and what you believe in? Or a place consisting of different dimensions you can tap into, like the Matrix? Or maybe a little bit of both? I believe it's more like the world has been divided, not only by the red line, but also by erasing the existence of entire kingdoms, islands, and people by locking them into different dimensions around the world. Only the different races and kingdoms that separate themselves willingly from the rest of the world remained there after the Void Century, like Fishman Island, Zou, and Wano, for example. Places that are very hard to reach and are surrounded in mystery, you could say. What if they had no choice? Because if they had not done it, they might have ended up somewhere much worse. If one of the main goals of the Celestial Dragons was to segregate all the races on the planet and to create a hierarchy where they could rule at the top, then they certainly accomplished that goal. So potentially everyone is locked inside the dimension of a simulated world, and the ancient kingdom exists inside the real world. That's why Enel can breathe on the moon and why the Celestial Dragons insist they created this world. Because they did create it with very ancient technology. We've also seen something similar with Film Red and the idea of like people being inside the dream while others are outside the dream and connecting between the two. But going back to the point, the world was programmed to function that way, but at some point they lost the ability to change the code, and that's why they need the Mother Flame. The people are real, but the world around them is simulated. Maybe the Void Century was just a massive reboot of the system, and that's how all the information was lost. And maybe the poneglyphs are a part of the code for that system. And from Parvision's theory, it could have been called the White Sky Century. So what if that's because it was literally a blank slate because of some glitch? Shout out to Parvision, of course, links in the script. I do cover some other thoughts around this idea in an old video on Denden Kushi, which is the like inherited will as a cycle, and this script definitely catches the essence of that idea as well. We've already seen different dimensions with devil fruit powers, like Brulee's mirror dimension and the dimension between doors with Bueno. If Brule died, or Luffy or anyone else was stuck in there, then there's no way to get free. And even if someone else eats the same devil fruit later, it's possible that they would be in control of a different dimension, mirror dimension entirely, just like how we see Boa Hancock and the way her fruit works. If she died, then no one could free those turned to stone as far as we know. So here's where it all comes together and gets very crazy. Now that I've explained why I think the world is made up of at least 2 dimensions or multi-dimensions, we can get into the juiciest stuff. Ever since we met Vegapunk on Egghead, there's been talk of dimensions, uploading data to Punk records from their mind and wishing things into existence, for example. It already sounds so much like the Matrix, but what is actually real here? Because when York eats for everyone, it seems to fill up the other satellites virtually. They're not really full, but the signals in their brain tell them they are. Obviously that is relevant now because they've got her captured, so she might be able to control them in some way through that. So ultimately the point I'm making is that York and the other satellites, or the other satellites particularly, it's like a video game. They're just eating when it says they're hungry and it restores their energy. They're not actually gaining any physical substance from it. It's like if you're in VR, you're not really eating anything at all, and the food can just pop out of thin air by clicking a button on the menu. So I mean, we have this literally in Egghead with Vegapunk's vending machine and the hamburgers and stuff like that. Maybe the food was never real. Maybe it was just, you know, like some form of simulation or hologram that they could eat and they get energy from, similar to how the other satellites do it. And all of this would also fit what Luffy said to Kaido: I want to make this world a place where everyone can eat as much as they want. And if Roger and his crew found out they were living in a simulation, I don't blame them for just laughing until they cried. How would they even begin to fix that problem? To take it even further, if the ancient technology was actually an AI, but what if it pulled information from our world's history to create the simulated world in One Piece? Then it could be made up of nearly every religion, fairy tale, and myth that ever existed, which would explain a lot of the parallels between the Blue Planet and our world. And that would really connect our world with the One Piece world even further, and eventually lead to breaking down the fourth wall, which is literally what we're seeing with Luffy, right? Like with his ability. And then that would satisfy the line Kaido said about Luffy popping out of a picture book. I'm not sure how I'd feel. It's going to be pretty crazy and creepy if Luffy does talk to the audience, but we have recently seen it in the live action, right? So I don't know, maybe it's a touch from Oda that's coming. And also, what if when Oda started this story, he named the tech in Skypiea dials, because our real world internet was called dial-up in the 1990s before it was advanced, so which is when One Piece came out. Like, dials could have been some sort of the ancient kingdom's first technology, but considered an inferior version of the ancient weapons, or something like that. And just like in real life, Oda stopped using the dials and dial-up. Skypiea had tone dials, and we used to have dial tones. But yeah, that's another whole can of worms we can't get into right now. Anyway, right, now let all that sink in while I touch on the next part, and at the end it will all come together and you'll see exactly why I brought up sort of the Matrix and this idea of like a simulated state. Mindset and willpower are pretty much everything in the One Piece world, particularly in terms of energy. This is where Seraphim's blood and the Emerald City comes in. I think they all share something in common, which is the colour green. Just like in the Green Lantern, I believe the colour of will is green. It's possible there could be different colours of will, I guess, but in my theory, the strongest will is green. Maybe green is the colour, for example, of a dragon's will, which we know, like, dragons covet gold to make humans jealous, and jealousy is green. When we were first introduced to Dragon in the anime, the wind blowing through Logtown was green. Let's start with the wristbands anyway. S-Shark and the others wear. It's a device embedded in their wrists, and it turns their blood green as it circulates through them, and it's got lots of tiny bubbles. So what if Vegapunk extracted the will of a devil fruit by using Kuma's fruit, for example? Kuma could take the will straight from the person with the devil fruit power, or straight from their DNA, or just from the devil fruit itself if you wanted to, directly. This might be why the wristbands look bubbly inside. It's Kuma's little pore bubbles. They may be tiny bubbles, but bubbles all the same. He just took a tiny portion of the power so the host would not have to die. So, like, extracting some of it and putting it in someone else, which gives you this, like, bubbly look. Anyway, why do I think Will is green? Well, other than the Green Lantern stuff, we also have Brook, right? His soul appears green. As we've seen many times, when it comes out of his body, it can be different forms of green. Now, why would that matter? Well, his soul is the one with the devil fruit power that contains his will. The power wasn't left in his body at all. So now we know for sure what changes when you eat a devil fruit is your soul, which holds the memories, and will, which is green, according to Brook. Even Zoro, when he fought King near the point of death, gave off the green glow. Obviously, as demon ties to death. So, and he's associated with green hair. Maybe it has something to do with him carrying a piece of Joy Boy's will too, or just because that's the colour of the most powerful will. In early One Piece, we were introduced to Mihawk, the strongest character at the time. He pulled up with a strong will, a black blade, and he had a green flame on each side of him. I'm sure some of you at least have questioned why his flames were green and not red. I definitely have, but that might just be me. Green is associated with not only a strong will, but it represents life, desire, greed, energy, could be associated with the forest god. Now, what if you had a bunch of people living together in one massive kingdom with the same kind of soul power or willpower? And what if the D-Clan, with their extremely powerful will, were the rulers of the kingdom living in its capital city? A will so powerful that it changed the environment around them and gave off a green glow. Well, then I would think that their capital would be called maybe something like Emerald City, and it would probably appear emerald or glowing green. Maybe this is the entire reason the anime took such a drastic turn the last year, giving the characters extremely bright glowing auras in Wano. It was all to prepare us for the Emerald City reveal made up of the colour green and the eternal will of D. I even believe that the will of the world itself supports the D-Clan, giving them the luck of the devil, luck being green. What if the Emerald City looked similar to the planet OA from the Green Lantern? In that movie and comic, the Green Lantern Corps were mortals made up of all races. They fight evil with the aid of rings that grant them a variety of extraordinary powers, all of which come from imagination, fearlessness, and also the electromagnetic spectrum of emotional willpower, which is all green. It all sounds kind of familiar. I could even say that Trafalgar Law's secret name ties in seeing that Green Lantern Corps was for law enforcement. Also, even if the Emerald City isn't actually green now, it could still be named that because of the past or because the colour of the Eternal Will's flame, just like how Wano is called the Country of Gold. Yet we haven't seen anything like that there. And like Wano, the Emerald City could be closed off somewhere, maybe in a different dimension. A dimension that can't be accessed without reaching Laugh-Tale. A world within a world, a place where the ancient kingdom's ancestors' dreams first began and pure freedom existed. It's their home and they always want to go back, instead of the world they are trapped in now. A joyful place where all the races were welcome, ideas and technology grew without restraint, where the will of D originated and everybody just got along, I guess. And if they can tear down the walls of that dimension, the world would be in one piece again. When looking into emeralds themselves, I did find that emeralds were the true treasure real-life pirates coveted above all else. They were extremely rare and were said to hold mystical powers that granted one the power to foresee the future. But in the end, most settle for the next best thing, which would be silver, gold, and other treasure. All emeralds are made of the mineral beryl, which sounds very similar to the OP currency berry or belly. It all points to the Emerald City being the treasure at Laugh-Tale. So, in other words, I used to think of Laugh-Tale as being beaches made of gold, but if it was beaches made of berries, it could literally be beryl, right? It could just be beaches of emerald. With the Emerald City locked away and its purpose lost, it might be the case that the flame had to be restarted, like reborn into the world. And it started out so small that it would take at least 800 years before they could reignite the flames again, or the flame would be strong enough to do its thing. Maybe that's why in Skypiea we kept hearing, "Light the flames of Shandora." It's a wish or a battle cry to bring back the eternal flames of the Emerald City. Luffy will be the spark that reignites them. Think of the Emerald City as being like Punk Hazard, where a Logi awakening changed the environment, but with the colour of will instead. But then its will and its purpose was forgotten for centuries. I'm sure the world government hoped the fires would be snuffed out over time, but even then, Noland, Roger, Ace, and others carried a part of that flame, and as they died, they passed it on, and the will became stronger. Maybe that's why some of them could die with a smile on their face. So, to summarise all this, I believe the colour of will is green. Kuma is the reason the Seraphim have green blood, and Laugh-Tale is the doorway to the Emerald City, which is locked away in some sort of different dimension, like Blackbeard's Dark Dimension, for example, and it's the real treasure Roger spoke of. They just needed Joy Boy to return because he is the key, the true will of D, and that will is the eternal flame that is passed on. Thanks for sticking around. This is all 3 Days Theory. I just literally narrated it, so if I said I, it meant her. So, and then she's doing special thanks to Keb, No Chill Dill. Can't wait to hear everyone's thoughts. This is 3-day trip. Don't forget to like, subscribe, turn on your notifications, and bye-bye.
The names of the Gorosei have just been revealed after 20 plus years, but one of them in particular stands out as suspicious, St. Jude Peter. The meaning behind the name St. Shepherd Jude Peter is a pun for St. Peter in the Bible and Jupiter, But how does Nerona Emu fit into this? And even Rox XEBEC? Well, we're about to find out. Saint Peter in real life was a Jew named Peter, who was crucified by Roman Emperor Nero. The name could also be a combination of Peter and Judas, both of whom were a part of Jesus' 12 apostles. There were 2 apostles named Judas, but we're talking about the one notorious for betraying him by disclosing his whereabouts for 30 pieces of silver. Jesus was then arrested, tried, and executed. There are many versions of Peter's story, but in the New Testament and 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Peter was a Jewish fisherman. His original name was actually Simon, the son of a man named Jonah, and giving up everything in his life to follow Jesus, Simon was given the new name Peter. The original name Simon in Hebrew means listening or hearing, and in Greek translation, Petros, Peter, means rock. So when you read the name Simon Peter, it literally means listening rock or hearing rock. Funny thing is, this reminds me of the time we were first introduced to the breadth of all things by Zorro, when he listened to the stone, the rock, and Alabasta in his fight against Mr. One. But this could also tie into how Roger could hear the poneglyphs. Anyway, Peter was the first apostle and is described as the rock on which the church was built. He was the first leader of the early church in Rome and the first pope. This may hint at St. Jude Peter having deep ties to the foundation of the world government and potential loyalties to the Christ figure, Joy Boy. In Matthew and Mark, Jesus called Simon and his brother to be fishers of men, which in my One Piece brain ties into the name Fisher Tiger, and it fits with the power Rox and Luffy have of drawing people in and making them allies, friends and foes alike. This might even be why Oda gave him the name Shepherd. Although Peter became one of the apostles that followed Christ, he began to have doubts, and Peter denied Christ 3 times before his crucifixion. But when Jesus rose from the dead 3 days later, he confirmed his faith 3 times. This reflects Jew Peter denying Joy Boy, Fisher Tiger, and then Luffy's attempts at freeing the world. According to the New Testament, Jesus was crucified at a spot outside Jerusalem called Golgotha, which in Aramaic means place of the skull. The place of the skull in One Piece would be Onigashima. Luffy's execution was carried out by Kaido, but it was arranged by the Gorosei and CIPHER, demonstrating another connection between the story of Peter in the Bible and Jew Peter in One Piece. Peter's execution years later was ordered by the Roman Emperor Nero, who blamed the city's Christians for a terrible fire that had ravaged Rome. He was executed in Nero's circus at the foot of Vatican Hill. We think this might shadow the God Valley incident, with Rox being betrayed by Nerona Emu. All this really makes me believe that the reason Oda gave XEBEC the surname Rox is because Rox could actually be Peter. I don't know if he just has some kind of weird connection with Rox, or Rox actually did fall into ruin at God Valley by becoming a member of the Gorosei. It would be fitting for Emu to change Rox's name to St. Jude Peter, the complete opposite of what Jesus did. I mean, leave it to Oda to be able to name someone after the planet Jupiter, but still give him another name with such deep ties to the Bible. But in this story, Nerona Emu is an immortal version of the Roman Emperor Nero. Luffy, Joy Boy, is Jesus, or carries his will, and Rox, well, he's Peter. Rox betrayed his crew like Judas and then became the new Gorosei member named Jew Peter. Some of this probably happened hundreds of years ago, but is happening again now in the current timeline. I do have some more thoughts on Nero's circus and how I think Buggy really could be related to the House of Nerona Emu and Rox. Nero's circus mirrors Buggy's circus theme and his attempted execution at Logtown of Luffy. I do wonder if Buggy is actually Rox's son, and maybe that's why Rox went to God Valley. He heard of his son's birth and went back to save him, because in my opinion, Rox was from God Valley all along. That's how he knew where to find it. He must have betrayed the Celestial Dragons a couple of years earlier, gaining him the secret title of D. I would think all Rox had to his name when he first escaped was a XEBEC, a small 3-masted sailing ship, hence the name Rox XEBEC. Well, anyway, guys, thank you for listening. It's just a little food for thought. I'll drop another short video soon, so make sure you're subbed and turn on your notifications. Bye bye.
What if I told you that BINK'S sake is more important than we already know, and it may tie into the name of the ancient kingdom? Hi there, I'm Straw Hat Lucas, helmsman of the last arc. Today I'm bringing you the most spiciest spice melange you've ever heard, brought to you by the courtesy of our one and only 3-day trip. So, make sure you like, subscribe, and share this theory with all your Nakama. And let's get into it. What if we already know the name of the ancient kingdom? What if I told you it's been staring us right in the face for several long years? Or months, depending on when you read One Piece. Either way, what if I told you I know why pirates love to sing about delivering BINK'S sake? Would you still watch this whole video? Or would you skip to the end? First off, pirates don't deliver anything. Legally. Merchants do. So why would the lyrics in BINK'S sake say that? 4 verses of the song start with the same line. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out BINK'S brew. In another version, it says going to deliver BINK'S sake. And why have pirates sung it for centuries? 3-day trip and myself believe centuries ago the newly formed world government, or even before they fully formed, made it illegal to sail the seas unless you were part of the 20 allied nations, part of the navy, or a merchant ship delivering goods. Anyone else traveling the seas would be labeled criminals and called pirates, enemies of the world. And if you think about it, one of the first things Buggy D. Clown did after becoming a member of the 7 Warlords was to start a delivery service under the government's protection. So the idea is this. The D-Clan and the people of the ancient kingdom decided to brew sake and travel the world disguised as merchants delivering sake to nearby nations. Most likely, they were gathering allies, doing research, and carrying poneglyphs to their destination, fulfilling their purpose to one day make it to the end of their laugh tale. The sake bottles would have been labeled BINK'S, making it seem as if it were brewed by a man named BINK'S, when it's more of an acronym. You'll see what BINK stands for at the end. There are other examples in the story, such as MAD, SAD, SSG, Special Science Group, SOP, Sugar Over Surprise Panic, and maybe more. While delivering it, they made up a song about their funny traveling tale to lift their spirits and remind them of their allies around the world, waiting for a day in the future when their kingdom would become whole again and at peace. Now, before the Void Century, I'm sure the nobles of some countries prefer to oppress or enslave people. But Joy Boy most likely traveled around and freed them like Luffy does, incurring the wrath of different nobles and their nations, causing them to ally against him, and it started a war. Knowing one kingdom could not stand against 20 allied kingdoms, they most likely put many different plans in motion for the future, knowing they would soon be destroyed. This, of course, would require indestructible and unreadable to most documents to guide future generations spread across the world. So why wasn't any information passed down to their children or to the other countries? We still don't know the answer to that, but everyone that knows the truth does not speak of it. Even Rayleigh knows, but he doesn't go around telling anyone. And if you look at chapter 301, the writing in Shadora ruins explain those guarding the poneglyphs have no need to decipher them. There is no need for words. And we're almost there, guys. We're almost there, I promise. Now, as we just saw in the anime, right before Luffy awakened his devil fruit, the 5 elders ordered his execution to stop it from happening. This plan played out in chapter 1041, and in chapter 1037, the 5 elders were hiding the fruit's name for many reasons. Now, one other time the 5 elders ordered an execution was Professor Clover on Ohara before he could say the name of the ancient kingdom. Clover is even quoted saying, "The name of the ancient kingdom is the key to everything." And Professor Clover was right. The existence and idea of this kingdom is the true threat to the world government. I think the idea is freedom, and the existence is Joy Boy. So who can bring both joy and freedom? The name is key to all 3 things, and it has been hidden for centuries. These 3 things are Luffy's devil fruit, the ancient kingdom, and BINK'S sake. So, what is the name the world government would kill for? Nika. Sun god Nika is the devil fruit. The Nika kingdom is the ancient kingdom. Brewed in Nika's kingdom. Labeled BINK'S sake. BINK. BINK'S. brewed in Nika's kingdom. While Who's Who was imprisoned after Shanks stole the devil fruit he was guarding, a prison guard told him about Nika, and the same guard vanished the very next day. Who's Who was so afraid he broke out of prison to avoid being killed as well, all because he learned the legend of sun god Nika, and that was considered taboo. And even in the current storyline, Vegapunk also knows the name Nika, and says it was wiped from history, and now Admiral Kizaru, fleet of Navy ships, and J. Garcia Saturn are on their way to erase him as well. Now, whether you guys believe this or not, that's up to you, but 3 Days sold me, and she sold a lot of other people with her original post on Reddit. But once again, I'm Straw Hat Lucas, helmsman of the Last Arc. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and gummo no rocket that bell icon so you can keep up to date with all of our latest One Piece theories. And we'll see you in the next one. Yo ho, yo ho, ho. Yo ho, yo ho. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out BINK'S brew. Pirates, we eternally are challenging the sea. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds. Hoisted high upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Roanoa Zoro, the demon, pirate hunter, first mate, wing of the pirate king, big-chested himbo, and the opposite of a GPS. Whichever of these you refer to him as, we all know and love this moss-head swordsman. Over the course of the series, we've watched Zoro grow stronger and stronger, overcoming odds and enemies alike. But what drives him? Is it his dream of being the greatest swordsman the world's ever known? His promise to Kuina? Making Luffy king of the pirates? Well, what if I told you that, yes, it is all of that. But there's something underneath. Something more to this beautiful man than just being a badass who wields 3 swords. And that is fear. I'm Straw Hat Lucas, helmsman of the Last Arc, and make sure to like, subscribe, and red rock that bell icon to get all the One Piece content we got. Ready? Let's go. Now, before we get into this, I will say I was heavily inspired to make this analysis after watching Melantree's video, Zoro and the Anxiety of Strength, which I will link to in the description. You should also hit the subscribe button for her as well. Now, let's start with Zoro's childhood, and before we ever get to the flashback that Oda-sensei graced us with, about Zoro's dedication to learning 3 sword style and his friendship with Kuina, we know that Zoro lost his mother to an unknown illness and his father to pirates. Throughout this video, I'm going to ask you to picture situations through the eyes of Zoro, and this is the perfect place to start. Imagine that you're a child. Your mother has already passed, and then the one person you have left, your father, is taken out by pirates. Now you're alone. You don't know what to do. You don't know which way to go. Now there is some speculation here because we don't know when exactly Zoro's parents died, but let's assume his father getting killed by pirates is what led him to Koshiro's academy. He would have gone scared, but driven, determined to become a swordsman. Then, when he gets there, he is faced with another roadblock, Kuina. Now, I won't go into a lot of detail about his relationship with Kuina, because I'm sure we all know it well, but to summarize, Zoro met Kuina, Zoro challenged Kuina, Kuina beat Zoro an ungodly amount of times, and on the night that they finally used real swords, that's when Kuina and Zoro bond deeply. They learn they share the same dream. Then it happens. Now, what I want to focus on about Kuina's death is Zoro's reaction. Obviously, he cries and is upset, but looking deeper with the knowledge of what happened to his parents, this kid is clearly traumatized. He suffered 3 Mater's death in his life in what we can assume is a very short amount of time. He's 11 in the flashback with Kuina. Even if his parents passed a year or 2 beforehand, even 3 years, that is still a close time period in his short life to lose so much. This is logically where the seed of his fear starts, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Let's jump forward a bit. Picture this. You're tied up on a cross in the middle of a marine base, and the next thing you know, a weird kid wearing sandals shows up and asks you, a well-known bounty hunter, to be his crewmate. You pass him off, and he decides he's going to get your swords back in exchange for your companionship. Then, surprisingly, he's there, 3 swords in hand, and stretching, his limbs like rubber, while beating the ever-loving Brown out of the Marines. Your first thought would be, who the hell is this guy? And your second thought would be, how in the world is he stretching? So what do? Well, you join him. You and that stretchy-armed man set out to sea. Let's move on to the first fight Zero really has in the series, Kabaji. Now, I won't lie,
Compared to the later fights in the series, Zoro basically hands Kabaji his own ass on a silver platter. It isn't until Syrup Village we see Zoro struggle with an enemy, or enemies, Sham and Bochi. I'm not going to say that he beat the brakes off of him, but they did give him a run for his money for a moment. Think about it. Here you are, fresh off your first major victory in Orangetown, then bam, two dudes with a combined bounty of 7 million start pushing you back, more so than you thought they would. That's when a familiar feeling starts welling up in you. So you push yourself through, you push yourself harder and win the fight. Moving past Syrup Village, we get to the next major loss of Zoro's life. The fight against Mihawk at Baratie. To say Mihawk utterly destroyed Zoro's ability and pride is putting it lightly. Using the smallest knife we've seen in the series so far, he made a mockery of Zoro's abilities, showing Zoro just how far he has to go in the process. Imagine this. You're setting sail with your captain, gathering crew members, you've had a few tough fights, but you've come out every time on top. Then you see it, your goal is right in front of you, and you realize just how large of an ambition it is, just how much you have to work to do it. It seems impossible. You've lost to someone you can't even see because they are so far ahead of you. You are at a loss. And loss. That's what Zoro fears most in the entire world. Loss of found family, loss of pride, and loss of ambition. With that established, let me show you exactly how it drives him. Luckily, I won't go as long-winded with this half of the video because there are really only 2 examples I need to explain to you how it drives him. While making our way through Arlong Park, Alabasta, Skypiea, and Enies Lobby, we see minor examples of his drive, such as scenes of Zoro reaching new heights by overcoming Hachi, learning new techniques while fighting Mr. One, saving Chopper from Ohm and Skypiea, and all of these can tie back to those 3 types of lost Zoro fears. But the first major example we need to talk about happens on Thriller Bark. I think we all know what's next. There you are, exhausted, after fighting all night long against waves of zombies, ghosts, and a warlord straight from a nightmare. The man you respect the most, your captain, is exhausted beyond belief. Your crew's exhausted beyond belief, and now here stands another warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. You and your crew attack him, but your attacks refuse to penetrate. It's like he's a cyborg, like your shipwright. Then he unleashes an attack that knocks out everyone. Even you are knocked down. You watch as he reaches for your captain, and you feel it, the loss creeping up inside you. You can't let that happen. Not again. So you offer the tyrant your head instead. The cook tries to offer his, but you knock him out. You can't change your mind. Your fear of losing your family again has settled it for you. You'd sacrifice it all so you don't have to feel that again, and so they don't have to feel that. And then nothing happened. Zoro was ready to lay his life on the line. No, his ambitions. His and Kuina's dream on the line to protect his Nakama and to save them from feeling that loss. After all of that, we arrive on Sabaody, and once again, by the hands of Bartholomew Kuma, Zoro faces loss. His crew is gone, possibly dead, and he's on a strange island. At first, he assumes everything will be fine. He will just meet the crew back at the Sunny in 3 days. He runs into Perona and attempts to leave. Then the man who lives on this island returns. Dracule Mihawk. What is it that Mihawk tells Zoro right as he arrives? Straw Hat Luffy has lost his brother in the War of the Best. Ace is dead. Luffy suffered the greatest loss possible, and Zoro wasn't there to stop it. He wasn't there to help Luffy, and Luffy suffered because of it. Because of loss. This drives Zoro to beg on hand and knee for Mihawk to train him. In the post-time skip, I feel Zoro continues to be driven by this fear, but he's more subtle about it. We all know how stoic he got in those 2 years, and I believe he is hiding his fear in a way that it only cracks through on occasion, like on Punk Hazard when he reminds Luffy that they're in the new world now and that he cannot lose. In all honesty, I think by the time they hit the new world, Zoro had learned to live with his fear, to accept it, but at the same time he has become more reckless when it comes to protecting his crew. He doesn't fear death, he only fears his crew feeling loss, the loss he has known his whole life. Whoa! This turned out way longer than I expected it would. This is my first long-form video, so if you made it this far, thank you so much for watching. Here's a reminder to go check out Melon Tree's video in the description, and don't forget to subscribe to The Last Arc, and I'll see you in the next one, guys. Psst. Also, I have a TikTok that you can go follow me on. It's at Straw Hat Lucas with an underscore between straw and hat. Let's go.
Why is it that Brook is a devil fruit user that can walk on water while carrying a person? Ever notice how Brook never actually reached the destination Kuma sent him to? Instead, he got intercepted by that summoning circle. Why did it take Brook a whole year to return to his body, when usually the effects of devil fruits are pretty instant? Is it possible Brook's soul is in the wrong body? You're back with Den Kushi on another episode of OPM, or One Piece Mysteries if you want the full title. Now, once you've returned from the underworld, hit the sub button and let's get into it. Amidst the mysteries of the Grand Line, the enigmatic nature of devil fruits, and the countless secrets of the One Piece world, there lies an interesting possibility that Brook's soul may have returned to the wrong body.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Brook is a mysterious character, and no one really seems to recognize or connect to him throughout the story, and he's particularly withdrawn when it comes to information about the past. For example, we see a ton of ellipses when he hears people say spicy stuff, the most prominent of which is probably when the name Vinsmoke is mentioned. While it's widely known that the Yomi Yomi no Mi allowed Brook's soul to return to the living world after his body perished, today we look at whether another consciousness might have found refuge within his revived body, and try find out if the Soul King really is Brook. It's possible that another entity, whether it be a spirit, a remnant will, or even a fragment of a lost soul, latched onto his body during its time adrift the One Piece oceans. After all, fruits can have a will of their own right, and we did see something similar between Ryuma and Brook, let's not forget, so maybe the will of the Yomi returned to Brook's body instead of Brook's will, or even in addition to Brook's will. Not only that, but the underworld seems to be an ever-present theme in the story, with Saturn's recent satanic ties and the countless previous references to hell. Furthermore, the Yomi Yomi no Mi translated actually means underworld fruit. We can find more strangeness in Brook's behavior, along with some unexplained actions, such as his occasional moments of uncharacteristic seriousness or unexpected skills that he himself doesn't recall acquiring, suggesting these skills might be attributed to some other mysterious presence influencing or guiding Brook. This may be the reason why there's no reference to panties while Brook's alive. Franky even questioned Brook on how he stayed sane while being on his own for so long, so maybe Brook wasn't alone after all, maybe he was accompanied by another will. Brook is a musician, and not just any musician, but one of the most famous in the world of One Piece. Music in the One Piece world has mystical properties that affect Will, from the drums of liberation to Apu's strange devil fruit ability.
That's weird.
In his cover story, Brook reached global audience with his sound. Could it be that Brook's popularity and music was influenced by this other soul? Maybe this is where Brook got his name Soul King from, originally, reminiscent of Zoro's ties to the King of Hell. Additionally, sound and music can be used to guide souls of the dead, for example with the Bell of Shandora. This is actually quite similar to how devil fruits reincarnate too, but I'll cover that another time. It also ties deeply into what is probably Brook's most distinctive character trait. I'm referring to Brook's solid connection to the ferryman of the River Styx, commonly known as Sharon. This is a character you've likely seen in media before and is most often depicted as a skeleton on a small boat, trafficking souls from the land of the living to the realm of the dead. The word Brook actually means river, and the ferryman himself is said to be an old man that carries souls across a river that lies between these two places, much like we see with Brook's fruit. It's customary to pay the ferryman a coin, and in Virgil's epic poem, the Aeneid, the dead who could not pay the fee had to wander near the shores of the Styx for 100 years before they were allowed to cross the river. This runs eerily close to Brook not being able to find his body for an entire year and may help us in solving why it took him so long. The theme of paying a coin is only really shared by the Davy Back fight in One Piece as far as I could find, but if you have any other ideas, do please let me know in the comments. In the Davy Back fight, we see players sacrifice 3 coins before starting the game as an offering to Davy Jones. Fascinatingly, Davy Jones was also tasked with ferrying the dead, so there very well might be a connection between Brook and the Davy Back fight, still to be revealed. An additional hint may be the fact that Luffy had an afro during the Davy Back fight, something which Brook donned. Considering how keratin, such as in hair and nails, appears to be capable of sending and receiving signals in the One Piece world, it could be possible Brook's afro acts as some sort of antenna, as discussed by Dak and myself in countless videos at this point, suggesting this added to the reason why Brook was intercepted after being pawpawed by Kuma at Sabaody. Brook also recently mentioned an afro when seeing Bonnie trapped in the eddy before Egghead, so the theme is pretty relevant. Anywho, back to the theory. In Wano, Luffy was revealed to have the Sun God fruit, accompanied by information from the Gorosei stating some fruits have a will of their own, and that their names aren't always what we think. Perhaps the will of the Yomi Yomi or the will of the original owner of the Yomi fruit is inside our favourite musical Straw Hat. It is definitely possible for previous users to connect through their fruits, as we saw with Luffy and Joy Boy. 3-Day Trip and myself recently posted a video about the Emerald City and the fact will is often portrayed using the colour green. Think like Green Lantern, for example. It's possible that if Brook does house another ego inside him, the presence could be what we saw when the green spirit comes out of Brook. Big Mum is the Soul King, and she has a similar looking spirit coming out of her, which she calls Misery. So the users of the two soul fruits both have some strange spirit or Klabauterman type thing that comes out of them, and it affects its surroundings, both of which are green as well. A potential candidate for the will that inhabits Brook's body is the Soul King, as I mentioned earlier. Soul King is Brook's epithet, but we also see Oda giving Brook a crown almost every chance he can. I mean, do we really think it's coincidence that the Soul King Brook and the Soul Queen Big Mum ended up sleeping in bed together? And they also clashed again in Wano. In Egghead, we saw Saturn pop out of a summoning circle. Brook was potentially intercepted by a summoning circle when Kuma sent him away for the time skip during Sabaody, as opposed to Kuma intending to send Brook to Nakamura Island.
Did you mean to do that?
Yeah.
It also means Kuma didn't simply send Brook to an island for some panties. With that said, tell me in the comments where you think Brook was being sent originally by Kuma before he got pulled onto Nakamura Island, because in complete honesty, I have no idea.
I have no idea what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it really, really well.
I've actually looked and I don't have a clue, so if you have any idea, let me know, and maybe I'll bring it up in another video. Later on in this cover story, Brook was essentially hijacked and taken on tour, where he became a world-famous musician. Now, seeing as Brook wasn't supposed to land on Nakamura, it follows that his journey thereafter was unintended, and it just kind of happened to him. This is again reminiscent of the idea that some fruits have a will of their own. So if all of this is true, the idea sparks curiosity about the potential implications of the additional consciousness residing within Brook. It raises questions about its origins, character interactions, and how it might affect Brook's journey as a Straw Hat Pirate. Whether this will be explored or revealed in the series remains a captivating mystery, adding another layer of depth to the story of the Soul King. After all, we saw him smile before he died, so there must be more to this Skeleton. Now, before I sign off, here's a real quick bit of food for thought. Brook is the Soul King. Zoro is clearly connected to Brook through the underworld theme, for example with ice, and is given the name King of Hell. In short, it might be the case that we see Luffy's lifespan issues catch up to him, and the Straw Hats need to retrieve their captain from Hell. This would make use of Zoro and Brook's ties as the Grim Reaper and Ferryman. Anyway, if you've made it this far, you've just won free tickets to Brook's next concert, so let us know in the comments where you want them delivered. This has been Den Kushi and the crew, and you have been great as always. Peace, much love, and bye. Welcome aboard, fellow pirates. Today's journey ventures beyond the ordinary, delving into uncharted territories of knowledge and discovery. Buckle up as we embark on an exploration that'll challenge perceptions, that'll take us into the dark spaces of the underworld in the One Piece story. We're going to be looking into the possibility that Brook might take Zoro to Hell, and whether or not they might come back with somebody else. So, sit tight, hit that like button, and let's embark on another spicy theory. The world of One Piece is vast and filled with diverse characters and factions, and one aspect that adds an extra layer of complexity is the idea of the underworld. From the black market to Hell itself, the series has given us glimpses into some dark places that operate behind the scenes. The criminal underworld works much like the concept of Hell, with there being many different levels that make it up. However, today we're talking about the deep, dark depths of an actual Hell in the One Piece story. We see countless references to demons, monsters, and devils, with the name even being found in one of the story's most unique features, Devil Fruits. Sanji and Zoro's attacks both have names that reference Hell, and we also see Hell depicted in places such as Impel Down. One of the most significant arcs exploring the connection between the One Piece world and Hell is Thriller Bark. Gecko Moria, the antagonist, had control over a massive army of zombies, showcasing his power over life and death. His abilities raise questions about the boundaries between the living and the afterlife in One Piece. The connections to the underworld and hell in One Piece open up exciting possibilities for the future of the series. We've seen glimpses of these elements, but how might they play a role in the final saga? Could we witness a journey to hell itself, or encounter more devil fruits with ties to the afterlife? Devil fruits, as we know, grant extraordinary powers, but some seem to be directly linked to the underworld. Take a look at the Revive fruit, the Yomi Yomi Nomi. That allowed Brook to come back to life. The word Yomi itself is associated with the Japanese underworld, connecting it to the afterlife. Brook is of course the Straw Hat's musician. Sound and music can be used to guide souls of the dead, for example with the Bell of Shandora. It also ties deeply into what is probably Brook's most distinctive character trait. I'm referring to Brook's solid connection to the ferryman of the River Styx, commonly known as Charon. Charon is most often depicted as a skeleton on a small boat, trafficking souls from the land of the living to the realm of the dead. The word Brook actually means river, and the ferryman himself is said to be an old man that carries souls across a river that lies between these two places, much like we see with Brook's fruit. Now bear that in mind for a moment while I touch on another Straw Hat. Many of the Straw Hats have connections to demons and hell. For example, we saw Robin turn into some hellish demon type creature in Wano, but for now I'm going to be talking about Zoro, the Straw Hat with the most connections to the underworld by far. Enmura, for example, is an anagram of Amen, and Ohabekiri means heavenly feather cutter, so straight off the bat we see Zoro has strong connections to the afterlife. That said, no connection is more notable than Zoro's epithet, King of Hell. But rather than lecture you on connections between Zoro and Hell for the 1000th time, you can check out older videos for that. So for now, just consider his epithet and I'll get back to it shortly. Before we move on though, we need to quickly cover Sanji's ties to Hell briefly, so let's start with his kicks. They're named after fire or the Diablo, which is the devil, and Sanji was shown to use Hell memories a couple times also. Additionally, Sanji is considered one of the wings of his captain Luffy, with the other being Zoro. But why does all of this matter? Well, Luffy's life and journey is no doubt intertwined with the winds of fate. That said, time and time again our protagonist has come into some serious injuries over the course of the Straw Hats' adventure. Because of this, Luffy has had to receive several remedies, which have often reduced his lifespan. Most significantly would be Ivankov's hormone treatment, which took 20 years off Luffy's lifespan each time he used it, and he used it twice. Whichever way you look at it, irrelevant if Luffy has a strong will, he's running out of lifespan pretty quick. It's true Luffy was pretty much saved from death by the Gear 5 transformation, but can the Gomu protect Luffy from lifespan issues? Personally, I'm not too sure. I see lifespan as a separate thing in One Piece, like a body clock that ends when it ends, irrelevant of your will or how powerful you are. Otherwise, we'd have characters live into outrageous ages all over the story, but instead we only really have Kureha. In fact, Oda even used Kureha's age to suggest the limits of human age, stating humans could only live till 140, just for Kureha to turn 141 over the space of the time skip, highlighting Kureha as the only one who's currently reached that age. Now, what's actually going to happen? Well, my thoughts are that Oda didn't include the lifespan stuff for no reason, and so soon in the story, I believe we will see Luffy start to get super old, as we often do now. This actually happened a couple times in the recent Egghead arc as well. He wasn't looking too great at all. I believe in doing so, the Straw Hats will attempt to save him from the other side. This would include Brook ferrying the two wings of Luffy across to Hell, Zoro defeating the current King of Hell, and Sanji and Zoro raising Luffy back from the dead. This would encapsulate the metaphor of Zoro and Sanji being Luffy's wings nicely and finally clear up the speculation regarding Zoro's ties to the King of Hell in the story. Of course, with all three of these characters, Zoro particularly, there are more intricate ties to Hell, but as I said, I didn't want to just spend time going into all the connections to Hell. This is more of a what if and whether or not you actually think it's possible. So if you do, let me know in the comments. We can always look into this further or we can stream about it. It's up to you. But there you have it. Will Brook actually take the Straw Hats to Hell to retrieve their beloved captain? Whether it be metaphorical emotional or physical. It's something I'd be keen to see. So if you're watching, Oda, you better make it happen, my dude. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. As always, you've been great. Denden Kushi aims to provide grounded, free, fact-based theories, taking a deeper glimpse into Oda's intricate masterpiece. That said, if you want to buy us a coffee or contribute to some ideas, you can become a Patreon, become a member, or simply hop in our Discord and become part of a tight-knit community. Anyway, make sure you subscribed, like the video, and make sure to join us for the next one. Till then, bye. Greetings, fellow One Piece enthusiasts. We have a fresh new theory that will reshape how you perceive the Gorosei and how Oda plots the future of the story. Now, hit that sub-Saturn button and let's get straight into this one. What if I told you there's a countdown to a rare celestial event that will bring about the end of the One Piece world as we know it, and signal the return of Joy Boy's kingdom? Could it be that the gathering of the Gorosei being on Egghead together foreshadows the biggest change yet? We all know how important timing can be, and it seems like a few significant characters in One Piece have been waiting on something, such as Shanks and Dragon. It might be that they're waiting on Nika, kinda like Kuma, or maybe they're waiting on Joy Boy like Kaido was, or maybe it's the alignment of a certain 5 planets we call the Gorosei. Will Chapter 1111 be the big moment? Well, we've found clues that might answer that question. Today we are going to be showing you how Oda has planned the Gorosei's arrival on Egghead from the very beginning, how it indicates the end of the world government, and highlighting a small bit of text some might have missed on the final page of 1109, which is crucial to the story. There's no doubt One Piece often features references to the solar system and the cosmos in general, for example with Celestial Dragons, a cover story that features the moon, the names of the ancient weapons, and even potential space pirates. In Egghead, Vegapunk gave us a clue to the true nature of the One Piece solar system, which went against what we'd seen at the orrery in Ohara. Of course, the moon and sun play major roles, with our protagonist having the sun god fruit, and fans still debating if it's Emu or Blackbeard that represents the moon. Additionally, Christianity in the Bible seems to be more and more pivotal as the story progresses, and we've seen examples including the appearance of 2 different Bibles, Eva's Book of Genesis, praying, and large crosses. This is evident more than ever since the recent ties to the South Blue shown in Egghead, confirming what some of us predicted for years, which is Kuma, the South Blue, the Saint Brice, and Christianity are all connected. It's important to note that Christianity and astrology are believed by many to be tightly interwoven, which we see during Egghead. It was during this arc that Kuma's backstory was revealed. Vegapunk, a scientist whose name comes from a constellation of stars, was introduced, and the Gorosei's names were revealed to be inspired by planets, and we even saw summoning circles. The motif at the very forefront of Egghead is the White Warrior, Nika, as demonstrated by Gear 5 and Kuma's backstory in the South Blue. Nika is a term most often displayed or associated with a cross. There's a constellation of stars in the real world called the South or Southern Cross. What sits exactly in the middle of the constellation? A star called Jinan, as in Jinny. Jinan means a bag of songs. There's also a star cluster there which is called the Jewelry Box, as in Jewelry Bonnie. But this is just scratching the surface. Some Christian interpretations predict the world as we know it will end soon. It's stated that, in a sense, this world will be turned upside down and the kingdom of God will finally come and free everyone. This era is indicated every 800 years when 5 planets align in what's called a grand conjunction. This event is said to happen in the presence of a crescent moon. So will we see this convergence in Egghead? The most anticipated planetary alignment matches up with the names given to the Gorosei and will be accompanied by a crescent moon, inferring the Blackbeard pirate Katarina Devon, also known as the Crescent Moon Hunter. It's said the planets will all appear on one side of the sun, as we saw with the arrival of the Gorosei. And as I mentioned earlier, this occurs once every 800 years, taking us back to the Void Century. This echoes Saturn's statement about not coming to the surface in a long time. Not only do all 5 planets align during the Grand Conjunction, but it also happens inside the constellation of Virgo. Virgo represents the changing of the kingdoms, which fits well as we see Luffy starting to become a global power and changing the ways of the world. Not only that, but Egghead is an ancient island with what appears like futuristic technology, reminiscent of what we expect of the Ancient Kingdom. So could it be that this is signifying the return of the Ancient Kingdom? Another wild detail is we got this small statement at the end of 1109 predicting a rare celestial event. It's particularly significant that we see it in 1109 as the following chapter will be 1110 and the one after that 1111. Both are numbers associated with biblical astrology. Not only this, but the quote explicitly implies there'll be consequences to the fact that for the first time in a long time, the Gorosei are all together at the same time on the surface. Earlier I mentioned the importance of timing, and it just so happens that Saturn is speculated to be Kronos. Kronos is the ancient Greek god of time. I'll touch on the ties to ancient Greece in a moment. Finally, another fascinating connection is in the real world there is something called the Toledo Letter. Now, this was almost like a petition or a letter signed by many people 800 years ago, addressed to the Pope, basically warning of the end of the world coming. Now, what's very interesting here is we actually saw a letter from VIVI revealing that she is a D. Now, these two could be very connected. It's very possible Oda got the inspiration of this letter from the Toledo letter, and the letter itself contained information that indicated the change of times. Now, with all that said, let's hand over to Straw Hat Lucas, who will tell us where all of this is going to go.
So with the God clock ticking, what in the world is about to happen on Egghead, and what is about to happen to the One Piece world? Abraham was said to be born during one of these rare celestial events and is noted as the father of Christianity. Oda may very well have personified this with Kuma, a father figure whose faith in Nika was unwavering to the bitter end, and potentially the seed that will grow into the New World religion. After all, he pretty much sacrificed himself for the life of his daughter. We predict that we'll see a new faith spread across the world, the likes of which will lead to widespread rebellion and change. Virgo could signify a change of kingdoms between the world government and the remnants of the Ancient Kingdom, or D-Clan. This would mean downfall of the Gorosei ultimately, and the rise of a new power, potentially Sword or the Revolutionary Army. In line with this, the people of the One Piece world may accept Vegapunk's new model putting the sun in the center of the solar system, portraying Luffy overcoming Emu. The 800-year timeline of this grand conjunction, matching with the 800 years since the Void Century, suggests soon this cycle will end, the will of D will be fulfilled, and a new era will start. We mentioned 5 planets converging. Why 5? Well, ancient Greece originally listed 5 planets. Later, the Romans adopted Greek teachings in part and added Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto to the roster. These are the names of the ancient weapons. Emu Nerona and her connections to Lily and Vivi suggest ancient Roman ties, particularly through ancient numerology. This might suggest Emu took over a prior civilization and in doing so introduced the 3 ancient weapons. Now, let me ask you, if the ancient weapons are the Roman 3 planets and the Gorosei are the 5 Greek planets, it leaves us with Earth. Is Emu associated with Earth? The Shandians believe in a sun god, which we see encompassed by Luffy. So could Emu have the Earth god fruit? Some argue Emu represents Mother Nature, and the small body frame we've seen so far could be evidence towards Emu being female. Furthermore, this theory talks about the alignment of the 5 planets, but fascinating, the conjunction of 8 planets is called a grand trine, evoking connection to One Piece's grand line. In the real world, astrology has guided prophecy for millennia, and it's highly likely in One Piece Oda will reflect this too, in my opinion. For example, it could be that Laugh-Tale is only accessible over the Yule period, or becomes visible on the last day of Yule, the 25th of December, or as we call it, Christmas Day. Oda already included Lode and Polestar Island, both inspired by navigational astrology, and the 4 Lode poneglyphs were shown to make a cross, indicating the location of Laugh-Tale, which is reminiscent of a star constellation and how we use them to navigate. 3-Day even suggested all of the poneglyphs originated as stars in constellation, which is how Roger knew how to find them, and also why he left them where they were, and that Lily may have been the one to leave them as a roadmap for future generations to follow. The biblical connections in One Piece are a little conspicuous and easy to spot. like the ones I named earlier. Other important examples are Lunarians, whom are angelic, Seraphim, who are cherubic, Uruj, who is the mad monk, Mihawk, who has his crosses, Adam and Eve trees, Emu's Garden of Eden imagery, and of course, the Radiant Sister Caramel. What are your thoughts on this theory, fellow pirates? Do you believe there's a divine planets guiding the Straw Hats on their journey? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's continue to unravel the mysteries of the One Piece together. If you've made it this far, you've just won an Oni of your choosing. Let me know where you want him delivered in the comments. Join us on Thursday when we get into how Queen Nefertari Lily sacrificed herself and shaped Amazon Lily as we know it today. Until then, may the winds of adventure guide your sails. Bye! Mwah, mwah, mwah. Kissy, kissy, kiss. Well, I went and did it. I went and accidentally solved the mystery of Emu, the Elder Stars, Joy Boy, and the Void Sentry. By the end of this video, I will have convinced you of not only how Emu rose to power, but also how devil fruits are created, how the Gorosei came to be, and what happened to the ancient kingdom all those years ago. Or, you'll just think I'm another example of why we are glad it's Oda writing the story, and not the fans. Either way, I'm Straw Hat Lucas, helmsman of the last arc, and make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and summon an eldritch horror the likes of Saturn to hit that bell icon and stay up to date with everything we're doing. Let's go. I would make a deal with you to save Bonnie's life, even if you were the devil himself. Just save Bonnie. As I said in the introduction, I believe I have solved a good chunk of the mysteries in this story, and it's all thanks to a well-known German tale known as Faust. Faust was written initially by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe in between 1772 and 1775, before he finalized it in 1831, 1 year before his death. With thematic elements spanning lust, philosophy, religion, love, and death, Faust is considered one of the greatest Germanic epics of all time, and here to summarize this tale is Din Kushi.
Right, Faust begins with a devil by the name of
Mephistopheles,
bragging to God about the corruption he has brought upon the earth. He boasts and bets God that he can lead astray the most intelligent human, Faust, and condemn them to damnation. God says, bet bruv, let's get it cracking. We then meet Faust, a man who has learned all there is to know when it comes to earthly knowledge and is contemplating ending his own life. Right when he's about to do the deed, he hears the church bells and stops himself. Soon after, Faust meets
Mephistopheles,
and the mad lad talks to the guy and a deal is struck. Faust has grown tired of the mundane nature of human life and the repetitive cycle of it all, so
Mephistopheles
makes a wager. If
Mephistopheles
can help Faust transcend and understand the world and life in its entirety to the point that Faust will no longer want to take a self-induced dirt nap and will want to live forever, and in return, Faust will give up his immortal soul. That's the gist. Now back over to Lucas, where I'm sure he will go into more detail as it ties all into One Piece. Let's get it.
Thanks, Din. Now that we understand the basis of the deal, let's go into the outcome. Unlike most deal with the devil stories, Faust actually does come out on top in the end. After learning the ultimate knowledge of the universe, instead of becoming corrupt, Faust actually uses his knowledge to help humanity in every way he can, even uniting several kingdoms and leading them to prosperity. Uniting kingdoms, huh? Sounds very familiar, right? Emu did something similar, uniting kingdoms under the promise of prosperity, but I think Emu is actually the reverse of Faust, so let's dive into Emu and the Faustian deal. Now, a lot of this is speculation, but let me paint a picture for you, and to do that, we will have to go back 800 years. It is widely believed that the world of the past was one inhabited by pirates. If this is truly the case, and with the confirmation of Emu potentially being a monarch by Ivankov in 1086, I believe it would be safe to assume that the monarchs of the past were fed up with piracy, and specifically Joy Boy and his crew. Emu at this point has tried everything from bounty hunters to privateers, but still cannot get the upper hand on this group of scallywags. And if we look at the cyclical elements of One Piece, I think we can speculate that at some point
Just as Luffy did to Doflamingo, Wapol, Enel, and more, Joy Boy liberated whatever kingdom Emu reigned over. This would be the breaking point for Norona Emu, a low of all lows. Emu has exhausted all possibilities, so they decide to make a deal with the devil. I believe Emu, just like Faust, made a deal for knowledge and enlightenment, gaining the knowledge of how to create devil fruits and how to make oneself immortal. In a reflection of Faust, I think the 5 members of the Gorosei represent Mephistopheles. If they are not devils themselves, I think they were the royal court of Emu and were given the purest form of the devil that resides in each fruit. Hence why they need to be summoned to use their abilities, as we saw with Saturn. Now, how would Emu make a devil fruit? We know that you need a strong will for a devil fruit to come into existence from what Vegapunk implied on Egghead. So, we have to ask ourselves, when would a person's will be the strongest? When would a person want to do something like controlling fire the most? When they are intrigued by flames and their power? Or maybe while the flames are being used against them? What if the outpour of will one has at the moment of their life ending is enough to create a fruit? What I'm asking is, what if devil fruits are made through sacrifice? Allow me to explain further. I believe that when Emu made this hypothetical deal with the devil also gave them the first devil fruit, and explained how to make them, and maybe even added the stipulation that part of the deal is that Emu has to bring the devils from the underworld into the world through these fruits. Emu then, in an act of malicious retaliation, picked their first target for sacrifice, the race Joy Boy had come from, and the followers of the sun god, the Buccaneers. We wouldn't know how Emu did the deed, but we would know that in their final moments, as this mass genocide was completed, the Buccaneers would pray and pray for their god, Nika, to save them, willing into existence the second devil fruit, the Hito Hito no Mi model sun god Nika. In a cruel reflection of the actions of current celestial dragons, maybe Emu even forced Joy Boy, one of the few survivors of this onslaught, to eat this devil fruit. This seems to be a common practice of these terrible leaders in the world of One Piece, as we've seen with Boa, feeding the ones they see as below them devil fruits by force. Another world government approved means of sacrifice could be Buster Calls. Buster Calls would allow Emu to publicly annihilate an island without anyone knowing the better. Themes of sacrifice were also heavily seen in the Skypiea arc with the Shandians and their belief of sacrificing their own to stop disease and famine. Skypiea itself has been analyzed as a microcosm for the entirety of One Piece. So what if Oda was hinting at the ties between sacrifices and the wills of those who were sacrificed going into the creation of devil fruits with the Shandians, who believed that their ancestors' souls went into trees, but what if they just got it mixed up? What if the souls don't go into the trees, but the fruits they bear? There are points in the story we can assume these sacrifices were enacted. Circumstantial evidence tells us of multiple great cleansings Emu has pulled off, with Lucia being the most recent. Not only that, but look at the hunting games the Celestial Dragons play. These are hunting rituals that happen every 3 years. People slaughtered en masse with the world government's approval, and it could be that the games don't always produce a devil fruit, and that the repetition of them is because of that fact. If Emu has to make a devil fruit, let's say every 10 years to uphold the deal, they have 3 chances to produce one through the games within that time frame. And maybe if they don't succeed, that is what brings grounds for a cleansing to take place. Another chance to produce a fruit through sacrifice on a smaller scale has been on our faces this whole time, and that is the slaves of Marie Joie, continuously put into a state of fear for their life, fear being one of the most powerful forms of will itself. Maybe, on the occasion, a slave's will is so strong that their resolve in death produces a fruit. Let's go back to the past now and proceed on the hypothetical situation. Joy Boy has been forced to eat the Nika fruit and makes a pact with the Ancient Kingdom to take Emu down before Emu can enact their plan to take over the world. At this same time, Emu would be gathering together 20 kingdoms to form against the threat. Amongst these 20 rulers was Nefertari D. Lily,
who caught wind of Imu's true nature and goal. Lily and Joy Boy formed an alliance, and in the event that the ancient kingdom fell, 4 poneglyphs would be sent out, leading the next user of the Nika fruit to finish what Joy Boy started, reuniting the world to its natural order that he and Imu's fight had destroyed. As I said earlier, Faust united kingdoms under beneficial reign, and I think Imu, in their deal for knowledge, did the inverse, uniting the kingdoms for their own gain, prolonging their life and rule in the process. Just like Faust, they accepted the deal, but unlike Faust, Imu wanted to live forever. Another element of Faust is after his deal was struck, he found love in Margaret, who turned her back on Faust after realizing who Mephistopheles was. I think Lily is that parallel. Imu fell in love with them, but as I said, after learning of Imu's true nature, Lily turned her back on him. Maybe, just like Marguerite's brother who sought revenge on Faust after he hurt his sister, Joy Boy sought revenge on Imu after he hurt Lily. In Faust, Margaret is saved because she denounced the devil, just as Lily would be saved for denouncing Imu. That's only the beginning as well. There are even more elements of Faust I believe could tie to the Void Century or mirror the story of Imu, Joy Boy, and Lily. If you'd like me to make a video going through those parallels, let us know in the comments below. Another possible Faustian deal could be between Joy Boy and Imu. Maybe Imu is the devil in this scenario, and it was Joy Boy who wished to unite the world into one piece, only to be betrayed by Imu so they could be the one to take control of the world. Either way, the evidence that Oda has brought a Faustian deal to the story in some way, shape, or form to me is very clear. At first, I thought I was stretching on all of this until the drop of chapter 1099, where on the very last page we see Kuma say, "I would make a deal with you to save Bonnie's life. Even if you were the devil himself, just save Bonnie." Only for the next set of panels to flash to Marie Joie and Saturn himself, who, as I said earlier, could actually be a devil. This is what convinced me I was on the right track. The most recognized Faustian deal within the world of One Piece is with each fruit user making a deal with the devil when they eat their devil fruit, trading their ability to swim for power. Some elements I would like to add prior to the end of this video is that the Bridge of Tequila Wolf may also be a stipulation of the deal. Maybe the original deal was that Imu gained a 100-year reign, and after that bridge connecting the world to Marie Joie would be built. Once the bridge is complete, maybe it signifies the completion of the deal, and Imu would have to pay their part, with Imu postponing the bridge's construction to draw out the terms of the deal even further. The 100-year reign would also possibly explain the Void Century, with Imu's first century in power leading to multiple mass sacrifices and overtaking the world. Another interesting deal that may not be a Faustian one within One Piece is the deal you make with Davy Jones during a Davy-back fight, when you offer up a coin for his locker. These points I really thought were interesting but couldn't seem to fit in with the narrative I'm painting here. Before closing, I would like to give a special shout out to Joy Boy Theories, a friend of the last arc, whose video, Oda Hints the Forgotten Truth of Devil Fruits, helped me click the final piece between the Devil Fruits and Sacrifice together, so go check it out, there will be a link in the description. I can't say for certain what the terms of the initial deal between Imu and the Devil could have been, but I truly believe that this is a factor that will play into the eventual reveal of the Void Century and Imu's past that we will get. The elements, parallels, and coincidences are there, but most of all, I want to hear what you think about all of this in the comments down below. Once again, I've been Straw Hat Lucas, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks for watching.
Oh look, this is where the spot goes. Whoa.
Wait, what? I'm guessing this is why I've been cast to do this part, because the names are hard. This is ridiculous. Why doesn't anyone in the One Piece storyline ever die, except for this guy? The answer is that One Piece is a story about transformation, and death plays an integral part of that. In fact, whether it be physical or symbolic, One Piece actually features tons of deaths. It's just that we don't always see people's heads randomly exploding, and so some can be a little harder to notice. After death, there usually comes a rebirth, normally with some sort of upgrade which helps the character achieve their goal. For example, Lucci returning in the story but with an awakening. This is a metaphorical death, rebirth, and physical changes, as Lucci was in Cypher 9, but after failing his mission, he was hunted by the world government, after which he returned as an agent of CP0 with his power-up. Now, what has this got to do with yokai, and what does this tell us about the Gorosei and Emu? Well, hit that sub button, as only a small percentage of our viewers are actually subbed, and let's yokai straight into this. From the Bible to Journey to the West, death and rebirth is often used in myth to represent the archetypal nature of the sun, moon, and stars. The theme of the procession of the sun and stars is often reflected in media by characters and their story arcs, such as with Jesus, the Son of God. Big Mom and Carmel are great examples of this in One Piece, as they represent the Yule Festival, which entails the death and rebirth of the sun during the winter solstice. In real life, an example of this transformation in the human experience could be the change from a child into a teenager through the process of puberty. But what happens if the transformation is unsuccessful or too traumatic? Well, that's how demonic monsters are created, or in this case, yokai. This video demonstrates why yokai are one of the most central themes in the entire story, how they came to be, and what Oda has planned for the endgame of One Piece. Remember the shadows at Thriller Bark, or Kazumbo, the fire spirit summoned by Kanjuro? How about the Cypher cover page 522, or even Onigashima? These are just some instances where Oda integrated yokai-inspired elements into the narrative already. It's clear that Oda has drawn from yokai lore. For example, the Wano arc is a treasure trove of yokai references, from Kaido's dragon form to Onimaru, to Sukiyaki disguised as a Tengu guarding the road poneglyphs. Yokai are phenomena from Japanese folklore, so it does make sense we'd see a load of yokai references in Japan-inspired Wano. Over the years, many different English words have been used as translations, such as monster, demon, spirit, or goblin, but the term yokai encompasses all of them plus more. From Tengo to Kitsune, their stories are rich with symbolism and cultural significance, similar to One Piece itself. Yokai are most commonly created by trauma and/or a tragic past. Think the stink monster from the movie Spirited Away, a spirit which is sick from pollution and as a result becomes a stinky demon. We can see this idea probably best illustrated in One Piece with Nika Robin. Robin's people and home were wiped out, and now she wishes to continue the Will of Ohara and its history of discovering and recording knowledge. Robin's peaceful life was shattered when the world government deemed the research on Ohara a threat, fearing it could uncover secrets they wished remained hidden. In what became known as the Ohara incident, Robin witnessed the island's destruction at only 8 years old, losing her mother and everything she loved. Now branded a fugitive as one of the last survivors of Ohara, her journey became a solitary and dangerous one, marked by constant evasion and survival. To make matters even more tragic, her skills as an archaeologist made Robin an invaluable asset to powerful individuals who sought to read the poneglyph. This is an intense amount of trauma for one person to take, and will inevitably lead to someone's transformation. It's possible that this trauma resulted in Robin's change of form during her fight with Black Maria, where she turned into an actual demon. No explanation was given, but she grew horns, wings, and lots of spider-like arms, then proceeded to break Maria in two. This wild and destructive emotional change contrasts Robin's usually stoic demeanor, suggesting Robin was losing control and unleashing a deeper power. The point of yokai in One Piece is to explore how characters transform under pressure, and the aftermath tells us if the person has changed for the better or worse, if they've succeeded in their transformation or been consumed by it. The most important point of Nika Robin's journey is that if she does the right thing by the end of the story, despite all the hardships she's faced, then she's a hero, and proof not every trauma victim will go on to cause more suffering, which is what was implied by Dofi's quote, "Kids who have never seen peace and kids who have never seen war have different value." If Robin can go through so much bad but come out good, then this can inspire others to rise above their demons and become enlightened. In other words, Robin represents hope. Hope that not everyone who is traumatized will become a yokai. hope in humanity. This is the same hope instilled within the will of D, driving Joy Boy's dream until it is fulfilled. But what happens when the transformation doesn't result in a hero, but a demon instead? Is this what happened to Robin during Wano? Could it be that the Gorosei have been taken over by their transformations and are now demons? And was this Imu's plan all along? The opposite of a hero is a yokai. A good example of this is someone who has failed to fulfill their dream. Kaido was a Joy Boy candidate that, unlike Luffy, is heavily affected by his traumatic past, where he was subject to world government experimentation and persecution. Oda even made it a point to explain to us Kaido made multiple attempts at unaliving himself, truly highlighting the depths of Kaido's sorrow. This pain is reflected in the impoverished state Wano has become under Kaido's rule. Kaido's character is inspired by yokai Kaido Maru. Kaido Maru is known as Oni Boy and is found in samurai stories matching the Red Scabbard's B-plot we see in Wano. This yokai was said to be able to kill a boar by throwing a stone at age 8 and known to easily break the bonds that tried to imprison him. This is interesting as it reflects Kaido's imprisonment, but also Odin's experience with the mountain deity. So, in a sense, we see Odin as a successful Joy Boy, Kaido as a failed Joy Boy, with both characters being born in the same year. One is a hero, the other is a failed hero, and now ravages the land with drought, famine, contamination, and oppression. This is explicitly demonstrated with Kaido's different emotional stages while he fights Luffy. An important detail Oda included is that during these emotional stages, Kaido managed 6 attacks referencing the Buddha, but never made the 7th. We see this also with Big Mom, who manages 6 out of the 7 days of fasting in Elbaf, both reflecting how Kaido and Big Mom did not complete their journey to becoming Joy Boy or a similar hero figure. Luffy, on the other hand, made all 7 transformations and became godlike. Ultimately, Kaido failed in his attempt to become Joy Boy, and as a result became a yokai of sorts. Because of this, Kaido was defeated by Joy Boy, thematically being sent from the heavens to the underworld to start his journey again. This was because although Kaido had a strong will, he wasn't in line with his environment, thus not fit to fulfill the will of D. This is much like what Whitebeard says about Blackbeard not being the one Joy Boy's waiting. So, what about the Gorosei? Saturn arrived on Egghead as the yokai Ushi Oni through a summoning circle. Since then, Saturn has seemingly summoned the other members of the Gorosei to Egghead telepathically, followed by 1110, where we get our first proper look at the rest of the Gorosei's otherworldly forms. These forms were revealed to be as follows. Marcus Mars is revealed to be Itsamade, a bird-like yokai. This was anticipated by much of the community, particularly after seeing Mars' silhouette in chapter 1084. Walkuri is stated to be a Hoki, a Chinese mythical creature most famous from the journey to the west. Saint Ethan Baron, aka Gandhi Gorosei, was called Bakotsu, meaning horse bones, which is a horse that was burned to death in a fire and became a vengeful spirit. And out of all of the yokai we've seen so far, this is one of the deeper references that's harder to find in general text. Lastly, we have the outlier of the group, which is Jew Peter as a sandworm. It's an outlier not only because sandworms aren't traditionally recognized as yokai, but because his name was the only one to be written in katakana. It's possible Oda was inspired here by the philosophy and themes of the expansive Dune universe and the infamous shadow worms on Arrakis, created by Frank Herbert. Fortunately, I'm a huge Dune nerd, and so I can elaborate a little more on the significance of sandworms in Dune and what Oda might be trying to get at. Out of all the Gorosei, we currently know the most about Saturn. Saturn is shown as an Ushi Oni, a yokai known to be a poisonous man-eater. In one myth from the Edo period, a lord shoots the Ushi Oni with a bow, resulting in his wife getting sick from a curse, echoing what we saw with Ginny during her flashback. Additionally, Gyuki is the name of an attack Zoro used to defeat T-Bone. Interestingly, despite having little information on the Gorosei, it appears Oda has subtly woven in some background information into Saturn's character, which may help us put some puzzle pieces together. J. Garcia Saturn is a high-level but unnatural Ushi-Oni, developed by technology and secret knowledge, such as an understanding of awakenings or the true nature of devil fruits. Then finally we have Black Maria as a lesser Ushi-Oni, with a basic zone fruit which requires a supplement to change forms. What I think Oda is doing here is demonstrating the 3 levels of transformations. Black Maria at the bottom with a basic devil fruit, some technology and limited knowledge. Then Saturn a level above her with a more capable devil fruit that also grants him full control over his form without using rumble balls or any technology. And also, of course, a vast understanding of science and esoteric secrets. And finally, the demon of Ohara, Robin, at the top, being an actual real yokai coming to life through her oppression and pain without needing any special trickery. This is why I think Oda showed us Sanji calling for her to sort of evoke this response. Also, this harkens back to the idea that if Robin can overcome her trauma, anyone can. I speculate that Saturn will be defeated by someone who can overcome his scientific ways that connects particularly to poison and sickness, such as Chopper. Now moving on. Marcus Mars was predicted by many to be Itsumade, and rightly so. According to its original myth, a terrible plague spread during the fall of 1334, and the suffering of the plague victims is what summoned the Itsumade. They are said to fly over areas where there is suffering or death in general as they feed off the suffering. Notably, Itsumade was said to be defeated by an expert bowman who shot the yokai out of the sky, similar to other yokai we've seen, just not with the sky element involved. Considering the bird motif of this yokai and the style of the character looking like something off the moon murals we've seen, we may be able to assume this Gorosei member connects to Skypiea. Okay, and on to the next. Walkuri is a giant boar with 4 tusks known as a hoki. This particular boar originated in Chinese mythology and is most commonly known as Fengji. This type of boar appears in Journey to the West, named Boar King, as well as other myths also, and has been used to represent an ancient rain deity as well as the human connection to the natural world. It's worth noting as well, the design itself that Oda gave us features a pattern similar to what we see with Law, implying Walkuri might tie to the North Blue. Okay, so next we have Saint Ethan Baron, who is revealed to be the mythical creature Horse Ghost. In many versions of the myth, the horse was mistreated or abused, and the horse meets a tragic end, often involving fire or burning. Following his death, the spirit of the horse returns as a vengeful ghost, seeking revenge against those responsible for its suffering or unjust demise. In some versions of the myth, the vengeful spirit can be appeased or laid to rest through the acts of repentance, restitution, or ritualistic ceremonies performed by individuals seeking forgiveness or redemption, which sounds to me exactly like Zoro. And lastly, Jupiter was shown to be a giant sandworm. The fact his name was written differently to the other Gorosei members and he does not reflect a typical Asian mythological creature may suggest Jupiter is the Gorosei member most different from the others, and additionally may mean he's from a different era. The sandworm as a symbol represents the desert, of course, and often acts as a protector of treasure. What I find most interesting here, however, is that this is the yokai we get that is closest to a serpent. The Gorosei were revealed to not be snakes or dragons, which is interesting seeing as Joy Boy has so many connections to serpents, and serpents play a large role in the One Piece story also. So, with these huge new reveals, it leads us to ask, does Emu have any other forms? And even, did Joy Boy have any other forms? There are countless ties to serpents, like I mentioned in One Piece, so maybe one of them could turn into a huge snake or a leviathan or a dragon. Is it possible Joy Boy's Will of D ties to these mysterious transformations? The answers may actually lie outside Marijois with other yokai. The Will of D is inherently tied to the theme of yokai in One Piece through its main feature, death and rebirth. It seems that if a character can fulfill their part of the Will of D, then they die smiling, as with Roger, who inspired a whole generation to search for the One Piece. However, if they fail, then they die frowning, like with Noland, and their messages become distorted, as we see with Noland's Book of Lies. The Will of D was introduced in Drum Island alongside Kureha and HIRILUK saw something in the West Blue that led him to sacrifice himself with a smile on his face at the end of the arc. Chopper now carries on his dream of finding the cure to everything as a member of the Straw Hat crew. Kuina died leaving Zoro with a dream to become the world's best swordsman, and he went on to become. Furthermore, Robin's entire people and home were wiped out, as I mentioned, and now she finds herself on the crew of the future Pirate King. Point is, despite the fact that some characters have trauma, not all characters become yokai, but instead seek a better future and become potentially heroes. Now, this is echoed in the most prominent case of death and rebirth in the entire story so far, which is the climactic scene in Wano where Luffy's heartbeat restarts, and our protagonist is reborn as the Nika-esque Gear 5. What this rebirth will entail, we're yet to fully understand. However, we did see Luffy gain a godlike power, where he can realize anything imaginable into existence. Oda was pretty explicit with this example, and it pushes to the forefront of the story how the theme of death and rebirth are some of the most integral themes in storytelling and in One Piece. What it means in this instance is that Luffy has accepted his environment and his destiny, and that all elements are in the right place at the right time. In other words, harmony. By doing so, Luffy gains a surreal power-up and breaks down the boundaries of what's real and what's not, even for the reader. The main message here, we can assume, is you can do anything if you will it enough, and if it's in line with the environment. On the contrary, we have Blackbeard, a D-Clan member that looks like he's on the way to becoming a monster. As I mentioned, traits and ideals can transform multiple times from generation to generation, such as with the Monkey family, who all have a strong desire for freedom, but each work for a different faction to achieve it. If Blackbeard has inherited XEBEC's will in a twisted way, it may follow that Blackbeard is an inherited yokai in some sense. There's a small figure sitting in a strange position behind Whitebeard during this flashback that Marco brings up. The flashback reveals how Whitebeard and many others had a traumatic past since being made orphans by war. Sat in exactly the same position as Blackbeard when we saw his flashback panel under the moon, it appears though young XEBEC is subtly hidden in the background. If this is true, then XEBEC definitely also has a tragic past, which a lot of us assume anyway. He was first introduced as a silhouette, something we see with the Gorosei yokai form. He had glowing red eyes, which is a common feature of characters described as monsters, for example with the Florian Triangle and Big Mom. In the silhouette, we also see Rock's hair resembling Saturn in 1094. Rox is a member of the D-Clan, which could mean demon, another word for yokai. If XEBEC could captain Kaido, Big Mom and others, then no doubt he was a top tier combatant also. Through a war-torn past, it could be that XEBEC was traumatized and held a grudge, leading to his transformation into a yokai also. That said, I personally speculate, ultimately XEBEC did the right thing at God Valley and was a morally good character, inspiring HIRILUK to martyr himself in Drum. It could be that XEBEC was galvanized by the world government leading Blackbeard to inheriting wrong information and twist XEBEC's goal to something darker. This demonstrates how even D-Clan members can be susceptible to trauma and can become yokai. We know that Joy Boy failed his dream from the apology to Poseidon, so maybe in some senses he also became a yokai. Okay, so speaking of other yokai, what if I told you, just like Robin, there are other yokai-inspired characters that could even surpass the level of the Gorosei? As I mentioned 1,000 times already, yokai are deeply tied to death and rebirth. It's a motif that appears across a range of myths and, like in One Piece, usually denotes a transformation to another stage or plane. Kuma's character is partly inspired from the yokai Oni Kuma. Oni Kuma is a black bear with white markings. They're much larger than normal bears and are known to be very reclusive, kind of similar to Kuma's character in the story. This yokai, like others, is created through trauma. Through the pain and suffering of losing Ginny, Kuma is recklessly coerced by Vegapunk, allowing his lineage factor to be weaponized. Kuma makes several transformations from slave to liberator to cyborg and back to slave again, each time taking on a new appearance and a different agenda. In his recent flashback, we actually saw he'd visited the locations that he'd eventually send the Straw Hats to during the time skip. The flashback demonstrates it was likely intentional that Kuma sent the Straw Hats to each of their respective places during the time skip, which in turn means Kuma played a pretty major part in each Straw Hat's own transformation, which could be Oda's idea for his redemption after becoming a warlord of the world government and allowing the pacifista to be made. This is because the Straw Hats are going to make it to Laugh Tale and restore the world order, meaning Kuma's sacrifice did work out for the better. Overall, Kuma's character arc is very physical, resulting in him literally sacrificing his body to protect his daughter. That said, many cases of yokai death and rebirth within the One Piece story are pretty much entirely symbolic and don't actually have any effect on the narrative or story beat. One Piece often uses cover stories to express this. For example, in Buggy's cover story, when his crew mistakes their captain for dead and subsequently hold a funeral for him. He then returns to their surprise and rallies his crew, claiming victory over the locals, kind of. The point of this cover story is probably to illustrate a part of the ancient One Piece history, but within that, Buggy features going through his own transformation that allows him to complete his goal. This is a good depiction of a hero that completes the journey without actually affecting any narrative elements of the story. While these more subtle examples can be abstract, we can identify the transformation from what the character does after. This is the case with Useless Mid, or as some prefer to call him, Eustace Kid. Kid was living with the trauma of losing childhood friend Victoria. It led to his and Killer's hate for udon noodles. This was then personified in Wano by Kid escaping from udon prison. This is symbolic of a trial, and shortly after Kid faces another trial when he seeks out Shanks a second time. Kid fails this trial when he's utterly obliterated in one shot by Shanks, and we see as a consequence of the loss, Kid's ship Victoria is completely split in half, and the ship and the crew take a plunge into the sea. This imagery likely is showing Kid and Killer essentially being baptized, and the Victoria being split in half is Kid detaching from his traumatic past with Victoria. So here, we are likely seeing a character that was traumatized, had conflict with his trauma, and will return enlightened after overcoming it. This may be why his name is Kid, as in he returns as a man, or potentially a reference to a baby goat, which is symbolic of sacrifice. Law could very well possibly display a similar pattern here, but with his own respective variation. On the other hand, what happens if trauma isn't dealt with? Well, you can never achieve your dream, and your dreams become nightmares, turning you into a demon. Kaido was set on becoming Joy Boy, resulting in the suffering of an entire nation. When her hunger isn't satisfied, Big Mom becomes possessed and turns into the so-called God of Destruction. Noland never found the Golden City again and subsequently was executed. As you can see, in One Piece, an unfulfilled will doesn't usually end well. Big Mom's a great example of a demonic transformation. When it comes to childhood trauma, none stand out quite like her. With Lin Lin, we see all the standard tropes Oda uses to depict a monster or demon from a younger age. Traumatic childhood, silhouette, red eyes, and even the animalistic teeth. She has all the features that make up a yokai here. She's also referred to as the God of Destruction and is clearly not your average human in size or in temperament. If Big Mom survived her lather bath in Wano, as many expect, then this would be a monstrous feat, indicative of a deeper power, similar to how I mentioned about Robin. Her penchant for eating people and stealing life is a feature of yokai also, and she was on a pirate crew described as monstrous. Big Mom also has ties to the yokai Tsukomogam, which are inanimate objects that have a lifespan, often based around 100 years. The trauma a yokai goes through is what makes them so powerful, for example like we see with Big Mom. It often makes them dangerous, and so it might follow that the worse someone's past is in One Piece, the more of a threat they are to the One Piece world in some way. Son of Garp, but with opposing ideals, Dragon leads the Revolutionary Army. Garp, Sengoku, and Suru all joined the Marines the same year, and 1 year later, Dragon was born. At age 17, the God Valley incident happened involving Garp. At age 33, the Ohara incident occurred and again involved Garp, who refused to call the Buster Call in. The following year, Dragon creates the Revolutionary Army, suggesting the tragic Ohara incident was a catalyst for change inside Dragon. It would make sense for the destruction of Ohara to take a heavy toll on Dragon, as we can assume he's connected to Ohara through the physical resemblances shared between Luffy, Ace, Robin, and the current children on the island. And let's not forget, Dragon went to Ohara to pay his respects, taking flowers with him. Dragon is partly inspired by Sotoku Tenno, one of the 3 most famous yokai to ever haunt Japan. After he died, he transformed, bringing about his wrath upon the imperial government. It was an open secret that he was the true son of Emperor Shirakawa. This fits Dragon's character through his interesting name, made up of both the name of the protagonists, Monkey, and antagonists, Dragons, as in Celestial Dragon. Both figures are known to cause rebellion and can be seen as leaders standing for strong ideals. Not only this, but the yokai is often surrounded by storms, cloudy skies, and lightning. Whatever Dragon's mysterious past is, we can assume it wasn't pleasant, and that it shapes him and his agenda to this day. There's only one other character as significant as Dragon when it comes to traumatic pasts of the One Piece world. This is potentially Imu. Imu has been speculated to represent an Umi Bozu since the initial yokai reveal. Imu backwards is Umi, meaning sea or mother of sea, and Bozu is said to be a sea spirit or demon that resembles a giant human figure with an inky body and a big pair of eyes. They have also been described as ghostly and serpent-like, and are tied to ship meeting a tragic demise. Furthermore, they're tied to religion, and often said to be drowned priests or monks, which we kind of get a bit of with the other person we saw in Imu's flower room looking like a nun. Speaking of which, alternatively, Oda may have drawn inspiration from the Yawa Bakuni, who is a nun that lived for 800 years while still maintaining their youth. This extended life was granted after the nun ate a human-fish hybrid from an undersea world, possibly tying to the fishmen of One Piece. She was said to retire into a cave where she prayed day and night to be freed of her extended life for so long she eventually turned into stone. Okay, so after all that, in conclusion, we can be sure yokai play an important role in One Piece, from the demonic imagery present throughout the story. Going back through the story, we find many references that line up with the underworld and demons, and the Straw Hats each individually have their own trauma. That said, they seem to deal with it quite well and develop as people, shown through their personal journeys. During this story, this can be seen with Franky when he tries to stop the sea train only to fail and rebuild himself as a cyborg. This example shares the main elements of a yokai transformation, as we have an individual who goes through great trauma, metaphorically dies, and then is reborn with a chip on their shoulder. With the Straw Hats, the chip on the shoulder is the drive to fulfill their dormant role within the Will of D, which is a positive and heroic goal. This goal may have been passed down generationally, but we're yet to know for sure. This is opposed to causing suffering, which would be an evil or demonic goal. Inherited will is deeply tied to this cycle also, as it represents how dreams and hope are passed down over time in the real world. Like the self, if a character fails to develop properly, this can be problematic. The creation of a yokai, simply put, is someone who is stuck in their cycle by the choices they've made. These are often characters that are preoccupied trying to conquer their environment. This is opposed to Luffy, who only wishes to pursue what's inside himself, his dream to reach Laugh Tale. If Luffy can stay focused and not compromise his dream, then he and the Straw Hats will make it to Laugh Tale and achieve their dreams. So there you have it. Thank you for watching, fellow pirates. The intriguing connection between yokai and the One Piece world is a deep rabbit hole, so thank you for joining me, and if you did like it, make sure to, give it a like or a share. If you're not subbed, make sure you're subbed for more theories from Den Kushi, aiming for mostly Thursdays and Mondays at the moment. If you have made it this far, you've just managed to win yourself a free island whale, which Dill will deliver personally to your house. So make sure you let us know where you want it delivered. Other than that, keep sailing towards the truth, stroke a cat, be nice to your neighbours, and bye. Did you know, in Egghead, Franky chose the futuristic clothing option over the Hawaiian? Ever notice the strange relationship between Robin and Franky? Why could S-Snake only half petrify Franky? All this and more in this week's Den Kushi video. Before we start though, make sure to do me a favour and hit that sub button, as 90% of our viewership is actually unsubscribed. Now, without further ado, let's get into this. Okay, so what we're doing here today is essentially an analysis covering Franky's inherited will, his birthplace, his ties to Joy Boy, and his connections to Pluton. So obviously none of them things we have confirmed. We're going to have to do a little digging and find out what clues we can basically look at and piece together what we can. So we're dropping some crazy discoveries about what we've found when looking at these things. Exposing some spicy secrets Franky may be hiding alongside me today is the eloquent and fellow TLA member Straw Hat Lucas, and we're dropping everything we've found so far on the shipwright of the Straw Hat crew and where his character development will end up by the end of the story. Like usual, we're going to start by giving you all the basic connections we found, which Lucas is going to start us off with in a sec, and then we're going to look deeper into what it all means. Okay, so if you'd be so kind, Lucas, take it away and get us started.
Thanks for having me, Din Din. Now, let me get into this. Hello one and all, I'm Straw Hat Lucas, helmsman of the last arc, and I'm here today to bring the next part of a collaborative effort between myself, the rest of the crew, and our lovely Discord, which you should join through the link in the description, to figure out exactly what is going on with all of our favorite cyborg shipwright Franky, and more specifically, his will. Din and I have a couple ideas about it that we think could go down, so make sure you yell out super, hit the subscribe button, leave a like, and radical beam that bell icon for my captain Din Kushi to say thanks for mistakenly trusting me to take this seriously. Now, let's start with the will of D. Franky, besides being one of the sexiest Straw Hats, is one of 3 crew members that we know the least about, the other 2 being Nami and Brook. So why is it that Oda has shrouded this man's past in so much mystery? All we know for sure is that he was abandoned by pirate parents on Scrap Island before being found and taken in by Tom. So let's take a look at some of the clues in subtext to see if we can't figure out a bit more about Free Rider Franky. Starting us off, we're going to dive into the sun iconography that ties our boy to Nika. Let's get the obvious one out of the way first, the Thousand Sunny. Built by Franky for the Straw Hats, the Sunny Kun's lion's masthead is adorned and stylized to resemble a sun. That's a given, and even the most casual fans can pick up on it, so I'm not going to dwell on the Sunny. Let's take a look at the next bit of evidence. Do you remember Franky's first introduction in the series? I'm sure most do, but let me refresh you a bit. Look at this beautiful specimen, but more particularly, look at the mask. The points upward and on the sides at first might make you think of a crown or a star, but combined with the frill of the collar, you get a different image. A sun. A sun nested on top of a bed of stars. Now, stars are all part of Franky's aesthetic, so why would he choose a mask and collar that resemble a sun? A symbol so intrinsically tied to liberation and Luffy in the story. Maybe it's a hint at his true lineage? Oda did use Franky to tease the Hito Hito no Mi model Nika on Zou. With all this sun imagery, it ties him pretty well to the warrior of liberation. Let's go a little farther, as I explain the most important piece of evidence for this whole idea of tying Franky to Nika in the Will of D itself. Also, before I do, if you want to stretch a bit, you could also say that his introduction as a child, Franky wears a shirt which bears palm trees that can only grow in climates with a good amount of sun, but that's kind of a reach. Moving on! Let's take a look at something I think most fans don't think about too often, and that's Franky's name. Not Franky, but Cutty Flam. Cutty, spelled C-U-T-T-Y, or C-U-T-T-I, or C-U-D-I if you're on the pursuit of happiness. Could come from 2 places. Cutty was once a slang term for perverted women, and Franky is definitely perverted, but I think Oda drew it from a different place. Drumming. Cut time, or playing cutty for jazz musicians, is a 4/4 time signature that has been cut to manipulate rhythm or tempo. This ties the name Cutty to Nika directly by the drums of liberation, but it gets even better when we look at Franky's first name, Flam. Also, fun fact from historian Cube of the Red Sea, in the French translations, Cutty can be translated with the TY becoming TI or DI, making his name literally Cut D Flam. But let's get to the flam. Flam, by definition, is a rudimentary and fundamental pattern within drumming consisting of a stroke followed by a grace note. When I first realized that not only Franky's surname but his first name both tie to drumming, it blew my mind. These combined with all the sun iconography that Franky is surrounded by tells me that Franky is tied to the D clan in some way, the enemies of the gods, and more importantly, to the sun god Nika himself. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments down below if you think Franky will be revealed to be a D-Clan member, or at the least, a descendant of the followers of Nika, which from my understanding are the Buccaneers. Now, am I saying that Franky is a Buccaneer? Not necessarily, but the last art thinks that he may inherit their will, but we'll let Din get to that a little bit later. Now let's move on to the next bit of will that may tie into Franky, the will of the Niku Niku no Mi, or the Paw Paw fruit. Let me ask you a question. What was Franky's honeymoon arc? As in his first arc as a Straw Hat, it was Thriller Bark. And what arc is Kuma introduced? Thriller Bark. Now we all know Kuma was there to stop Luffy, but what if the will of the Paw Paw fruit is intrinsically tied to Franky? Cause to me, it's following him. After Thriller Bark, it's Sabayoti, another massive interaction with Kuma and the fruit. Then, the most significant meeting with Kuma, at least in my opinion, return to Sabayori, where he and Franky meet one-on-one as Kuma has protected the Sunny over the last 2 years. After this, Kuma is enslaved and basically a puppet, so he can't pursue and he only activates when Bonnie arrives on Egghead Island, coincidentally at the same moment Franky does as well. Now you may be saying this is all conjecture and circumstantial evidence. Fair enough, but let me point you to 2 images that hit even more that Franky will get the pawpaw fruit and carry its will. That being not only this collar spread, where not only is Franky wearing a shirt with a bear that says the path of the bear, with his hair in the shape of bear ears, but Robin is also shown wearing a shirt with a blue bear akin to the same shirt worn by Mozu of the Franky family. Well, it's the beginning chapters of Egghead, where Franky is seen wearing a bear coat. Also, shout out to Mr. Bushido for pointing this out. Big ups, mate. How serendipitous and poetic it would be if Franky came onto Egghead Island as a bear and left as one. I think this, combined with all of the evidence presented by Din Din in the previous video, proves without a doubt that the Niku Niku no Mi will go to Franky by the end of Egghead. This still leaves the question, what is the will of the fruit? The one that grants the hands of liberation. Let's head back to Din Din Kushi to figure out how the will of the pawpaw fruit is the will of the Buccaneers and their kingdom.
So thank you for that, Straw Hat Lucas. You've got to start us with some strange connections, not only with Franky, but also the pawpaw fruit. Now let's look at some more ties and see how everything fits together and what it reveals. Primarily, we're here to look into Franky's will. We can be confident each Straw Hat ties back to Joy Boy's era individually. It seemed to be the case for some of them initially, but at this point it's all but confirmed for every member so far. After releasing our first Franky vid months ago, I became super curious about Franky's ties to Joy Boy and the whole Void Century period, mainly because I just couldn't see any explicit connections between the past and the present with Franky's story, which I found very weird. However, with the new Franky video, some major elements came together. With a little help from Go Roger and the TLA Discord server, we discovered there were 2 main paths to look into which could reveal details about Franky's inherited will, which were Franky's backstory and the ancient weapon Pluton. When we first start looking into this, we realise since S-Snake could only petrify half of Franky, it might mean he has partial invulnerabilities to other effects. That might have been what Oda was sort of hinting to us. This led us to look at Franky as a cyborg and whether or not he could swim if he ate a devil fruit. After all, this was the reason Franky gave for not eating the Mera to begin with. If, like the petrification, Franky is only half affected by the devil fruit's weakness, it may mean he's also able to go underwater. For example, he could become a boat in some form or mix with the Sunny in a way that allows him to take the Straw Hats underwater, as suggested by some colour spreads. There are plenty more hints that suggest this as well. For example, when Luffy met Franky and Luffy commented Franky must be a devil fruit user right before he jumped into the sea and started swimming. Also, Franky's opponent in Dressrosa was Senor Pink, who obviously had the swim fruit, and Franky actually brings this up during the Egghead arc. Now, what's interesting about Franky's cyborg ship is that it ties closely to the theme of Klabauterman in One Piece. If Franky could swim with a devil fruit, even if it's with some sort of machinery or flotation device, then it would be pretty analogous to how ships are shown in the story to have a soul aspect. As I mentioned, the name given to this soul element in One Piece is Klabauterman. Franky was literally saved by a ship piloting itself, implying further ties between Franky and Klabauterman. We do see these vibes already with Franky and Kuma, as they're essentially machine bodies with human souls. I bring this up because there is something else in the One Piece world that many believe to be heavily tied to Klabauterman, while also connecting to Franky's love for ships and weaponry. The ancient battleship Pluton. In the recent anime episode, Franky had a very strong reaction to Robin revealing Pluton is in Wano, and in the manga he was one of the only characters to really care. Furthermore, Pluton is thought to have been constructed at Water 7, exactly where we met Franky. Interestingly, Pluton does indeed tie back to Joy Boy's era, perhaps suggesting Franky's ancestors were involved with Pluton too. Franky's parents were said to be pirates, strongly implying they're familiar with ships also. Franky built the ship the Straw Hats currently use, and we also saw he constructed 36 mini warships called the Battle Frankies. He then set out to literally make himself the ultimate weapon. Franky Franky at one point had the blueprints to Pluton and was in fact the person to destroy them, potentially being a reversal of his family making the blueprints or Pluton to begin with. Spandam demonstrated familial ties to the pursuit of Pluton. It wouldn't surprise me if it was revealed Spandam's ancestors were rivals of Franky's ancestors, and their relationship revolved around Pluton centuries ago. Franky was the reason Spandam wore a silver mask covering his face, which gives him the appearance of a cyborg. This is a nice touch from Oda, further connecting the two characters. We can see another tie with Spandam's weapon, Funkfried, which echoes the Klabauterman theme again, as it's a living will inside an inanimate object. I actually covered some ideas about Vegapunk and Funkfried in my Kuina Tashigi video if you did want to see more on that. Speaking of Vegapunk, many believe there to be some relation between him and Franky. Franky and Vegapunk share many superficial traits, but they also share some personality and thematic traits too, such as their mutual love for weaponry and scientific intuition. During the time skip, Franky was sent by Kuma to Vegapunk's home island. During Franky's backstory, we come across this weird situation with a mysterious boat that appeared out of nowhere and essentially rescued him after Franky almost dies trying to stop the sea train. He went on to rebuild himself, after which his appearance resembles Vegapunk's designs, particularly the trademark star and weaponry. It's worth noting that yokai are traditionally individuals that have suffered trauma just to come back transformed as a demon, resembling what we see with Franky's rebirth, as well as with Kuma and many other characters throughout the story. Anywho, back to the mystery ship. Some believe this strange boat to be the Mad Ship, possibly the one on Dufeld's cover page during Egghead. This ship certainly has ties to Vegapunk, which we know through Franky's redesign. I, however, think it's more likely that Dufeld's ship and the ship that saved Franky are both something that connects the original equivalent of Mads, perhaps even Franky's ancestors. This could be Pluton, as I mentioned. I think it's possible Franky's ancestors made Pluton at the same time creating the first cyborg by fusing a soul to a battleship, creating Klabauterman. But if this is true, wouldn't Franky be sought after by the world government for his important lineage and the threat he posed? Well, bizarrely, as Lucas mentioned earlier, Franky isn't the character's real name. Cutty Flam is. Now, there's 3 wanted posters we can look at for old Frankenstein, so let's start with the smallest. It's a standard wanted poster with the name Franky instead of Cutty Flam, and with a picture of Franky with a metal nose and shades on. The next is a picture of General Franky, again with the poster saying Franky at the bottom. So, here we see now both his name and real face are obscured. Finally, we have the latest bounty poster where Franky's picture was just a picture of the Sunny, and his name and bounty were concealed. What I'm getting at is, Franky's wanted posters have never shown his true name with his true face in the entire story. I mean, if anyone even saw Franky try to stop the sea train, they probably would likely assume he died considering he failed. So, if Franky does get involved with Pluton in the endgame, that'd certainly be his character going full circle if his ancestors were also involved in legendary shipbuilding, and might be a path that connects Franky's will to Joy Boys and the will of D. However, there is a different angle we can look at with Franky that connects us back to Joy Boy, and that is his backstory. Again, there isn't a ton of information at face value, but looking deeper, we can unravel a lot more. Off the bat, we see Franky's adopted family show symbols that connect to the ancient past. Tom has the sun symbol, matching the other symbols of the 8 kingdoms I've discussed before, and Iceberg has the whale tail symbol I never stopped talking about, both of which can be traced back to Joy Boy's time. Franky can also be seen with this symbol in a couple of colour spreads. As Lucas pointed out, his real name Cutty Flam references a drum pattern possibly tying to the drums of liberation. Roger is one of the most connected characters to Joy Boy throughout the entire story, and Tom was the shipwright that built the Oro Jackson, which, by the way, is still out there somewhere waiting to be found. Now, with some of the basic connections covered, let's analyse Franky a little deeper and see what we find. I did briefly want to touch on Franky's link to the South Blue and the Buccaneer race and Sorbet, but I'll keep it short as it'll all be covered fully soon in a big Sorbet Buccaneer video, so make sure you're subbed for that. In this image we see a ton of chins and facial hair that match up. You can follow this all the way to King Wapple and his pink-haired Bonnie-looking queen, Kinderella. These chins are mostly found in the South Blue, which is where Franky mentioned he's from. Similarly, we see this weird build among some characters tied to the South Blue. On Franky's pre-timeskip Jolly Roger, we can find 3 dots. As I mentioned in the previous Franky video, the eye, when opened, reveals a similar symbol to what we see with Kuma and the Komati tribe in Buggy's cover story. The symbol is no doubt pretty old, knowing Oda, and the Komati tribe were depicted as primitive. If Franky is connected to the tribe, this would give us another tie to the ancient history. Franky has ties to Kuma and the pawpaw fruit that I covered in a recent video, where I also discussed Franky getting the fruit. In short, I think Franky ties to Sorbet, and so does his family. I think Sorbet specialised in weapons technology, leading to both Franky and also Eustace Kid ending up in the scrap heaps, in addition to them developing a penchant for weapons development. This could all tie into the Buccaneer will and how they had the technology to displace people, which is what the pawpaw fruit does currently. Seeing as we've seen Buccaneers revere Nika, they may have used the ability to help certain races who wanted to flee their lands. This ability may have been weaponized by the world government in the form of the pawpaw fruit, which could be a classic One Piece reversal. Reversing that again, Franky may then go on to get the pawpaw and displace people back to their original homelands after Luffy completes his dream. It would be a testament to his humanity if Franky used his powers with good intentions despite the suffering caused to him by the world government, as opposed to, for example, using it as a weapon. This brings us to the most important part of Franky's entire character, in my opinion, or at least what Oda is most focused on: his humanity. Okay, so let's tie all this together before the video gets too long. If we look deeper into the story's characters, we can find some interesting references to Franky's humanity. In this sense, Franky and Brook are like opposites, as Franky is a big body of machinery with little human parts left, whereas Brook has barely any body, but has his whole entire humanity left. This is why Brook plays music and Franky builds machines, for example. Brook captures the soul aspect being dominant, and Franky captures the physical aspect being dominant. Evidence Oda intends these connotations is shown throughout moments between the two characters, such as Franky and Brook crashing into Big Mom as a motorbike and rider. Big Mom is the Soul Queen, Brook is the Soul King, and Brook is riding Franky, the machine used to attack. One of the deepest moments between the two, however, might be when Franky questions how Brook survived for so long on his own, considering his isolation and loneliness, likely reflecting what Franky felt during his own childhood. Additionally, we see Franky's transformation from human to machine pretty explicitly, with him developing weaponized machines while wearing speedos revealing his pink human legs, and eventually upgrading himself all the way up to a super weapon. We also got hints towards this in an SBS. We got shown 4 panels depicting 2 timelines. In one, an old Franky literally becomes a battleship. In another, he resembles the General Franky. This matches what we saw on the Wanted poster after Dressrosa, where Franky was depicted by a picture of the Sunny. A detail some may have missed is the clothing machine in Egghead, where Franky chose the futuristic style over the Hawaiian. Hawaiian is of course Franky's usual dress sense. Subsequently, we see Franky transformed into a complete machine pretty much, and although he shares the same perverted traits Oda uses to express a breakout of emotion or humanity, it's only Sanji that reacts to the attractive appearance of the females during the arc. Franky, on the other hand, is completely distracted and stunned by the technology he's seeing. This is all to convey Franky in a less human state. But why would Oda do this? It's actually quite simple. It's likely because Vegapunk, Franky's idol, has done things throughout history that has resulted in terrible tragedy, most recently with York and the Mother Flame. I guess the idea is Oda wants to secure Franky's humanity so that by the end of the story and further, Franky doesn't go on to make the same mistakes. This also works as a reversal with Kuma, who had his humanity taken over by the world government and Vegapunk and became a weaponized buccaneer. To finish the point, like many characters, Franky went through a transformation. More literal than most, Franky physically rebuilt himself as a cyborg, reminiscent of Kuma's transformation later in life, while also highlighting elements of Vegapunk's character design, such as the stars Franky takes on. The 2 options I can see happening here are either Franky connects to Pluton, which is used in the final war and then destroyed, or Franky upgrades the Sunny using Vegapunk's insight to essentially allow Franky to combine with the ship, creating a almost pseudo-Pluton. The latter idea fits with what we saw with Uranus being remade by York into a pseudo-Uranus known as the Mother Flame. Now, the point I'm making is Franky needs his humanity intact in order to become a weapon on the same level as Pluton, while not abusing the power it wields. This is opposed to Vegapunk and his technology, which has led to so many civilian casualties, as I mentioned. In conclusion, I believe Franky was a child of the South Blue, where he was protected due to his lineage connecting to the creation of Pluton, and where he developed an affinity for weaponry. It appears, though, Franky has become more and more machine-like as the story progresses, but I predict after Egghead, his transformation will be complete, and he'll be a balance of human and machine, the perfect cyborg. This would then make him responsible enough to wield the same power as Pluton. By the end of the story, I believe Franky will learn about his heritage and will return some races back to their original home using the pawpaw fruit. One example possibly could be the Kumate tribe, and ultimately fulfill the will of D alongside Luffy and his fellow Straw Hats. So that's pretty much it from me, except I do have a couple additional observations I made along the way I thought may be important to note. Firstly, Franky has a very strangely strong connection to Robin, which is shown throughout many colour spreads and some major moments in the story where they share dialogue. This is likely because both share traumatic pasts since being pursued by the world government, and might suggest Franky's original home has been destroyed like O'Hara. If you look into the colour spreads particularly, it kind of gets a little weird, like Oda might ship them. They're not too far apart in age, and Franky and Robin do portray literally opposite personalities, but that's just food for thought. And finally, something else that I thought was a little strange is Franky's fashion can actually be seen throughout the story with many characters. So I'll be interested to see what Oda gives us in an SBS or something to explain why so many people are wearing this. Okay, so with that, thank you very much. Make sure you leave a comment on your thoughts. Shout outs to the TLA Discord always. Bushido was the one who let me know about Kid being maybe from South Blue. As I say, we have a video coming out very shortly about the whole sorbet agenda. It's massive in scope. It covers a lot of characters and stuff, so that'll be interesting to get out. Make sure you check out Smokey's his Alabaster arc review and his disco piece. He's a very good theorist, and he has this production that's very unique. Not many people have anything close to it, so check it out. Anyway, if you've made it this far, you've just won a free pair of pirate sandals. So let me know in the comments which one you want, and if you want 2 left, 2 right, 1 left, 1 right, just let me know. Anyway, much love, stroke a cat, peace. Did you know the first time we ever see Tashigi, she's using 1 blade against 2? Familiar, right? How about the first time we ever hear her character referenced is the line, "Seems that monster you were with isn't around anymore." Zoro's pretty monstrous, right? Anywho, welcome back peeps. Since chapter 5 of One Piece, Zoro's first rival and inspiration of his dream was the 11-year-old Kuina, right up until she got cooked by some really steep steps. Now he's stalked by a girl who'd be the same age, looks the same, and has a dream that connects to how Zoro first gained the infamous Wado Ichimonji. So, how do all these puzzle pieces fit together? It's time to solve another One Piece mystery, so like and sub and let's get into this. Kuina was first introduced in the East Blue, which is where Tashigi resided before moving to the G5 Marine Base, and also where she made her first appearance. Bizarrely, both characters share voice actors in all 3 English dubs. Kuina and Tashigi share a focus on the number 16, for example, Tashigi's birthday is October 6th, so 10-6, and Kuina's SBS volume is volume 16. They both have Type S blood, and we see early on how Kuina trains to become the best swordsman in the world using 1 sword style. We see Kuina using 1 blade in training against Zoro, who uses 2 blades at the Shimatsuki school, which is likely the Shimatsuki way considering their crest. We see this with Ushimaru Shimatsuki also. Coincidentally, our first ever panel of Tashigi just so happens to be her using 1 blade to defend herself against 2 swords. Kuina uses the Wado one-sword style in her 2001 victory over Zoro during the night of the full moon, while he uses 2 again. After Zoro gets frustrated at losing to Kuina, we see him cover his eyes, which will be relevant in a second, after which Kuina gives up on her dream, stating she'll never be the best swordsman, since her father, Kiyoshiro Shimotsuki, told her women cannot be the strongest. This is in contrast to when we see Zoro and Tashigi interact. Tashigi shows amazement that Zoro has the Wado Ichimonji, which leads Tashigi to proudly state her dream of recovering all the great swords taken by pirates, and promises she will fulfill it. In Japan, the act of taking another sword is seen as a strong statement that implies the wielder was not worthy of the blade, and Tashigi is doing this by taking the blades from criminals. Zoro took the blade Kuina used after her incident on the stairs, which is a clever reversal from Oda. I mentioned Zoro covered his eyes a second ago, right? Well, after Kuina's fall down the stairs, we see her eyes are covered while she is in a seemingly catatonic state. Tashigi, of course, wears glasses, same as Kuina's dad, and a part of her character is her blurry vision without them, even featuring in One Piece Pirate Warriors 3, where Tashigi's taunt action makes the scene blurry with a heavy depth of field. When Zoro first sees Tashigi without her glasses, he sees Kuina. An interesting detail is in the manga that's the extent of that moment. However, in the anime, Zoro breaks her glasses by accident as a reaction, highlighting the importance of Kuina being Tashigi without glasses. Additionally, Kuina's state resembles what we see in Wano with Zoro when he's approached by a mysterious figure that's best described as looking like the Grim Reaper. During the scene, his eyes are shaded, and of course one eye is closed, and Zoro is later healed by Chopper. Again, we see Zoro in a weird state with his eyes blacked out when he says his famous "nothing happened" quote. Point is, I think Kuina was attacked by the same Grim Reaper Zoro saw. Kiyoshiro, Kuina's father, seemed eerily calm about the dead daughter situation, and when Zoro asks for the Shimotsuki heirloom, the Wado Ichimonji, he accepts with a smile. This is pretty weird behaviour. I mean, have you ever seen someone this happy to be at their family's grave? Earlier on in the chapter that Zoro gets the Wado, Kuina's father explains a blade that damages everything it touches is not a sword, but yet he smiles when he gives it away to a young Zoro. Kinda cold. I think there was another reason he was not distraught at his daughter's death, however, and that's because she wasn't dead. Just like Zoro and Wano, look at the cover page again. It's hard to make out if it's one gravestone or two. If it is one, then what happened to Kuina's mother? They'd obviously be buried together, and there's a newspaper. Any guesses why Kiyoshiro is smiling? It could be because it's in fact Kuina's mother's grave, and he's seen Tashigi in the news. He's then taken the newspaper to the grave and is smiling because he's proud. The stone does partially say the kanji for Kuina, however Kuina does have other meanings pertaining to being at peace. Alternatively, her death may have been faked in order to make a deal with the Revolutionary Army, and that stone is merely for Kuina's dad to feel connected to his daughter still. We know Dragon went to Shimotsuki village, and the Shimotsuki crest appears on the Revolutionary Army's very own banners, so they're clearly tied. It's possible Kiyoshiro approached the revolutionaries and asked for Vegapunk's help. Kiyoshiro was someone Vegapunk may have worked with to learn about imbuing swords with devil fruit. Additionally, Vegapunk likely made use of Kosaburo's knowledge, which is Kiyoshiro's father, seeing as Kosaburo doesn't make swords himself anymore. I speculate Vegapunk agreed to try help her, but it meant taking her to Vegapunk and away from Kiyoshiro, to which Kiyoshiro agreed. This would explain the Kuina gravestone. But why would this mean they would have to fake her death? Well, this might tie into why the Shimotsuki left Wano, why Ushimaru died, and why Kuina's true identity had to be hidden. The Shimotsuki were likely persecuted by the world government for their close ties to the D-clan. Bounties may have been put on their heads, which is why Ushimaru was said to be killed by pirates, and Kozaburo settled in the quietest sea, the East Blue. This would also explain why Kuina would end up with Smoker, because it seems the Shimotsuki clan are tied to Sword, so he'd protect her from the world government discovering she's a Shimotsuki. In an SBS, Tashigi was drawn as a child, and where the Shimotsuki crest would be on Kuina, there's the sword symbol instead. Smoker is her superior, and he's a member of Sword. Recently, we saw Tashigi turn up with Sword to save Kobe, which isn't their first interaction. This cover shows Tashigi teaching Sabo about blades, specifically pointing at a sword. In the background is a dual-wielding Helm Eppo, referencing the two-sword style of the Shimotsuki. So I think Kuma delivered Kuina to Egghead Island, as he had ties with both revolutionaries and Vegapunk, who agrees to help her. Kuma removes Kuina's memories with the intention of putting them back after Vegapunk has performed his work. However, when Vegapunk tries to remove or alter her will, part of the spirit of the Grim Reaper that attacked her is unleashed, causing chaos in the labs. Kuina breaks out and escapes Egghead Island, which is situated just off the Grand Line. I think Smoker, whose origin is the Grand Line, discovered a traumatized girl that couldn't remember who or where she was and decided to take her in. During this time as a Marine, I bet he learned of her true Shimotsuki heritage and ties she might have to a hellish incident that occurred at Egghead. He makes the decision to give her a false name, which she agrees to, seeing as she has no memory of her real name. This name is Tashigi. Evidence that suggests this is that Tashigi and Smoker were introduced in the same chapter and are shown to have a close relationship. You could probably go as far as to say their relationship appears father-daughter-like. Considering Tashigi is aware of Smoker's insubordination, yet doesn't report it, we can see they protect each other. Tashigi refers to Smoker as Smoker-san, which is a standard Japanese honorific of respect, as opposed to his Marine rank or title, as she'd be expected to, suggesting again that they're familiar. As commanding officer of G5, Smoker is in charge of soldiers that are known to be unruly and disobedient, yet they respect him and appreciate his authority. This could be a nod to the fact Smoker has authority over Tashigi, despite potentially having the unruly influence of the Grim Reaper around her. Little side note, Smoker hates the 7 warlords, and even played a part in abolishing the warlord system. 7 is one of the most holy numbers, and as I've stated, I think Kuina is currently part demon, or imbued with demon, so it's kind of ironic a demon supporter would hate the 7 warlords. This could just be coincidence, however. Now, I could do a whole video on whether or not filler is relevant to the story Oda is telling us, but the short answer is yes, it is. Filler is a term that implies it's only there to fill space, thus is meaningless. However, this couldn't be more wrong with One Piece. The best way to explain this is to look at characters that are pretty much fully fleshed out, then look at the filler related to the character. You'll see the material is in fact 9 out of 10 times supplemental to their story. An interesting example is Tashigi's favourite food is hot coffee, a drink associated with adults in Japan, whereas Kuina's favourite is milk, a drink we all associate with young children. So you can see Oda highlighting the transition between the young Kuina and the older Tashigi by using supplemental material here. Why do I bring this up? Well, because Smoker is a great example of this too. His filler depicts the following, as stated by the wiki. Daddy is apparently very close to Smoker, with the latter being familiar enough with Daddy's daughter Carol. Daddy refers to Smoker as Uncle Smoker to Carol. Smoker claims that it is unfortunate that the Marine's best sniper was reduced to a common bounty hunter, demonstrating his respect for Daddy's skills. This is just an excerpt, of course, but it still does a decent job of showcasing how even the filler demonstrates some familial ties between Smoker, which we see echoed in him and Tashigi in the canon. I mean, the dude's name is Daddy, am I right? It's pretty on the nose. So all of this could be Oda indicating Smoker's been fatherly to Kuina since she was young, as we theorise. Anywho, roughly 8 years later, while under Smoker's command, Tashigi first meets Zoro by tumbling to the ground at his feet, which is a reference to Kuina's fall down these stairs. Her glasses fall off and Zoro becomes captivated by the sight of Kuina. He accidentally breaks Tashigi's glasses from the shock in the anime, but soon regains his senses. Already angry at Zoro, Tashigi is triggered when she sees Ichimonji in his possession. She declares pirates not worthy of such a blade, and that she dreams to claim every great name blade back from their pirate owners. This is a reflection of the Wado Ichimonji being taken by Zoro when she was Kuina. Now, the Wado Ichimonji has a price of 10 million berry, which is 10 with 6 zeros. 10-6. Remember earlier I mentioned Tashigi's birthday was 10-6. The number surrounds both Kuina and Tashigi. For example, Tashigi's onomatopoeia is Toru, which means 10-6, and Kuina appears alive in 16 panels of her debut chapter. Never guess how tall Smoker is? That's right. 6'10". Thank you, Imperial System. If you want to get real weird with it, check this painting called Smoker, created in 1646 by a painter whose last name is Tor, an anagram of Toru, which again is Tashigi's onomatopoeia, 16. You may be thinking, why is this important? Well, 16 also indicates something heavenly in One Piece. We see this with Doflamingo's bullets, for example, the blast that hit Lalesia, and the 16 rings of the bell. I'm pretty confident we see this because as Kuina she uses the Wado Ichimonji, which has tons of ties to hell, as I explored in my previous video. However, as Tashigi she works for the Marines, which are on the side of the heavenly gods in the One Piece world. Meaning Oda's using the 16 here as symbolic of the part of the Grim Reaper or King of Hell spirit which resides inside Tashigi and has been converted to work for the heavens or celestial dragons. Sword God Ryuma was dug up the same year Tashigi was born, and she's got ties to the Wano as well. Coincidence? Maybe the Sword God Ryuma became the Grim Reaper after his remains were desecrated by Moria, or defrosted after being dug up. If the Grim Reaper was coming for the Wado and Wano, came for Kuina when she used it, and then Tashigi the swordsman was born the same year he was dug up, then this might suggest his will is disturbed and that he wants his sword back. In fact, I think all 3 swords. Find out more in the third and final part of the trilogy, where we aim to solve the biggest one of them yet. Will Zoro be the King of Hell? Will the King of Hell be tied to Zoro's 3 sword style? What do the demonic Wado Ichimonji and Enma have to do with this? Enma is an anagram of Amen, after all. And with that, please like the video, give it a share if you think it's spicy, and we'll see you next time. Lastly, if you made it this far, you've just become the proud owner of a Vegapunk lightsaber. Let me know what colour you want in the comments. Tidy your room. Peace. Who's this dude? Why does Zoro turn Azura? And what makes the Wado Ichimonji such a bad boy blade? Welcome back. I'm about to drop some of the spiciest Zoro material I've seen yet, and hopefully solve some more mysteries in the One Piece world. Like and sub, it helps hugely, and let's get into this. The Wado Ichimonji is one of the most powerful of the 21 great swords in the One Piece world, and is currently held by Zoro. It's the only one of Zoro's blades that managed to block Yoru without being split in two. The sheath and hilt are white, which on the surface likely reference the commonly used training swords called white katanas. This connects to the Isshin Dojo, where Zoro trained and we first saw the Wado. The blade was forged by Shimatsuki Kozaburo, potentially in Wano, however we don't know when. Oda drew a personification of the Wado which looks exactly like a young Kozaburo, so I'm thinking it was when he was younger. Moving forward a little in time to 55 years before the present day, Kozaburo left Wano alongside 24 others. This was the same year his magnum opus Enma was given to Odin as a present when he was 4. 3 years after this, Kozaburo lands on an island in the East Blue with 9 others from the ship and defends the locals from mountain bandits. It's said that Zoro's mother was a daughter of the mountain chief, so it's likely at this point or soon after that Shimatsuki took in a young Terra and settled, establishing Shimatsuki village. Also around this time, Kozaburo had a son called Kiyoshiro, who went on to run a sword school, where the Wado Ichimonji was displayed on a wall, suggesting the sword came with them from Wano. This is where Zoro and Kuina trained together. After Kuina's 2001st victory over Zoro, during the night of a full moon, she breaks down, lamenting the fact her dream of becoming the greatest swordsman in the world is unachievable, after her father told her women can't be the strongest. Hours later, she was found down these stairs, supposedly unalive. Now hold that in your mind for a minute. So, the Wado Ichimonji is the only sword that Zoro has throughout the story. Another power of Zoro's we've seen from the beginning is his Azura form, possibly meaning that Azura form is in fact a product of the Wado Ichimonji. The term Azura references enemies of the god, which is what we hear the D-clan referred to as, indicating their ability is demonic and ties to the will of D. Sukiyaki tells us Enma is known for the sword that can split the earth down to hell, and in chapter 955 we see by using the Wado Ichimonji it's easier for Zoro to wield Enma. This highlights the Wado, like Enma, ties to hell, which again connects to the enemies of God in the One Piece world, the D-clan. We know Ushimaru was a descendant of the legendary Ryuma, who I think was in Joy Boy's crew back in the day, tying Ryuma to the will of D. Now, seeing as Zoro is a descendant of Ryuma, this would also connect him to the will of D. We can also take a look at Zoro's dad's name, Arashi, meaning storm. As both Corazon and Law said, the D will always cause another storm. Zoro was called a demon since the beginning of the series, which again is another tie to the D clan, which we see highlighted by the attack Onigiri, which translates to demon slash. In 1059 we got a cheeky treat from the animators where Zoro was shown to have horns, so from all of this we can pretty safely assume Zoro has ties to the D clan and demons, and potentially so does the Wado Ichimonji. According to Kozaburo, each sword has its own personality, and since they often test their owner, weaker swordsmen may succumb to its power and die. Stronger swords tend to earn the title of cursed blades because of this. However, rather than the sword being cursed, it's most likely the wielder is just not strong enough. This might explain exactly what caused Kuina to lose consciousness and fall down the stairs, seeing as it happened very shortly after saying, "It's your funeral," using the Wado and giving up her dream. So, was Kuina really rivaled by down these stairs, or was she killed by the hellish Wado Ichimonji? After all, falling down the stairs does kind of resemble a descent, in this case possibly to the underworld or hell, both of which we know have ties to the Ichimonji. Now, to get insanely spicy, this could all mean that this Grim Reaper dude Zoro saw in Wano is in fact the guy who killed Kuina and was coming to take Zoro. It may even be a manifestation of the Wado or its previous owner, which would be possible if they were currently buried in Wano. Additionally, considering all the ties between Wano and the moon, the blade's power may have heightened by the full moon that we saw take place over Kuina and Zoro's final battle. I think Kuina used the Wado while in a vulnerable state while her will was weak, and by fighting Zoro, the sword chose him over her. This could be because he's naturally strong, however it's more likely related to the fact that Zoro, even though he was weaker than Kuina, was still believing in his dream overall and had a strong will to achieve it. Also, it could tie into his Shimotsuki heritage. Interestingly, Kuina's father seems surprisingly calm about her death and gives the Wado Ichimonji to Zoro without hesitation when he asks for it. Strange. It's possible he knows more about the sword, what happened to Kuina, and the fact that the Ichimonji somehow chose Zoro. However, nothing's been revealed yet. An additional little bit of spice we've been looking at is the possibility that this blade may be particularly dangerous to women, which is why during the flashback we see Zoro and Kiyoshiro both mention gender, and why Kuina herself indicates she started puberty, thus ending her dream. Kuina's dad, despite seeming like a good dude, told her women can't be the strongest. So this all fits nicely as we've yet to have a single female in Kuina or Zoro's family tree fully revealed. If we want to get really deep, then with a little perseverance you can find a crying woman's face appear in flames during Zoro's fight with Kaido. We know Zoro's grandmother is Furiko Shimotsuki, the sister of Ushimaru, who looks identical to Zoro. She was also on the boat that left Wano with Kosaburo 55 years ago, so it's possible the blade was taken to Shimotsuki village by her, and may even been forged for her. Kiyoshiro doesn't use the blade, so it's doubtful it's his. Another interesting female who may have once used the blade is the aforementioned Terra, Zoro's mum. We don't know much, but her name means Earth. In One Piece, Earth is the opposite of the heavens, which we associate with the world government and celestial dragons, and she's also Zoro's mother, so then that might equate to ties to the D-Clan as well. The fact that she was the daughter of a mountain tribe suggests a relationship between the mountain bandits and the Shimotsuki. This relationship would either be good, with their grievances resolved by marrying their clans via Zoro's parents, or could be the opposite, with war and Terra being saved or captured. Either way, we know Shimotsuki village still stands, and likely the mountain bandits do too, as we see with Higama, among others. Now there is more to this. The year Luffy ate the Gomu, Dragon went to Shimotsuki Island and defended the village. Much later in the story, we see the flags of the Revolutionary Army actually include the Shimotsuki crest, so it's very possible Dragon went to Shimotsuki village to recruit swordsmen and potentially a very significant secret school of swordsmiths. Try saying that 5 times fast. This school would rival the Kitetsu school and would go a long way to explaining the mystery behind why Kozaburo and the Wado left Wano to begin with. However, to hear more about that, you'll have to tune into the next vid, so sub and drop a like. If you made it this far, you've just won a leisure blast that will be landing in approximately 3, 2... Did you know Big Mum is still alive? Did you know she revealed the secret of XEBEC's devil fruit? Did you know Big Mum was said to be the god of destruction? We've come to expose the craziest characters in One Piece with the biggest mysteries in the story. With that, I promise you, this is the spiciest Big Mum video you've ever seen. So get ready for some huge reveals. Believe it or not, Big Mum answers almost every major mystery in One Piece, from possession and control to the secret histories, such as God Valley. We're going to show the secrets and explain how they all tie into Oda's master plan. We're also going to show you that Big Mum is fully alive, that's right. So like and sub and let's get into this. So how do we know Big Mum is alive? In chapter 1064, the cover showed Pudding, held captive by Van Alga and Aokiji. It's easy to notice in the coloured version of the manga, but if we look closely, we see Pudding tearing up paper and letting the pieces go into the wind. Oda even has the paper heading upwards, suggesting that they've blown off the ship. I'm curious if maybe Aokiji noticed but allowed it to happen, but that's just food for thought. So, why does Pudding do this? To protect Big Mum since her defeat, or to hide the fact Big Mum is still possibly a player in the game? A Vivre card normally disappears when someone dies, so at the very least it is proof that she is alive, despite being dunked in the magma. How did she survive? Well, I'm assuming Big Mum took Kaido's remaining lifespan as the life debt she mentioned he still owed her. We know Big Mum is connected to Elbaf, so it makes sense for her to have more story and Kaido's to be revealed in flashbacks, particularly around God Valley. Would she go to Elbaf to take her revenge, or does she actually protect Elbaf in a twisted way? Well, keep this in mind for later because we'll show you exactly how we expect her to return. Okay, so now to get into the big spice. Big Mum is one of the deepest characters in One Piece, mainly due to the fact it's hard to know who she actually is. Sometimes she reflects Mother Carmel's attitude, Other times she adheres to her hunger pangs and lays waste to entire islands. So let's look at Carmel's influence over Big Mum. Starting with the basics, we see ties to Carmel in Big Mum's name, with Mum referencing the mother in Mother Carmel. This is likely symbolic of the influence Carmel still has over Linlin. Additionally, Big Mum's flashbacks contain some of Carmel's own flashbacks. This is super weird because the flashbacks are stylized as Big Mum having regressions, suggesting Carmel's flashbacks have become her own, and their minds are blending together as one. We also see Big Mum has over 100 children. Now, Carmel was called Sister, indicating she's a nun. This is ironic because nuns can't have children, yet Carmel happens to adopt loads of orphans. But on to the big stuff. Big Mum is shown to have an affinity for not just any food, but sweet food. Again suggestive of Carmel's influence, whose name is an obvious nod to caramel. Also, one of her favourite foods is said to be chocolate. What's her other favourite food though? Lamb. We see lamb also referenced in the name of Carmel's orphanage, Lamb's House or Sheep's House in some of the other versions, but lamb in the Japanese. And simply put, it is symbolic of sacrifice. You've likely heard the expression lamb to the slaughter. This is because lambs are seen as a symbol for purity or innocence, which reflects Carmel selling children to the world government. Obviously that didn't happen in Big Mum's case because, as we all know, she seems to have eaten the children of Lamb's House on her 6th birthday. During this scene, we even see the children reaching out to stop Big Mum while she eats, and we see Big Mum's eyes covered in red hearts, something I'll talk about later. But is it possible that when Carmel was eaten by Big Mum, she managed to somehow gain some influence over her, perhaps through the nature of the Soru Soru Nomi, which Big Mum got the powers of? I think not only did Carmel influence Big Mum directly, she also influenced the events of the world in which Big Mum will soon become involved. Carmel was a huge figure among the child trafficking trade, overseen by CIPHER on behalf of the world government. After noticing Big Mum's strength, probably for the first time when Big Mum kills a bear with a small slap, Carmel demands an extreme price from the world government for Linlin. When questioned on the amount, she cites her involvement in a marine scheme 38 years ago, referring to the flashback where she freed giants. It's worth noting that this statement might imply the Marines controlled the weather, considering a beam of light hit Carmel. If Carmel was working with the Marines, then who wanted to execute the giants, I wonder? What we can assume is the Marines and Carmel pulled off this stunt, as they called it, in order to befriend the nation of Elbaf and start recruiting giants such as John to the cause. Furthermore, she goes on to discuss one final big score, which is the term used by Sengoku when describing XEBEC's reason for going to God Valley. Seeing as Big Mum was at God Valley, it's very strange we get this connection. It may even suggest that Big Mum used Carmel's information about One Big Score to give to XEBEC. Now, Carmel and Big Mum's time in Elbaf significantly ties to the sun god. During the flashbacks, we see Elbaf during the Yule festival, which represents the death and rebirth of the sun. Carmel's birthday is the 21st of December, which is the day of Yule. In the flashback, we also saw this very event happen physically when Carmel used her fruit to give life to a raging fire and animating it, turning it into a small sun and giving it consciousness. The ability she used to do this was called Geburtstag. However, she said it in two distinct halves, with the translation meaning birth, day. I'll touch more on the significance of Carmel using a German phrase later, so hold that in the brain for now. She also mentions to not thank her for what just happened, but to thank the sun god. She calls this new homie Pandora, which means all-giving from the origin myth, Works and Days. This makes sense considering the sun in most cultures is revered as all-giving, as it provides energy needed for all things to grow. These strange connections to the sun indicate Carmel knew her stuff. She's a couple years older than Kureha, and Kureha also knows a suspicious amount about the world's truths. I think it's possible Carmel knew about Joy Boy and believed Linlin could be a candidate to bring about the dawn. Anywho, after all of this, Carmel agrees to be exiled along with Linlin, showing Carmel still valued Linlin for some reason. Not long after this is when Big Mum eats everyone, and when we believe she got Carmel's Soru Soru powers. Well, I say everyone, but I don't actually mean everyone, because present in the background at the time was Streisand and one lonely old giant who witnessed everything. The giant claims that what he saw was horrific, which to me rules out the possibility that the children were simply abducted. Not only that, but you can't tell me it's just coincidence the man with the ability to turn things into food just happened to be there at the time. Whatever revolted the giants seemed to make Streisand happy, and eerily, while he's watching, he just so happens to be cutting a tree log into food. What this dark imagery shows is the idea that Big Mum is eating flesh and gaining the soul of Carmel and her fruit. In One Piece, souls live in trees after death, so Stroizen is cutting soul into meat. It's the exact reverse of what Big Mom's doing at the time, which is Oda going completely crazy with it. Immediately after, we see Stroizen approach Lin Lin, careful to keep his distance, and ultimately instill within her his own dream, telling her directly this is what you want. He also mentions they will start building where they are, suggesting Whole Cake Island is actually where the lamb's house used to be, as hinted at in the landscape. So Stroizen's manipulation of Big Mom begins, and shortly after he discovers her abilities when she animates flowers in front of him. The rest of that page is a montage of Big Mom becoming a fearsome conqueror of lands, threatening to eat people. This is Charlotte Linlin under Stroizen's influence. During Big Mom's flashback, we see Big Mom lose weight while fasting, which I think suggests Stroizen could be using food to control Big Mom, and would explain the big in her name. This is also backed up by the fact Big Mom isn't big while on Rock's crew, but to speedrun some more brief connections, here's a few. I mentioned earlier Carmel has an ability that's named in German. Stroizen's name and his favourite food are both German references too. These most likely connect to the German fable Hansel and Gretel, which involve a very similar contrast of themes, such as candy juxtaposed to eating children. Big Mom has the soul fruit, and we know souls have connections to music in One Piece. Well, it just so happens Stroizen is an opera singer who often sings to Big Mom with dark lyrics. Despite being the ripe old age of 92, he's still significantly powerful and has been shown to do some crazy stuff, not only physically, but with his fruit too, which I believe shows he's awakened. In chapter 872, Beijing makes a comment that Stroizen is suspicious and probably strong in a fight. I've always wondered how every island was turned into food as well. Did Stroizen do all of that? Even the ocean was made of juice and the clouds turned to cotton candy. It also seems like each thing that has become part of Big Mom's soul becomes linked with her emotions. When she sings, they sing. When she's out of her mind, they seem the same way, further highlighting this theme of control around Big Mom. I mentioned earlier that she wasn't big when she was on Rock's crew, right? Not only that, but she didn't have a childish disposition either. Oda drew Big Mom's stages pretty distinctly and also highlighted it in a SBS. Some believe Blackbeard, the owner of the Yami fruit, has ties to XEBEC, and some of these ties involve the Yami fruit itself. So what does the Yami do? It negates the ability of devil fruits, right? Which means if Carmel's control over Big Mom is through the Soul Sword fruit, then when Big Mom's on Rock's crew, she wouldn't have Carmel's influence on her anymore if XEBEC had the Yami. And so what happens? She becomes free, she becomes a pirate, loses weight and behaves like an adult. In short, Big Mom's weight and name denotes who she is as a character at the time. At God Valley, she was known no longer Lin Lin or Big Mom, but instead Charlotte Lin Lin of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks liberated her essentially, and it's possible, by doing so, Lin Lin could access Carmel's memories and tell XEBEC about the one big score. I've been scratching my brain about what Big Mom meant when she said she gave Kaido his powers, and this might also tie into the Yami too. Now, briefly, moving on to the amnesia thing, the influence over Big Mom might waver between Carmel and Stroizen, and when Big Mom bangs her head, we see her start having amnesia issues, which likely represents cognitive dissonance. This idea is scattered across all types of literature, and the bang on the head, Big Mom, after that she becomes sweet, childlike, she seems free from any strange influence. However, later on in the story we see Big Mom becomes possessed again by her hunger pangs. This brings us to who I think the third influence is on Big Mom. Big Mom was already influenced heavily by sweets before she met Carmel. Lin Lin's mother was distinctly drawn to look similar to Big Mom through her pink hair and the shape of her nose indicating a direct descent. No funny business with that parent. And her father, the manga belly shows him, which some may see as sus, but weirdly the anime showed him in full and he was pretty bland with nothing significant of note. Why do I bring this up? Well, because it would appear, despite being a normal born child, Lin Lin isn't a normal human, and instead has inherited some significant will. The chapter of her abandonment is called Natural Born Destroyer, and Jarul, the chief of giants, calls her the god of destruction. A really nice touch from Oda is Big Mom's teeth, as they're not the usual teeth we see children have in One Piece. Yes, this does reflect the fact she eats too many sweets, however, there's something far more sinister going on there too. Big Mom's teeth indicate some animalistic, deeper nature, which I bet you comes from some form of will she inherited. Big Mom is not a giant, but somehow naturally huge and strong. She also defeated the giant chief with ease, demonstrating monstrous skill. The first time we see Lin Lin have her hunger pangs after 6 days of fasting for winter solstice. This is similar to how Kaido only showed 6 paths of the Buddha, and is symbolic of how they both failed the last stage on their journey to complete their destiny. She went on a rampage before destroying the village of Elbaf and attacking the giants. Dead set on killing her was the chief because he recognized her as the god of destruction, a natural-born destroyer. This ties into the prophecy of Ragnarok, when gods and natural disasters will lead to the end of the world. So I think there might be some ancient powerful will or soul inside Big Mum causing havoc. The soul fruit is likely to be one of the oldest devil fruits, and the power to give and take life could be argued to make someone a god. The sorrow user can potentially imbue a fruit with a soul or will, and the fruit will become a strange form of devil fruit in a sense, which may tie into their creation. This is Big Mum's Jolly Roger. It depicts the sun, the sea, and a soul aspect coming out of Big Mum's head. Out of the soul aspect grows a tree. Naturally, we can deduce fruits that grow on these trees will contain souls, perhaps demonstrating again how devil fruits came about. This could be a sun god. This could be a representation of other gods too, such as the sun god top left, the rain god bottom left, and the forest god, which is the tree. Either way, all have the odor swirls that represent energy in the One Piece world. All of this hints that Big Mum has deep ties to soul energy and creation in One Piece. There's a short description of how Big Mum's powers work in chapter 863, and we also learn just a scrap of Big Mum's VIVI card can be used to control her homies. Interestingly, the effect of Big Mum's power can only be used on people who are afraid, which is pretty nutty when you consider that on Long Ring Longland, both the characters that were afraid started stretching. Not only this, but Big Mum's ability deals with lifespan, a highly significant power in the One Piece world, currently relevant to the story through Bonnie's abilities. Considering this checkered fate, it's possible the fruit has an ancient will of its own, similar to the Gomu. I mentioned Joro calling her god of destruction, which ties into the fact that she says she'll make the Straw Hats pay for their sins, the word sins being a reference to the Straw Hats being the enemies of God, like the D-Clan. So in summary, is it trauma that causes Big Mum's hunger pangs, or is it the hunger pangs that keep causing Big Mum trauma? Weirdly, when Big Mum was starving in Wano, she never had these hunger pang issues until her memory started to return. She did get mad about Luffy eating all the red bean soup at Udon prison, but like a childish temper tantrum, because she wanted to share that soup with the villagers that were kind to her, as opposed to the major hunger pang meltdowns we've seen before. The hunger pangs we know unfortunately involve ending her own children and weird scenes of cannibalism. Remember the bizarre scene where creep puffs in a hotel are shown living like people? They also react like people when Big Mum goes to eat them. Big Mum eating things that are alive is creepy and further suggests she is capable of eating people too. Even the trees in Whole Cake ask whose food will they end up as, talking about Luffy, Carrot and Nami. Earlier I mentioned the love hearts in Big Mum's eyes as she ate the children. Now I think these hearts may actually be a parallel to the red eyes she gets when she goes into a rage mode, like in Elbaf. This is likely what meant she couldn't see the children as she ate them, because she was figuratively blinded. She was possessed by her influence. I think Big Mum has the god of destruction's will inside her, and just like other influences, it takes a great toll on Big Mum's mind. I theorize that this will completely take over Big Mum in Elbaf and wreak havoc once again amongst the giants. And that'll be her introduction. She'll come in quite hot, I think. There'll be a battle going on or just about to go on. And she'll come in hot, coming for revenge, straight for Luffy. Okay, so there's a lot of crazy points, but what does it all mean to the story? And what's going to happen next? When you add all this up, we get a look at one terrifying picture. Big Mum has been conquering and killing devil fruit users for years, potentially meaning she is getting Stroizen to turn people into food and feeding them to her children. This would give them the specific powers that are relevant to their names. This definitely draws from Hansel and Gretel, with Gretel killing the witch and escaping with her treasure, which here is the Soul Fruit. Since Carmel's death, Big Mum went on to be liberated by rocks and the power of the Yami Yami, freeing her from one influence, yet putting her under another. After word of XEBEC's demise at God Valley spread, Stroizen sought out Big Mum, took control of her once again, and without XEBEC in his way, began building Whole Cake Island where Lamb's house originally was. Most importantly, the influence that was plaguing her since before all of this is the will of the natural-born destroyer, possessing her from time to time completely and going on a rampage until Lil Lim passes out, similar to Cavendish. This might be indicative that a key to possession relates to dreams, hence why it leaves the subject tired afterwards, or returning to their own dreams when the possession is released. We do see Big Mum sleep after some of these freakouts. We see it with Cavendish too. So, there you have it. Big Mum is officially the craziest character in One Piece in terms of lore. There are still some mysteries to be solved, however, such as what's going on with her hat. and her afro. If Big Mum comes back in Elbaf, there's going to be some serious issues popping off, I can promise you. Her reintroduction might be the catalyst for Ragnarok, and no doubt we'll see the god of destruction manifest and cause havoc once again. Don't forget she cut down trees by accident in Wano, which could be foreshadowing that she's going to cut down the Adam tree that Elbaf lives on. Stroizen's old as fudge, so he's probably going to get off by some B or C character, and Carmel's full true nature will probably be revealed to Big Mum, her full influence. Big Mum will eventually be freed, and I think somehow she'll be made docile, perhaps through the use of food or a healthy diet. By the end of the story, she'll probably have her dream realised through Luffy and the Straw Hat's victory over the world government, and everyone will live happily ever after, except for the children that Big Mum ate. Right, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to recommend to a friend. Check out our recent stuff on CIPHER and their connections to Lamb's houses. We've got some massive stuff coming up. Drop a like, a sub, comment what you thought was good or bad, blah blah blah. Check out the Last Arc YouTube channel. Support your favourite creators, and seeing as you made it this far, I'm sending you a free copy of Big News Morgan's latest book. So much love, see you on the next one, and just a heads up, this is 3 days script. Absolute banger. The girl is a genius. Let's get it. Imagine if the One Piece endgame revealed a key that could be used to go back through the story and unlock hidden secrets. Well, I'm 100% serious. We might have actually found one. To be very honest, I came across it 2 years ago, but now it's time to do it justice with its own video. So like and sub, and let's dive straight into this one. Oars wore a loincloth adorned with a symbol. This symbol can be found subtly tucked away in the background of the Kozuki crest. There's a reason why the symbol is important, and here's why. Firstly, it seems ancient. However, all we can say for sure is it's at least roughly 800 years old. We know this because it appears above a poneglyph, for example, and poneglyphs are old, as well as being confirmed tied to Joy Boy through the apology that Robin read on Fishman Island. Also, we see this symbol in Marijois, which we can assume goes back to at least the Void Century. The symbol could be a remnant of the Ancient Kingdom, or potentially even the Ancient Kingdom's crest. I'll touch on that towards the end though, so stick around for that. Considering the symbol appears throughout Joy Boy's supposed allies, it means Joy Boy had either seen the symbol before his journey began and he spread it to others, or he encountered it whilst he was on his journey and adopted it for himself, which is perhaps more likely. At this point, I've probably garnered a reputation for talking about this symbol for a couple of years, and initially I thought the four corners were stone pickaxes, tying to the Wano stonemasons. However, it wasn't until our genius friend Elson pointed out the ends of our symbol resemble whale tails. That's when I realised how important it really is. The symbol depicts 4 pairs of whale tails, and it's heavily suggested throughout the story that Joy Boy is connected to island whales. We see this with the sounds the whales make, buo, which resembles the word boy, and it's also highlighted when the Straw Hats enter the New World, while Brook plays BINK'S to the excited whales. We see a whale wearing a crown with the same symbol above a depiction of the 3 ancient weapons in this great cover spread. Additionally, there's a panel where Sea Kings mention the 2 sovereigns, one of whom will be born far away, which is most likely a reference to Joy Boy being born on the opposite side of the world in the East Blue. The symbol could have a lot of meaning, but firstly, let's look at other examples of the symbol in the story so far, and how they tie to Joy Boy. So Karibo wears this symbol on his clothing, similar to his brother. He also has the symbols on the rowboats kept on his ship. Mount Sacrifice at Whiskey Peak is completely covered in gravestones that bear the symbol. The symbol can also be found in the Hoard of Sky Pier treasure, which is reminiscent of a few colour spreads that depict this same golden cross. We see the symbol again on the cover that depicts Shanks at a mysterious secret wedding. The wedding is possibly for Shanks and Makino, who appears pregnant in a separate cover story. In a later cover, a baby is shown growing up in a bar, a reflection of the current Joy Boy, Luffy's upbringing, as we saw in Fuchsia, where he met Shanks. Next, we have Mihawk. Yoru has the symbol as his handle, which is a blade we have little information about, other than that it's explicitly stated to be wielded by the world's greatest swordsman. This might suggest Yoru was a Joy Boy's blade at one point, and that he was once the greatest swordsman in the world. We know Imu has a sword, which might be a clue that Joy Boy was a swordsman also. Yoru's origins are unknown, but its name is an anagram of Ryo, Wano's equivalent of Haki, which might be a clue. We know many of the greatest swords are crafted in Wano, and our symbol connects to Wano, so we can probably assume Yoru was originally made in Wano. Yoru is wielded by Mihawk, the man who's currently stated to be the greatest swordsman in the world. Mihawk's raft also has a symbol, demonstrating how early Oda included this symbol from. Mihawk usually resides on the mysterious Gloom Island, where we see a giant monkey holding an even bigger Yoru with the symbol as its mantle again. Furthermore, Mihawk's counterpart Perona wears a crown with this very symbol on the top. Nami can be seen in many colour spreads wearing a crown with the symbol 2, which ties to theories surrounding Nami defeating or usurping Imu. However, she isn't the only Straw Hat seen with the symbol. The whale tail symbol can be found worn by Chopper in the Thriller Bark arc, an arc where the symbol is littered throughout. Sanji is another Straw Hat connected to the symbol, as it's also on Sora's gravestone. Sanji is seen holding the symbol after discovering the Skypiea treasure. Another example of the symbol can be found at Yorkie's grave, the captain of a crew that's heavily tied to BINK'S sake. Brook is a member of the current Joy Boy's crew, so it's possible BINK'S had ties to Joy Boy, or potentially was on Joy Boy's crew. Franky is shown wearing the symbol a couple of times in colour spreads, and Usopp is thought to receive a gigantic hammer later in the story, which could possibly be Harridine's hammer, as it has the symbol on, and was used to fight Luffy in the Colosseum while Luffy rode a bull. Zoro was followed by a Southbird, which eventually flew off while he held onto it. The Southbirds have the symbol on the back of their heads. These birds are particularly interesting because the birds always face south. However, they say Jayo, which is an anagram of joy, J-Y-O, J-O-Y, very similar to the whales who say Buyo. The Southbirds are found in the forest of Jaya, and it's heavily implied that Joy Boy has deep ties to both forests and Jaya. It is possible that Joy Boy made several islands out of Jaya, and also that Laugh-Tale was originally located between the twin dragons. But if you want more on that, check out this earlier video on the topic. There's many thoughts and theories about a shift in the One Piece world's poles happening centuries ago, which if true, could mean the Southbirds originally looked to the east, also known as the Dawn. In the cover story for 644, we see Southbirds facing different directions, indicating these particular birds are free from having to face south. This could suggest when the world is flipped the right way up and Joy Boy's Will of D is achieved, the birds will no longer be stuck looking in one direction. Fascinatingly, Robin appears to be the only exception, which if true would be a giga-brain move from Oda. This is because Ohara is inherently connected to Joy Boy, and Ohara also had its true history wiped, for example with the Buster Call. This would mean if any of the Straw Hats were likely to not display or know the symbol, it would be the one from Ohara, which of course for us is Robin. Now, to look at some spicier examples of the whale tail symbol, let's start with the most peculiar one I've come across. It's in the Halloween colour spread on the tombstone on the far right of the page, above what appears to be the name Jack. If you've got any ideas what this name could mean, let me know in the comments. Is this Joy Boy's final resting place? Was his name Jack tying to the beanstalk we saw in Skypiea? I'm still not sure about this one personally, however the most important of all the reoccurrences of this symbol is above the frozen straw hat in Marie-Joie. This further suggests Joy Boy is connected to the symbol, particularly as the Straw Hat is there, and Emu was holding a picture of Luffy. It's a possibility that Emu is keeping the hat because it is still imbued with some will, probably because of its woven nature. If Laugh-Tale requires certain wills as keys to enter, then Emu may be preserving the Straw Hat's will to use as a key if she finds Laugh-Tale. You can hear more about this kind of thing in my video about cycles within the One Piece world. So, the whale tail symbol is strongly implied to be tied to Joy Boy. But why does it feature so prominently in the Kazuki crest? Is Joy Boy from Wano? I can understand why some people might think so, but personally I don't think it is the case. As I said earlier, in my opinion it's more likely Joy Boy was connected to the ancient kingdom and or the East Blue. In 1055, we discovered there's an old Wano that was submerged by rainwater after walls were put up around the country. Old Wano was flooded roughly 800 years ago, which is around the time Joy Boy was alive. We don't know much except the inhabitants have since moved up the mountain and somehow created a new Wano above the flood levels. It's possible Joy Boy came to Wano not long after the rainwater floods that displaced the Kazuki clan and the rest of the Wano's inhabitants, and suggested the creation of New Wano. Potentially, Joy Boy and his Nakama also helped build the new country that we know today. The Kazuki clan are the only ones we know to be able to craft poneglyphs, and we know Joy Boy is connected to them because he had an apology to Poseidon written on one, so it's likely they were his allies at the time. Wano is found in the New World, which possibly gets its name from Joy Boy rebuilding countries similar to New Wano. It's definitely true that one sea is inhabited mostly by humans, some of whom are prejudiced, which is called Paradise, and the New World seems mostly inhabited by non-human species, such as the mink, meaning it might have been Joy Boy that somehow built the New World, hence its name, New World. Also remember Pluton was put in Wano around this time too. This may have been part of the reason Joy Boy went to Wano, but so far we really don't have much information on how Pluton got there. On another note, when you look at the shape of Jaya, Skypiea, Long Ring Longland and Onigashima, we can see what looks like puzzle pieces. It may have been that Joy Boy and his Nakama, such as Young Oars and Zunisha, moved land masses to bring land to Wano. This is a very pirate-themed way of building an island and could reflect the island of misfits Oars was said to have built 500 years ago. This is likely how Oars got its epithet as the continent puller. If you've seen Preachin' Wizard of Oz theories about how Oars is Joy Boy, then you'll know there's an absolute ton of ties between the ancient giant Oars and Joy Boy. Links in the description below for their videos if you do want to check that out. We know through supplemental information he was likely born over, say, 700 years ago, so I think it's possible Oars might have been Joy Boy's nakama when he was very young. Interestingly, Moria found him in the land of ice as opposed to underwater below the floods. Now, considering the land of ice is a country in Wano established after the rainwater flooded old Wano, it means Oars was present in Wano after the flood, and we could probably assume after the islands were put together. Additionally, Oars was demonized in history, something that seems to befall anyone closely associated with Joy Boy and the D clan, who are also known as the enemies of the gods. It might have been around this time Zunisha first visited Wano. Her recent appearance in Wano may be a parallel to roughly 800 years in the past, especially considering she's Joy Boy's nakama, and Luffy had Joy Boy's heartbeat in Wano. Also, it seems Zunisha already knew how to find Wano, and her punishment coincidentally just so happens to be 800 years long, so time-wise it ties in with Joy Boy being alive. Vanderdecken I appears to have ties with Joy Boy. He may have been nakama also, and his underwater travelling ship, the Flying Dutchman, may have been involved in delivering Joy Boy's apology to Fishman Island. I'll go over Joy Boy's entire crew properly in another video in this series, but for now, I'm just going to try keep sticking to Wano, so sub to keep posted for more. Anyway, back to Wano, let's look at the Kozuki crest in a little more detail. We have our cross symbol, covered by a bird, looking left, with 8 lines indicating wings, a strange circle that looks like a sun, and a black circle at the bottom surrounded by 8 smaller circles. There's a lot going on here, but the crest is actually quite simple when broken up into parts. We see our whale tail symbol in the back there. It appears as crossbones behind the rest of the crest, similar to many Jolly Rogers. Furthermore, we have the bird looking left. In real life, there is the Mori clan, which has a very similar symbol. There's no doubt it acted somewhat as inspiration, seeing as the clan were battle-hardy and most known during the Sengoku period. The bird itself is possibly a crane. In Japan, the crane is a national treasure, representing longevity. This is because it was thought to have a lifespan of 1,000 years. I theorize the crane is looking left because left is east currently in the One Piece world, an example of how the world's been flipped upside down, as it says in One Piece. So to clarify what I mean by that is usually on a normal map, on the left side of the page is west, on the right side is the east. But in our story, on the left side of the map is the east blue and on the right side is the west. In other words, the bird is looking at the dawn, the east blue, and the arrival of the next sovereign. Next, we have the wings. Recently, more than ever, we see references to particular crew members described as wings. The term wings is used to imply they lift their captains higher, a metaphor meaning to significantly assist their captains in achieving their goals. This suggests the wings on the symbol represent the individual wings of people who uphold whatever the bird represents as it looks to the dawn. In other words, the wings could represent nakama. Now we have this strange circular symbol surrounding the bird, which resembles a sun. It may represent the sun having risen as a full circle, indicating the dawn is complete, but it's also possibly a tribute to Sun God Nika. Out of all of the components of this crest, this is by far the least common in the One Piece story. Again, if you do see other examples of that symbol, let me know. And I know there's like some sunflower stuff on t-shirts and blah blah blah, but I'm not sure about that with this. Finally, we have the circles at the bottom surrounding a larger circle. Notice how they sit on the chest of the crane, almost like it's from the heart, the place from which Joy Boy's beak comes. This is also evidenced in an SBS which showed Appu's heart to be a drum. We are yet to have hard confirmation of what the symbol means, but we've seen many different variations throughout the story. By looking among Joy Boy's likely allies, we can quickly find the 8 kingdoms. Each of these places shares a variation of the same symbol, which is the biggest indicator of who is among the 8. These were most likely Fishman Island, Alabasta, Zo, Wano, Goa, Shandora, Water 7 and Skypiea. In each location you can find almost identical circular designs for towns and villages. For example, Kuri, Goa Kingdom and Zo, just to name a few. So it's most likely that the symbol at the bottom of the Kozuki crest represents the 8 kingdoms surrounding the ancient kingdom. The suffix of all the clans in Wano except Kurozumi are Suki, which means moon. So alternatively, the symbol could mean 8 moons circling the sun or dawn. Lastly, it may have been the case that the new Wano was supposed to consist of 8 regions instead of the current 7, which would be the regions we have now plus Zou. The Mink are known to get their Sulong power up from the moon, so this would fit the pattern of the 8 bringing in the dawn also. So with all this in mind, let's look at what this could mean as a whole. It's likely the whale tail symbol is Joy Boy's crest. Interestingly, none of the examples of the symbol that appear in the story so far seem to be older than the Void Century, with Marijois being the only real potential exception. It's even possible Joy Boy used the symbol as his Jolly Roger, considering this is a story about pirates after all, but I have more thoughts on that in the first part of this Joy Boy miniseries. If Joy Boy and his crew were the ones that helped rebuild Wano, then it would explain why the whale-tailed Jolly Roger would be in the background of the Kazuki crest. On the other hand, if the symbol is older than the Void Century, then it may be the symbol of the Ancient Kingdom. However, there is significantly less evidence that suggests this. Expect Joy Boy's whale-tail symbol to have a late reveal, and act as a key of sorts that we can use to go back through the story and find hidden secrets. Okay, so that's it from me. If you found more examples and want to let me know, drop a comment. Or message me in the Discord link below. If you made it this far, you've just won a couple bottles of Hero Water, so careful with it. Much love, take it easy peeps, and peace. Ever notice the similarities between Doc Q, John Silvers, or Rayleigh? But wait, there's someone else that's connected to all these guys. But not just anyone, a rocks pirate. Yes, Kureha does have ties to XEBEC after all. Today I'm showing you a hidden secret from the biggest chapter of the year. Oda gave us some crazy spice, but you probably missed a little secret gem. Here we have this rude old woman Shanks described as a hag. Look at her appearance. That's right, this isn't any ordinary hag, but instead a relative of Kureha's. This brings us to the point of the video. Get ready to see all of Kureha's secret relatives, and most importantly of all, to see her ties to XEBEC. The best place to start with this is probably HIRILUK, as he'll become important later too. HIRILUK was described as a quack doctor, and we saw he had a penchant for being really bad at medical chemistry. This was contrasted by his love and care for people, not charging them for his experimental medical treatments. The quack doctor's compassion showed itself when he chose to sacrifice himself rather than let Wapple have his way, as he knew the country he lived in would eventually recover, with his actions having a lasting effect on many people who knew of his true caring intentions. He was originally from Drum Kingdom, returning back there after supposedly having a change of heart, a phrase that fits HIRILUK as a character because he was healed from a heart disease after seeing the Secretaries, in what most likely was the same place Roger and Whitebeard shared sake cups. Afterwards, he met Chopper and practically took him in as a child. He wore 3/4 trousers despite the cold and a hat, which are both super relevant, but for some reason no one seems to notice it. But I'll get to that in a sec. He would have been 68 if he would be alive today. Why do I bring up HIRILUK? Simples. Check this out. Weirdly, HIRILUK resembles Doc Q. They're both introduced in Drum Island flashbacks. Their noses are oddly similar. They both use explosives and both are medical chemists. They both have makeup on their eyes, and yes, Doc Q just so happens to be wearing 3/4 and a hat, showing off the classic hairy legs that we get from HIRILUK. We know HIRILUK had a sickness and that Doc Q was born with a sickness. Could HIRILUK be Doc Q's father, split up from birth? Maybe their separation is their sickness, but that's nothing compared to what's coming up. Additionally, Doc Q seems very invested in the concept of luck. When Luffy eats a dud explosive apple, this makes Doc Q happy with him, noting how Luffy is lucky, which suggests not only luck but fate also, akin to the rest of Blackbeard's crew. This is where we bring in Kureha. Both deeply believe in fate. Doc Q is known as the god of death, characterized by looking old and sickly despite being only 28 and carrying a Grim Reaper style scythe. This is a direct contrast to Kureha, who is as old as humans get in the One Piece world, yet looks relatively healthy, relatively young, and amazingly also has scythes. The difference here is Kureha has the scythes on her wall, not actually as an active weapon, which is quite symbolic. In other words, Kureha is almost more of a god of life. So Doc Q kills people with his use of medical knowledge and powers, and Kureha saves people with her medical use and power. Their ages are 113 years apart, so we can be sure she isn't a mother figure, but the rabbit hole gets deeper, and this is where the big spice starts to come in. Check out this guy, zombified Captain John Silvers, looking a little worse for wear since Moria dug him up. Despite this, you don't need to be galaxy brain to see the resemblance between Kureha and him. Similar to Doc Q and Kureha, John share some of the similar features, but in this case far more closely. There are more connections too, however, through Carmel, as Kureha ties to the big heist at God Valley and ultimately John's treasure, but that video is coming after this one, so make sure you're subbed. Instead, we're going to continue the line of physical similarities and see how insane it really gets, because honestly it does get crazy. So Kureha and John have similar properties. What else do we know about them? Well, for starters, Captain John's got the super chin. He's a swordsman, he has ash grey hair suggesting it used to be blonde, he wears black and white striped 3/4, and his full name is John Silvers. Wait, oh yes, we have got Rayleigh. Rayleigh is 78, notably 10 years older than HIRILUK, and in his younger years was blonde like Kureha and the others. Both Rayleigh and Kureha are 6'2", and that secret chin I mentioned about, I think it's interesting because we do see Rayleigh has a weird beard, and if you gave him a normal beard it might be more obvious of the chin, so I think that might just be clever characters design by Oda, keeping it subtle, and it must have worked because no one, I've only noticed 20 odd years after, and I'm not sure about you guys. Kureha often talks about youth, and recently in Amazon Lily, Rayleigh mentioned he's not as young as he once was. Okay, so that might not seem like a heavy connection, but when you take into account the context, it gets pretty insane. Oda flexed on us with this one for sure. In 1059, Blackbeard announces that Kobe helped him overthrow former Rocks pirate Ochiku, and subsequently Blackbeard took over Hachinosu. At the panel after this, Silver Rayleigh turns up. This is crazy. Why? Well, because Rayleigh enters the scene wearing 3/4 trousers, which we've not seen the design of before, which just so happens to match John's trousers and resembles HIRILUK's collar. As I said, former Rocks pirate Captain John and Rayleigh also share the same name, Silvers, and similar facial features. Okay, but why is John important in this situation? What's the relevance? Because the famous Captain John's treasure is hidden on an island with a skull on it. Most people believe this to be Hachinosu or Onigashima, but let's face it, Onigashima has holes in the bottom and was flying around Wano and whatnot, so probably not going to be that. So I'm going to rule it out for now, leaving us with just Hachinosu really, the only serious option. Now, Hachinosu of course is relevant because the panel before Rayleigh's introduction is Blackbeard saying he took Hachinosu from Ochuko. So this brings us to the big reveal. Ochuko was named alongside Captain John and went on to become known as Wang Zhi by the community, due to the fact that the real-life Chinese warlord pirate Wang Zhi was nicknamed Ochuko as well. So much so, in fact, it even states this in the wiki. However, by doing so, the community missed the actual meaning of his name and a huge clue into the history of the One Piece world. Kureha gets her name from spiritual healing practice called Cho Ku Rei, and notably Haha means mother. Also, the O in front of a name means it's female. In other words, if you put Ochuko's name with Kureha's name, you get Mother of Spiritual Healing. Yes, this massively implies Kureha is the mother of Ochuko, or even possibly that she was Ochuko herself, considering the O. This puts both Captain John and Ochuko on the Rocks crew as relations of Kureha, and now we see Dokyu is another similar looking dude and is in Blackbeard's crew, a character with many XEBEC ties. Strange indeed, but what does this all mean? All of the characters described show significant ties between one another, and it definitely appears that Kureha had two strong connections on Rock's ship. This would explain all the treasures in her castle, such as weaponry, etc. And it will give us some explanation as how she knows about the world, the will of D. The second part is a lot bigger and a lot more dense, but it's already being made at the moment. The script's already written, so it will be coming a couple days after this one. For those of you who have made it this far, I'm going to be sending you a pair of 3/4 in black and white. Just let me know your sizes in the comments. Like, sub, join all the socials, and support the Lost Ark as well, the biggest crew on the scene right now. They've been letting me drop a couple of theories on there. You're probably gonna, love that channel, so check it out. Anywho, you've been a great audience, I think. Peace. Okay, major discovery alert. You have been lied to. There is not one piece. In fact, there are two pieces. That's right. I think I've actually found another One Piece. One that almost all of you have heard of before, but perhaps have never noticed. The big spice I clocked was when I realized Kureha and Carmel have tons of really strange ties. Then I noticed that Carmel was born 2 years before Kureha. There's a few characters that are really old, seem to know a ton about devil fruits, seem to have special powers, and seem to have connections to the God Valley incident. We even got one in 1079. But what's crazy is there might actually be another One Piece, a mini One Piece, and Buggy might finish this story sitting atop it. I'm not joking. I'm super serial right now. You're already probably familiar with what it is, but even then, I'm not sure if we actually do know what it is. Anywho, sub and stick around to the end. It helps a load, and let's get straight into this. The first major spice we found was that Carmel talked about one big final score. 38 years before that quote was when she freed the giants from Marineford. 38 years after that quote is the God Valley incident. 38 years after that is the Lalesia incident. This suggests every 38 years some sort of crazy event happens, potentially involving gods. This is also pretty similar to the whole 22-year gap we see throughout the story, such as the Ohara. But what was XEBEC doing at God Valley? He was after one final score. Yep, same words Carmel used, who just so happened to be eaten by who? Big Mum. Big Mom then went on to join the Rocks crew and ultimately played a major part in the God Valley incident, at one point even saving Kaido by giving him his devil fruit. Considering Big Mom looks skinny and acts like an adult, not a child, when she's on Rock's crew, it indicates XEBEC had the Yami Yami Nomi, the darkness fruit. This would give context to what Big Mom meant when she said she gave Kaido a fruit as well. I think the Yami's power stopped Carmel controlling Big Mom through the Soro Soro Nomi, and in doing so, Big Mom could access some of Carmel's memories, similar to what we saw when she had Mother Carmel's flashbacks. Sorry if that's a lot to digest. I do have a recent video on this you can check out, which gives you everything you need to know about how crazy spicy Big Mom is as a character, and her ties to Stroizen and Carmel, etc. But the point is, if Big Mom could access Carmel's memories, it's very likely it was her who gave the idea of the big score to XEBEC. Not only this, but when we see Kaido and Big Mom speak for the first time, he said the words, "I have a big score to sell," which is definitely another nod to the big score at God Valley. After the God Valley incident, the world is told Rocks is dead. The super crew break up and Captain John disappears with treasure that he ultimately hides. This is what Oda had to say in response to a question about John's treasure. The man whose treasure Buggy and the crew were searching for had become a zombie at Thriller Bark. Look close at Captain John's stomach. He has several slashes in his belly and 2 swords sticking right out. These were the marks left when his crew killed him for keeping the treasure a secret from them. John died and the location of the treasure became a legend, lost forever, which is SBS 49 by the way. From this we can gather that Oda intentionally had 2 blades piercing John as character design, but how is that relevant? The answer lies in where the treasure was hidden. What we know is that Luffy discovered a treasure finder that can guide the user to John's treasure, amongst the haul Nami took from Moria. Luffy chooses to take the armband because he liked the look of it, oblivious to what it actually is, and ultimately hands it to Buggy later in the story in Impel Down. Nami allows Luffy to take the armband because there's no gems on it, thus she thinks it has no value. This shows the different states of mind between Nami and Luffy, particularly as Nami seems to have some uncanny navigating abilities that mean she might not even need a treasure finder. Amongst the treasure Nami hands over to Lola is another golden whaletail cross, just like in Skypiea. The panel after this says there's a storm coming, all of which indicates a parallel to the past, and also makes me think that John's treasure isn't jewels. Other than that, all we know is it's hidden on an island with a skull on it. Now there's 2 major options here. Firstly, we have Onigashima. It was recently flying around Wano and being blasted with a load of holes, making it seemingly unlikely. However, what is interesting is if it is on Onigashima, it would give more context to why Kaido wanted to pick it up and plop it on the flower capital. Maybe he thought it would wake Pluton or tie to the Joy Boy prophecy. One other thing, we have a video about how God Valley is actually Marineford. What is bizarre is that Marineford had these Wano-like pillars randomly on the corners of the island. Now, considering we've seen Kaido flying Onigashima, it's possible God Valley was removed from Marineford, leaving the pillars behind. Potentially, it could be Enies Lobby. I mean, they look very similar, right? But that's for another time. Getting a bit wild there, but let's face it, Oda has already had an island zooming around the sky in Wano, so it's not totally impossible. More likely, however, is the pirate island Hachinosu. The rocky port incident where Kobe became hero of the Marines is where Blackbeard overthrew Ochuko, another Rocks pirate who was at the God Valley incident. This means Ochuko was the previous ruler. So Rocks, XEBEC, Ochuko and Blackbeard all have ties to Hachinosu, and it just so happens to be an island with a massive skull in the dead center. Also, when Sengoku introduced John, he was introduced alongside Shiki and Ochuko, so it wouldn't surprise me if John had the treasure on Hachinosu and was betrayed by Shiki and Ochuko, who went on to rule Hachinosu himself. So I think the blades in John's stomach are a reference to all that, and a big hint that the treasure is actually under Hachinosu. Anyways, what is the secret treasure then? Well, whatever John's treasure is what Carmel wanted. That one big score. It's the reason XEBEC went to God Valley. It also ties to Buggy, as he's relentlessly searching for it. So a meme could very well be Buggy runs Hachinosu after he finds John's treasure at the very end of the story. Then if it does turn out to be a mini version of the One Piece, it would make Buggy a mini king of the pirates in a funny way. Additionally, a brief, cool connection with Buggy is this absolute Chad move from Oda. After Buggy leaves the island where he's looking for treasure, he talks about a witch fattening up children before eating them. In this sense, he's talking about pirates being allowed to have bounties that grow before they're basically caught. This is a huge shout to Carmel, with Oda 5 heading out hard, because she brought up children to be sold and ultimately was eating herself. Hansel and Gretel vibes. Oh, and by the way, the chapter just so happens to be called The Highest Powers of the World, so we get another God Valley nod there too. But as I say, what will the treasure that Buggy gets be? Well, Carmel specialised in child trafficking, so initially I thought it could be a child. Shanks potentially. We know he was a baby at the God Valley incident and was hidden in a treasure chest by someone. And then I was thinking, what would CIPHER want with him? Maybe that's CIPHER's son. But ultimately, we know Shanks. We know John didn't hide Shanks, I imagine, unless the skull being referenced meant Roger's Jolly Roger. This ties to the god theories, as we've seen aspects of the sun, earth, and forest god already in the story, but no rain. That is except for the ties we see through VIVI, which I also have a video on, which brings me to what I actually think John's treasure really is. I theorize it's a key. Yeah, pretty mundane. In an upcoming video, I'll be explaining what I'm pretty confident the One Piece is, but in short, I think the treasure is a key that can be used to enter the Ancient Kingdom, maybe even on Laugh Tale itself. Luffy won't require the key because all of the required lineages and wills will be present at the time, which will act as the key itself, but I'll go more into that in the What is the One Piece video. So, the one big score is John's treasure. It's likely hidden on Hachinosu, and whatever it is, it's likely not your standard chest full of gold and jewels. I theorize that the one big score is actually a key to Laugh Tale, perhaps accompanied with some ancient knowledge or lore. This would make Buggy Luffy's successor in some ways, as Buggy will hold the key to Laugh Tale and thus the world. Shame he's a boob though. Our last video was about the same topic, but focused more on Kureha herself and the crazy relatives she has. Check that out for more, and next up we've got a video on how the Yami fruit is a moon fruit and how Blackbeard won't just take on Emu, but the whole entire world. But here's a teaser because it ties into the old hag motif that I was discussing earlier. There's an old hag at Hachinosu named Higurashi. Kaido also refers to Big Mom as an old hag, reinforcing this old theme I was talking about. Higurashi actually looks like a demon and resembles a fake Yamato too. Higurashi wears an inverted Sakura kimono, which is a nod to Kureha. In contrast to Kureha, Higurashi has no qualms with death, similar to Doc Q, who I've speculated to be related to Kureha in my past video. CIPHER were in Wano discussing weapons trade after Higurashi was the one who told Orochi to gather weapons before their rise to power. So here we have similarities with Carmel's illicit trades with the CIPHER 41 years before the present day, which is 3 years before the God Valley incident, she turns up in Wano to manipulate Orochi, offering him a potentially very powerful devil fruit. This is when Higurashi showed her familiarity with devil fruits, unlike much of Wano, demonstrating knowledge of both her own fruit and Orochi's. Where did she get these powers? I do want to add that I think the fact that Orochi's dragons look dumb is to show his lack of compatibility with his fruit as well. If someone stronger had it, it may very well be devastating. This might be partly why Oda needed Orochi to die at the end of Wano, so his fruit could be redistributed. As for Kaido, she knew him from the early days. Higurashi approached him 10 years after the God Valley incident to cooperate again on Hachinosu. In chapter 970, we see Higurashi interrupt the duel between Kaido and Odin. In chapter 1043, we see Kaido instantly kill a CIPHER agent over the same action done by Higurashi in 970. Soon, I'll be dropping a moon theory on how I think Higurashi was another one of these old hags with devil fruit knowledge and was the one to manipulate Blackbeard into rocks, so make sure to sub to keep updated. Right, you've been great. Like, sub, comment, join the Patreon for secrets. Shout out to Dax and 3 Day Trip on this one. They were a couple of big conversations that really moved the whole idea along for me, so big love to them as always. Sub to Dak and follow his Twitch. Check out 3 Day Trip on the Last Arc, a channel I post on every 1 or 2 weeks. If you've made it this far, you've just won a free trip to Raijin Island. Wear shoes in the house. Peace. Did you know every 38 years an incident occurs that shakes the entire One Piece world? How does this connect to the Will of D and the Void Century? Today I'm going to be taking everything I've learned so far about the One Piece world and throwing it into one short video explaining what is really going on with Emu behind the scenes and how inherited will plays a key role. So like, sub, and let's get into it. We're going to unravel a curse in the One Piece world so powerful even Blackbeard couldn't avoid it. I recently noticed during Egghead a secret that changes how we interpret the past and how we can predict the future. During the arc, it was revealed that this part of history is known as the Egghead incident. So that's present day. 38 years before this, we had the God Valley incident. 38 years before that, we had the incident where Sister Carmel freed the giants, possibly at the same location. Stick around until the end of the video and you'll soon learn who's been behind this 38-year time loop and has been for the past 800 to 900 years. Firstly, we need to look at what situations have repeated themselves so far. For example, we know Marineford is a direct parallel to what we are seeing right now in Hachinosu. One of the more popular theories on this channel is that Marineford was a repeat of the God Valley incident. So is Hachinosu going to be another case of this same time loop? Also, we see the case with inherited will. Oda has made it clear to us that significant wills and dreams have been passed down over generations, sometimes with hundreds of years going by until the dream is fulfilled. This is what we see with the Will of D. Devil fruits are redistributed after death, meaning they too have a cyclical nature. This idea of cycles is something Oda has highlighted in potentially the most important SBS of all time. But anyway, let's take a deeper look at some of the more significant events that seem to be stuck on repeat. Starting with the Void Century, we have a time frame of 800 to 900 years, around which time we know Joy Boy was about. Also then, we have the flooding of Wano, the construction of the Iron Giant, creation of the ancient weapons, destruction of Shandora, and the building of the Noah. 800 years later, Luffy, who we know has inherited Joy Boy's will, visits Wano, sees the Iron Giant on the ancient island of Egghead, meets the ancient weapon Poseidon, discovers Shandora, and takes on the Noah. This is why Charlie was seeing someone with a straw hat destroy Fishman Island and assumed it was Luffy. She saw Joy Boy's will. Also, we have Ryuma and Zoro having an 800-year connection, Toki jumping forward 800 years, Sunisha's punishment starting 800 years ago, and the Gomu Nomi was active. If we want to get really crazy, check out how many moons were on the orrery at Ohara. 8. Now there's only one. Maybe one was destroyed every 100 years for some reason. Anyway, it's not a coincidence these situations repeat themselves 800 years later, and all within a couple years of each other. An important example is the weird changes we see in sea levels that occur frequently throughout history. We don't know much, but we know Alabasta is a desert with a raised capital, suggesting their sea level is currently low. Wano has water levels that are so high the residents rebuilt their city on higher ground. And finally, Tom wanted to turn Water 7 into a ship due to rising tides threatening the inhabitants of the island. Long Ring Longland illustrates the flooding theme, with people segregated from each other at certain times of the year due to changing tides. The theme of flooding will likely be brought back around, with the Noah being used to save entire populations. There are far more subtle examples as well, such as broken horns. The breaking of a horn is symbolic in myth for the overthrowing of power, which we see with the Iron Giant, Kaido, Onigashima's skull, Ja Rule, and the bull Luffy rides on during the Colosseum fight. So we see the physical act repeat itself over decades. Notice giants always have ties to ice. We see giants frozen during Thriller Bark, and a frozen Oars there too. The Yeti Cool brothers are two giants guarding an ice island, and Sol was frozen by Akiji. So with all these repeating occurrences, what could explain such a phenomena? We can look at Oda's core theme of inherited will to explore further. There's a mysterious power in the One Piece world where ideals, dreams, and souls can reappear within individuals and locations over time. For example, Enel looks similar to a person depicted on the moon murals, and it turns out he happens to have the devil fruit ability required to activate the city's energy sources, which in turn revives the automata stationed there. It's even weirder that the automata are even up there to begin with. After the death of Tsukimi, meaning Moonwatcher, his own automata went to the moon to avenge him. This isn't coincidence. There's certainly threads within One Piece using subplots to tell the tale of a cycle occurring deeper in the story. But what if this mysterious cycle is in fact a curse? Maybe the Will of D is in fact a burden. I theorise inherited wills can't properly rest until they're fulfilled, rather than your will moving on to the trees, like we see in the One Piece world. Instead, your will or soul is bound to return. This would explain why, except for places Luffy's visited, the majority of the world has no recollection of Joy Boy. Imu is trying to stop Joy Boy's will from returning. This ties into what we hear about people being forgotten in the world. Impel Down, level 6, is where the worst are sent to be forgotten, which is an important feature too, but I'll touch on that later. So this leads us to ask why and how the power of inherited will even started. Vegapunk was researching technology of the highest secrecy, ultimately discovering mysteries that led to the world government attempting to finish him. These secrets we know involve poneglyphs, objects that are imbued with will, which we know from the voices they emit, heard by very few characters. We know they're indestructible, but somehow Wano stonemasons had a way of carving them. I say somehow, but I'm pretty confident the masons used haki, which is a manifestation of will in the One Piece world. This is identical to the Great Adam Tree, which is indestructible, yet we know has had wood carved from it, found on the black market and used to build powerful ships. Why can Adam wood only be found on the black market? It's because Imu wouldn't want anyone getting their hands on material that's imbued with will, I think, because these are the traces of the ancient kingdom Imu's trying to hide. I believe these will store information, key to returning the world to the balance. Quite literally what we see with poneglyphs. An even better example is the island of Ohara, a nation renowned for its knowledge of history. I believe the tree itself provided the scholars of Ohara with the information information that made up their huge library, ironically found within the Tree of Ohara itself. Crocus knew the name of the ancient kingdom, and for almost saying it out loud, he was deleted by the world government. So if Emu is trying to suppress the inherited will and hide the ancient kingdom, this suggests it's not Emu that put this curse on the world to begin with. Or was it? I think Emu inadvertently triggered the ancient kingdom's greatest technology in the wake of their defeat, a machine that somehow binds will to earth, a last-ditch attempt from the ancient kingdom to ensure the world is flipped the right way. This means wills are inherited until Laughtale is reached and used to free the world. Upon realizing this, Emu created the world government to find and destroy any trace of the ancient kingdom and its technology, the symbol of which is this, a manipulation of Joy Boy symbol I've discussed many times, but more on that here. So how can we be certain Emu's aware that wills keep returning? We know this because Oda further shows it with the 4 posters Emu is seen with. Blackbeard not only has the Earth God fruit, but has countless ties to XEBEC's will. Luffy as Joy Boy's will is illustrated by the heartbeats making the same sound, the beat of liberation. Shirahoshi has Poseidon's will, as we know, and finally Vivi, I've speculated, has Emu's will. Additionally, in Marijois, there's a room artificially kept cold or even frozen inside a straw hat under Joy Boy's symbol I mentioned earlier. This demonstrates Emu acknowledging the return of Joy Boy's will that she had been anticipating. We see Emu knows to keep the room cold, which is where we bring back the Impel Down stuff. Basically, cold and heat affect wills and souls in One Piece. Cold preserves will, as we see with Ayakiji's Ice Time capsule freezing soul and preserving the will of Ohara. It's why level 5 of Impel Down is frozen. It prevents the wills of level 6 from having the strength to break out and have their names remembered by the world again. Heat does the opposite. For example, in Wano, we saw the lanterns lifted by flames sending messages to the souls of the dead. I've detailed this before with more examples in this video, but what's important to remember here is cold freezes wills, prevents them from moving on, hence why Emu keeps Joy Boy's hat in a freezer. Heat, however, defrosts these wills, making them active again. I think Emu discovered this information about how to manipulate wills after defeating the ancient kingdom from their technology. It's possible that the technology being used to curse the world and bind wills to Earth involves ice or cold as well. So will the Straw Hats break this curse? There's many references to flames in the story at the moment, mostly tied to Ohara. Killer Soul, Saturn all share burn marks, and events like the Ohara incident are shown to be very fiery. But what I want to bring up is what the genius Vegapunk spoke about, an ancient technology called the Eternal Flame. Shaka stated it was an energy source that could upend the modern world. It was also said that the whole of Egghead, which is also an ancient island, runs on fire. Now, Roger's descendant was Ace, a baby that was hunted in a world government purge. Evidence Emu was trying to suppress inherited wills, specifically the will of D. Ace survived and wanted to get the mirror. Yes, Roger's son had the flame fruit. This again isn't coincidence. Ace was thought by Roger to be destined to become Joy Boy, or his incarnation, and made sure he received the flame fruit to activate the eternal flame source himself. Roger likely learned about the eternal flame while at Laughtale, which is why he said he wished he lived in Joy Boy's era, the time the last flame was ignited. This indicates that the eternal flame is involved in Roger's will, which was inherited by Luffy. When these significant wills are in the right place at the right time, the wills act as keys, opening an opportunity to the king of the free world, the Pirate King. There will be a true history of the world, including the fact deep within Marijois, the eternal flame is being guarded. Luffy will have a choice to either free the world or plunge it into darkness, a theme presented in countless titles from Game of Thrones to the Bible, usually portraying duality. Luffy will instead make the third choice to return to Marijois and save Vivi, who I think will be captured by Emu. Blackbeard will cause chaos across the whole globe with Pluton, as I talked about here. After Emu is defeated, the world government will team up with the Straw Hat Grand Fleet to take on Blackbeard and XEBEC's enormous power, like in God Valley. The Yami and Gomu are twins, and will likely come together in the greatest clash in One Piece history. I could even see Luffy and Blackbeard working together to beat XEBEC at the very, very end. This will cost them both their lives. While their wills and dreams will be realised, Blackbeard would have destroyed the world as we know it, Luffy will have secured liberty for the people of the world. The ultimate purpose of the Gomu. Sabo will then use the mirror to ignite the eternal flame on Ace and Luffy's behalf. Vivi will become queen of the world and the final Straw Hat. From here on, souls can move freely to the afterlife, no longer cursed to be inherited. The will of D will finally be fulfilled. Huge trees will grow everywhere, thanks to the help of the whales moving freely throughout the world, and a new dawn will begin. You've been great. Be nice to animals. Peace.
Warning, you will leave this video believing the following. Drum Island had giant trees connected to the will of D. Emu cut down the trees and froze the island. Cold is the most dangerous force in One Piece, so like, subscribe, and leave a comment to set your log post in the right direction. Let's get it. So here we see the Rockies of Drum Island. They look like cut down trees. Is there anything about Drum Island that suggests they could be? Well, Kureha lived in a tree, which may even tie into her secret of youth. Dr. HIRILUK also lived in a tree. He even used a tree stump for a bed. He named his apprentice Chopper, which ties into cutting down trees. Additionally, the arc heavily features the Sakura Kingdom. Sakura trees are shown to be important throughout the One Piece story, similar to the Adam, Eve, Ohara, Skypiea, mangrove, and undersea trees, just to name a few. Oda actually refers to one of the Rockies as a mountain, in quotation marks, as if they're not actually mountains. Furthermore, when you look at the size of the Rockies, it makes way too much sense for these drums to actually have been trees. The drums are stated to be around 15,000 feet, which is exactly half the height needed to reach a sky island, which is usually at 30,000 feet. The Adam tree is thought to touch the sky, which would mean it's a tree that would also be at least 30,000 feet tall. The red line goes about 30,000 feet deep underwater and is high enough to place Marijois in the clouds, which should be around 30,000 feet. This means from top to bottom, the red line could very well be 60,000 feet tall, containing the sunlight tree Eve in its entirety. This suggests the Eve tree is also at least 30,000 foot plus. Additionally, you have the tree in Wano, which may not reach the sky but is still huge, so it's likely there are or were other world trees in the One Piece world. The Rockies being 15,000 foot, exactly half the height of the Sky Islands, imply these were giant trees that have been cut in half. King Baum having his head cut off may actually have been foreshadowing for this. Something else that adds to this is the height of the Rockies and the Sky Islands are given in both meters and feet at different times, and the conversions are not accurate, meaning Oda is just giving a general outline of the altitudes in the One Piece world, rather than the arbitrary heights of landmarks. Interestingly, it might be revealed that Marijois Palace sits at the same height as the palace on the highest drum of Drum Island, which is exactly between heaven and earth, and would not only be an interesting parallel to Emu, but fitting thematically too. Another similar connection is Emu is believed to have prolonged life, and the Eve tree is below Marijois. Kureha also mentions the secret of youth, and she lives in a tree. This could be Oda suggesting that trees are involved in prolonged life, and might be why so many doctors associated with Drum. Also, Kureha holds a bottle that says Umi, which is emu backwards, but hold that in your mind for later. Anyway, what's significant about giant trees being on Drum Island? Well, in Skypiea we learn trees inherit souls of the dead. We see something similar on Big Mum's Jolly Roger, with a tree growing out the soul aspect of the image, which you can see at the bottom right. We also recently discovered Vegapunk theorizes the devil fruits come from desires. Fruits grow on trees, and desire is another word for will. So it's possible the giant trees on Drum Island inherited people's desires, which in turn grew into devil fruits on the trees. Inherited will and the concept of the Will of D are both introduced in this arc by Kureha. She also has sakura petals on her shirt, and the sakura tree is another example of a tree that represents inherited will. We even see the drum look like a tree when the sakura blossoms. HIRILUK explains how a country can inherit a will when asked by Dalton in chapter 145 titled Inherited Will, surprisingly enough. This is a nod to the ancient kingdom, which was destroyed by the 20 kingdoms and has since been forgotten by most. However, it has been inherited by information left on the poneglyphs and some other hidden histories, which may lead to its eventual return. People who carry the Will of D die with a smile on their face, which is what we saw with HIRILUK when he died too. Similar to Roger, both came down with incurable diseases, both gave over their lives before their sickness could take it, and they had the same interpretation of what it meant to die. HIRILUK believed that people only died when they are forgotten, and it seems like Goldie Roger believed the same, since he told Rayleigh that he wouldn't die. Dr. HIRILUK tells Chopper about a mountain he climbed where he discovered cherry blossoms, which cured him. This is where HIRILUK discovered how to heal any illness, even for a country. Chapters later, we find out that Roger had a conversation in a mountainous place full of cherry blossoms. These are likely the same locations, so Will is definitely significant to Drum Island. This is backed up by the fact the island is frozen, which not only suggests there were trees, but that the trees have will. Why, you ask? Well, you may have seen me discuss how cold affects will in my Blackbeard Hito Hito no Mi video, but if not, here's a brief recap. We've seen multiple examples in the story of cold being used to suppress and preserve the will, while heat encourages and can activate will. We see a large straw hat in Marijois being kept cold artificially. implying Imu is suppressing the will in the Straw Hat from influencing things around it. For example, a huge ancient mech storming Marijois to retrieve it. Notably, we see a beam of light in the alcove shining down on the Straw Hat, which could imply the will is still active. Aokiji has an attack called Ice Time Capsule and another called Ice Age. Ohara's will and Soul's will were both preserved when he was frozen by Akaiji's Ice Time Capsule. The chapter in which this is revealed is called In Hopes of Reaching the Future. Enough said, really. Lastly, Impel Down. Level 6 has long been questioned as to what makes the level so bad. Well, level 5 is frozen and called Eternal Hell, so it's likely the wills of those in level 6 are suppressed by the cold, and so cannot be remembered. Going off what we've seen so far, characters are said to live forever only if they're remembered. At least after their death in these other levels, your soul or will return to the cycle, whereas in level 6 you're doomed for eternity, so if there was once trees on Drum Island and somehow someone cut them down, it would make sense the island would be frozen afterwards, in order to suppress the tree's will from essentially regrowing back and creating more devil fruits. These trees would not likely be able to survive in such cold conditions like we see at the moment. But trees don't just need heat, they also need water in order to grow, and fortunately there just so happens to be a river running through Drum Island, meaning given the need, a constant supply of water for giant trees to grow would be fully accessible. But moving on, why do you think these trees would be cut down? Let me know your thoughts in a comment. I think it's possible Drum Island has a connection to the Will of D, and that connection is the reason the trees were cut down and the island was subsequently frozen. Additionally, we see trees seem to have a connection to Joy Boy. We are first introduced to him with a panel of the Sea Forest. We also know Joy Boy is connected to poneglyphs, which are usually found by significant trees as well. Furthermore, the Will of D was introduced on Drum Island and also inherited will, including how it works for a country. We have the palace on Marijois and the palace on the top of Drum Island as eerie parallels, likely being at the same altitude. In Wano, we saw Luffy's heartbeat is tied to Joy Boy, and that his heartbeat mimics the drums of liberation. The island itself could get its name from the drums of liberation. Lastly, the Gomu was revealed to actually be the Hito Hitonomi model sun god Nika. The fact the name was hidden suggests that Hitos are special in some way. The second most significant Hito in the story so far was found on Drum Island by Chopper. This was one of the few cases we see devil fruits being found in the wild, and I think the reason why no one had found it was because the will of the fruit was suppressed by the cold. So considering all this, it makes sense if Drum Island is revealed to have ties to ancient history. So, if Drum Island had important trees, and trees are connected to Joy Boy, and Joy Boy's connected to the Will of D, and the Will of D was introduced on Drum Island, does this mean Joy Boy and the Will of D are from Drum Island? Well, I believe the trees reached the Sky Islands, connecting the land and the heavens. This could actually have been the location of the ancient kingdom, which after the trees were cut down, may have become dislodged and fallen into the White Sea. We may have seen a part of this when Capone got sucked up. Also, I believe devil fruits once grew on these trees, and perhaps the sun god Nika fruit originated from Drum 2. I believe the world government chopped down the trees to prevent Hitonomis and potentially other devil fruits from growing, and froze the island in order to prevent the wills of these things returning in some form. Also, I believe cutting these trees down caused the wills or souls to leave, which in turn caused the tree sickness in Skypiea, most likely due to the trauma the souls had suffered when the trees were cut down. Anywho, thanks for watching. We got some big stuff, including the theory about the 4 reincarnated gods of One Piece coming, as well as plenty more. So please drop a like and comment, and don't forget to join the Discord if you want to share your own ideas. Thank you. Did Wapol leak the location of Pluton? Is that why Cobra was unalived? Will Blackbeard break down Wano's borders with the Guruguranomi? We're going to be looking at the spiciest clues that show Blackbeard will soon be leaving Wano with Pluton, and how that means Emu, Luffy and Blackbeard will each have their own ancient weapon. Stick around to the end, it helps a lot, and let's get into this. So firstly, how does Blackbeard know about Pluton and Wano? Okay, let's start with Cobra being assassinated. It seemed he wanted to discuss something important with the Gorosei. Around this time, we know Wapol, a character that is currently with Cobra's daughter, Vivi, leaked information. This is followed by Garp stating the Marines have been very busy, particularly around Alabasta. Kobe describes how the Marines can't keep up with it all, so it's looking like the information Wapol has leaked caused a stir around Cobra's kingdom. This indicates what Cobra wanted to discuss with the Gorosei was about something about Alabasta, which we know would be the poneglyph with the location of Pluton, currently buried
under the rubble of the ancient tombs after Luffy and Crocodile's fight. So after overhearing this at the reverie, Wapol then exposed the fact that Alabasta holds the location of Pluton, which leads to pirates hearing about it throughout the world via Big News Morgan, as shown by this key Blackbeard scene here, which also happens during the same reverie chapter 956. We see Blackbeard reading the newspaper when all of a sudden he drops some one-off line we haven't heard about since. Blackbeard states he plans to not let the world government take the treasure for themselves. Since Wano, we can assume Pluton is the treasure the world government were after because of the conversations at the time surrounding Robin. Remember, Franky burned their blueprints and now Robin is the only person in the world we know that has any details about Pluton. Here, Blackbeard could have been reading about the world government's presence at Wano, or he could have been reading about Wapol's leak. Either way, both suggest that it's Pluton that Blackbeard's referring to, which as we know is in Wano. It's unlikely he was just reading the news about Sabo, as his response wouldn't make sense the same way that others do in the chapter. The next question would be, unlikely as it seems, does this mean Blackbeard's going to Wano soon? Recently I made a video about how Buggy will likely get his own mini One Piece, going off what we've seen so far in the story. Now, let's not forget Big Mum said there was a part of the One Piece at Wano, so if Blackbeard was going to get his own little One Piece, it could be there. I'll touch on this later though, as it could actually be crucial in how Blackbeard controls Pluton. Additionally, the arc is called the Four Emperors, yet we've only seen 3, so we're missing Blackbeard now. I get it, hearing this is a bit meh, like what about all the people that are there and all that jazz? Okay, so considering we're seeing Blackbeard's crew get smashed in 1081, I'm thinking it is actually kind of balanced. Yamato is a beast, Momo is meh, anyway. There's also Zunisha, who's going to go nutty if he sees Blackbeard has messed with the borders of Wano, so I don't see Blackbeard going there and wasting the whole country. However, I do see Blackbeard wanting to see that poneglyph and prevent others from getting Pluton as well, so yeah, I think he's going to go to Wano relatively soon. Okay, so this leads us to ask, can Blackbeard even free Pluton? We know Pluton requires his borders to be broken down, with Zunisha's huge power being used to scale the rough force required to do so. Whitebeard was said to be the strongest man in the world because of his fruit, and we know Blackbeard has it. Not only do I think the Guru would make light work of the Wano borders, but knowing Oda, it could even be the case that the borders were originally created by the Guru Gonomi. It's certainly a strange land formation and seems to parallel the Red Line and Long Ring Longland, both in terms of structure and their involvement in changing water levels. Furthermore, it would be really fitting for the Earth God's fruit to have put up the Wano barriers and the Rain God to have subsequently filled Wano with rainwater, which we know is what's in Wano currently. But anyway, I think if Blackbeard uses the Gura to open up the land around the waterfalls that flow upwards, this would reverse the flow and let the water out. I theorise by doing this, Pluton gets pulled out to sea by the current, revealing its enormous size, and that it in part makes up Mount Fiji, which is already implied in the room we saw that hides the poneglyph. I mean, come on, is that not the inside of a ship? More people need to talk about that. That is definitely the inside of a ship. Anyway, here's where things get super spicy. We know Pluton is ancient. Now, there is a whole debate about what defines ancient in the One Piece world. Would you describe the Void Century as ancient at 900 years old? I definitely describe the Tree of Ohara ancient at 5,000 years old. Why do I bring this up though? Well, we know the concept of Nika is ancient, which means gods are ancient because Nika was known as the sun god. Blackbeard most likely has the earth god fruit, right? The weapons are described as ancient, so it makes perfect sense that someone possessing an ancient god's will, as we see with the Nika fruit, can pilot an ancient weapon. Now ask yourself, do we think that any god fruit allows any person to control any ancient weapon, or is each weapon set to a certain god? Well, Pluton is infamous for its destructive capabilities, and Blackbeard just so happens to be known for his destructive nature. He also has a dream of destruction. The Gura itself was also noted to be extremely destructive, so tying this all together, it becomes pretty apparent that at the very least, the Gura is compatible with the ancient weapon Pluton, meaning Blackbeard should have no problem activating it with his will or the will of his fruit. This ties into what Big Mum was saying about part of the One Piece being in Wano. If this mini One Piece is something personal and requires will or fruits, then Blackbeard having Pluton would be a perfect match and would be part of the greater One Piece as a whole. So Big Mum's statement would work. It gets spicier though. Picture Blackbeard leaving Wano on Pluton with at least 2 fruits.
He would be the most powerful individual on the planet. He's also likely the most dangerous man to both the world government and to Luffy after this. Such firepower allows him to destroy whole islands at will, which is not a good thing for Luffy's allies or the world in general. Who could realistically stop him? Well, it would also mean Blackbeard, Luffy and Emu each have one ancient weapon, presuming the weapon that was used to destroy Lalesia was Uranus. So we can see what Oda's doing here. The chess pieces are being put into position. We do know there'll be a final war. Is it possible the world government and the Grand Fleet will team up to take on Blackbeard, just like the God Valley incident years ago with Roger and Garp? I don't want to admit it, but to me it does look like we're going to have a classic manga and anime trope where the antagonist and protagonist team up to beat a third party. Exactly as we saw in Naruto with Kaguya the Moon Princess. On this note, it's worth mentioning Blackbeard is littered in moon symbology, exactly the same as Wano and its residents. This all further suggests what I'm saying, but as some of you know, that'll all be in the upcoming moon videos, so there you have it. I theorize Blackbeard will get Pluton, blast some stuff, cause chaos in the world, and get smashed by Garp's grandson. Make sure to check out Polypedia at the moment. The dude is a pure artist at this point. Links in the description. You can find me at Den Kushi or The Last Arc. Also links in the description. Make sure to give the video a like, and if you made it this far, then you've just won a free Seraphim. So let me know which one you want in the comments, and we'll get that sent via drone ASAP. Stroke a cat, join the Discord. Peace. Can we know what the crown jewel is without knowing what the crown jewel is? Weird question, right? But in this case, the answer is yes. What if I told you the crown jewel already featured in One Piece since even before the time skip? In fact, multiple times. Now, that said, we have never seen it before, only have we ever heard about it. So without further ado, sub to the channel to help us solve more One Piece mysteries, and let's get into this. The pirate crown jewel was alluded to have been taken from Hachinosu and brought to God Valley. The retrieval of the pirate crown jewel happens to occur right as the God Valley Hunger Games is about to take place, meaning two seemingly unrelated events coincided to result in the God Valley incident. I say seemingly because I doubt very much it's a coincidence, but I'll cover that towards the end, so make sure to stick around till then. There's potentially much deeper connections to this pirate crown jewel from the flashbacks we see throughout the story. Carmel talked about retiring after one final score to CIPHER. XEBEC was previously said to go to God Valley for one big score also. But let's jump straight into the treasure itself. The crown jewel is most likely John's treasure. John actually states this explicitly in the panel which depicts the Rocks crew in 1096. It could be that Roger inadvertently took the Celestial Dragon's crown jewel, the descendant of the Celestial Dragon champion Garling, Shanks, after the pirate crown jewel was switched with the baby Shanks. We saw Shanks as a baby in a treasure chest taken by the Roger crew, much to their own surprise, during Volume 4 Billion. This reflects the chest we saw with Gaimon as well, with one literally containing Gaimon himself. When you think about why someone would put a baby into a treasure chest, there is only one real reasonable theory that would explain it. Shanks was put there to be hidden. Oda is not going to have a baby Shanks put in there as some dark form of revenge, or because that's an appropriate way to transport a child. Shanks was put in there to survive, and in doing so I think it's fair to assume this is when the crown jewel was displaced from wherever it was originally kept. Makes sense that you'd hide a baby in the most protected or hidden place on an island, which is no doubt where you'd hide something like the pirate's crown jewel also. So it's not much of a reach to think the two were switched. John's treasure has yet to be discovered, and it's possible the fact that John had it but went unnoticed is because it may not have been found where it was originally kept, as would be the case if Shanks had been swapped with it. Instead, if anyone saw Roger take the chest that had Shanks inside, they may have mistaken it for the pirate crown jewel for the same reason, making Roger the target of the world government and leaving John to get away with the treasure undetected. Well, potentially up until his crew discovered its true nature and disposed of him. When Luffy notices Captain John's treasure finder, which leads to his hidden treasure, he snatches it up immediately saying, "I'm keeping it." This could mean that the reincarnation of Joy Boy and future Pirate King instinctively and without thinking took the treasure finder that takes him directly to the pirate's crown jewel. On the other hand, however, Nami allows Luffy to take the armband because there's no gems on it, making her think it has no value. Also, Usopp replies,
I wouldn't take that if I were you, and he starts to shiver. I haven't got much to say about this Usopp line, but we all know that Usopp lines have always been a little bit sus. Luffy goes on to trade the treasure finder with Buggy in exchange for Buggy showing him the way out of Impel Down to freedom, which is a parallel to what the treasure finder does. This will come into play later. The treasure was said to be hidden under a Skull Island. What is spicy about this is that we know the crown jewel was at Hachinosu, a Skull Island. Similarly to Marijois with the Straw Hat, the treasure may have been kept underground, reminiscent of the description of John's treasure. Now, the question is Buggy's information current, or is it outdated, since the crown jewel left Hachinosu? Knowing Oda, it'll probably work both ways around, meaning that the jewel is no longer at Hachinosu, but instead beneath a different Skull Island now. Now, we do have Onigashima. It was recently flying around Wano and being blasted with a load of holes, making it seem unlikely. However, what is interesting is if it is on Onigashima, it could give more context to why Kaido wanted to pick it up and plop it on the flower capital. Maybe he thought it would wake Pluton or tie to the Joy Boy prophecy somehow. Alternatively, it could have been returned to Hachinosu after the God Valley incident. Some additional information about Hachinosu that might come into play later is what we see with another so-called incident that happens here, the Rocky Port incident, which is where Kobe became the hero of the Marines by freeing prisoners there, much like we see during the God Valley flashback. It was also said to be around the time Blackbeard overthrew Ochku, another Rocks pirate who was at the God Valley incident. So Rocks pirates XEBEC, Kaido, Ochku and Blackbeard have all sat on the throne at Hachinosu. Throughout this time, hanging around has been Higurashi, an extremely knowledgeable and potentially conniving character shown to manipulate the events of history, heavily mirroring Carmel. Kureha also fits the old hag or witch theme these two play, which leads me to my next point. But if you do want more on the connections between the three old hags, check out my previous videos on Kureha and also Big Mom. Okay, so this is where things get a lot bigger in scope and potentially tie into someone pulling strings to affect the events of the world. I mentioned Higurashi, Kureha and Carmel, all of whom have mysteriously deep knowledge about Devil Fruit's will and world secrets. So ask yourself, why did someone steal the pirate crown jewel? Garp specifically said it should be expected for pirates to chase after it, so it might be that it's been taken intentionally to draw the pirates to God Valley. Now, who would want to put the Marines, pirates and celestial dragons in one place? This is something I'll be covering in an upcoming video, but I guarantee not everything at God Valley is as it seems. Powers above even Garp may be at play. After all, the island is called God Valley, right? Now, if you've got any ideas as to what really was going on behind the scenes at God Valley, feel free to drop your thoughts in the comments, and if they line up to what I'm saying or if they contrast what I'm saying, I'll try add them in that video. Whatever John's treasure is, it looks like it's the reason XEBEC went to God Valley. It might be what Carmel wanted too, that one big score. Carmel specialized in child trafficking, so alternatively, Carmel's one big score could be Shanks, which would be the celestial crown jewel. What's interesting about this is the parallels to Marineford, as Whitebeard went there to essentially save a child, and there's a ton of parallels between the God Valley incident and Marineford. So we do have an older video on that though, so I won't touch too much on it now. Buggy seems set on getting this treasure also, tying him to the crown jewel. Funnily enough, we see an interesting tie between Carmel and Buggy when Buggy returns from looking for John's treasure and talks about a witch fattening up children before eating them. Oh, and by the way, the chapter just so happens to be called The Highest Powers of the World. Another nod to the God Valley incident there too. Back to what the pirate crown jewel actually is though. I believe the clue is in the name. Crowns represent royalty. Pirates' crowns represent pirate royalty. The only true pirate royalty we know is the Pirate King. And what do kings wear? Crowns. So, within the name you can see Oda being a master swordsmith, and it's possible that again he fools us readers by hiding the answer right under our noses. This would explain Buggy's interest in the treasure, as Oda could have Luffy discover Laugh-Tale and become the true Pirate King, but Buggy finds the Pirate King crown, making him a pseudo-Pirate King. Funnily enough, as I was writing this script and closing it up, Buggy's new TCG card dropped, and look what just happens to be in the foreground, a crown. Right, well, if that isn't a sign from Goda, I don't know what it is. So on that note, I think I'm all done there. If you like that theory, make sure to drop a comment below, particularly if I've gone wrong in any places. Correct me, feel free. But otherwise, I'm going to jump straight into the next one. Now it's time to discuss the Garp and XEBEC connection. Ever notice the crazy connections between the two? The next theory is probably the spiciest of the three and still leaves my head aching to this day. Did you know Oda mentioned Garp might have an alter ego in SBS 59? Garp's scar disappears no less than 25 times throughout the story. Mistake by Oda? Not a chance. So, do Garp and XEBEC share some will or destiny in some strange way? Sounds crazy, but here's all the evidence we've found over the past year and some change. And if you decide for yourself what the connection is, please let us know in the comments. And of course, subscribe if you'd be so kind. Now, jumping straight into it, we have some very basic ties which I'll cover briefly before diving deeper. Unlike almost every other character in the series, Garp has 2 laughs, not 1. Very suspicious, as we know laughs are distinct to every person in One Piece and expresses some part of their character. The only character with 2 laughs other than Garp is Mihawk. Additionally, we first see Garp with Morgans, a marine turned pirate, perhaps Oda cheekily reflecting Garp's transformation from pirate to marine. This is definitely a weird one, as we know the cover stories often foreshadow future events, and let's not forget Garp's face was initially hidden by a dog mask during this time. Furthermore, Garp was a pirate in Romance Dawn, and obviously XEBEC is a pirate. You could argue Garp has a pirate nature as well as a member of Sword, which is effectively a marine that's free to do as they please, or as it's also called in the One Piece world, a pirate. In level 5 of Impel Down, we see this unfortunate XEBEC looking dude who's completely frozen. Garp was just frozen at Hachinosu, meaning one was frozen on marine grounds and the other on pirate territory. If there is a connection between the two, I wonder if this is why Oda didn't include Blackbeard at the Battle of Hachinosu, but that's just food for thought. In the anime, Garp overheard Sabo, Ace and Luffy boasting of their dreams to become pirates, leaving him infuriated. Garp then chases them out into the night, breaking down trees and rocks and beating them to a pulp. Sabo exclaimed he was a monster. Afterwards, he casually leaves them, saying he will not be so merciful next time, which all sounds like it would fit the description we got of XEBEC from Sengoku. He also described the Rocks Pirates as a crew that bred the next 3 Yonkos, so XEBEC has great talent as an instructor, much like Garp the mentor. We often see his mouth wide open laughing, reminiscent of the shadows of XEBEC we've seen. Now, the more I look at this one, the more it makes me think. Rock looks a lot like Dragon, going by the silhouette, and of course Dragon is related to Garp. According to 1096, XEBEC's crew treats their captain very similar to the way the Straw Hats treat Luffy, sort of shouting and barking at him, which again is another member of the monkey family. It's a strange connection for sure, and it looks like we'll get a full Rock's face reveal pretty soon. I'm of course referring to the God Valley incident we're currently seeing in the manga, which leads us to one of the biggest connections between Garp and Rocks altogether. No one could stop Rocks in the Marines except for Monkey D. Garp. Why? Could he really be that powerful that Roger and his entire crew was not enough? And it's only through Garp's sacrifice that Kobe became the hero of the Marines, alluding to the idea that XEBEC may have sacrificed himself for the greater good at God Valley, which was then credited to Garp as the hero. Okay, so this might sound like a reach to some people, but if you've looked into a lot of characters, you'll know certain attributes of theirs will line up with other characters to give us hints, particularly Zoro, Kuina, Tashigi, stuff like this. So it's interesting because with Garp, his height is given as 9'5", and XEBEC was introduced in chapter 957 and episode 958. Seemingly intentional considering how similar, like how close that chapter and episode is apart. One small other detail is XEBEC is the name of a ship with an outstretched bow, and pre-time skip a character explicitly points out, look at this ship's huge bow, when pointing at Garp's ship. So, what can all these ties mean? Why would Oda intentionally not draw Garp's scar in so many panels? Whatever you think the answer is, drop your predictions in the comments below. Either way though, it's looking like we'll find out soon. Kuba the Red Sea is a big proponent of the fact that Garp is XEBEC, just like Adam Jinrakai thinks also. It's not something that I was keen to think about at first, but the more I've seen the connections, the harder it is to ignore. There's clearly a very, very intrinsic connection between the two, one that's probably not been foreshadowed explicitly in the story, or not that at least I could find, so I'm very interested to see how this one resolves. Now, before we finish, we have one more theory for you, and this one packs a lot of juice. Since the reveal of the special Buccaneer race, the community has been booming with theories about who might be related to whom. During the Egghead arc, we've been shown 3 distinct places during flashbacks. These are Ohara, God Valley, and the Sorbet Kingdom. What's interesting about this is Egghead is in the South Blue, and Ohara is in the West Blue. We're currently in the South Blue and heading to the West Blue. The Sorbet flashbacks were tied to the God Valley incident, which is also stated to be in the West Blue. So, is this foreshadowing or is it just coincidence? Well, it's most likely just the thematic progression, as we, the reader, and the Straw Hats are all going to the West Blue. The Ohara flashbacks highlighted some characters we haven't seen in a while, bringing their stories to the forefront and making them relevant again. We see this in the other flashbacks too, but there is one example some might have missed. Kong. He was only shown in a couple panels, but we discovered he played a major part in the Celestial Dragons going to God Valley. As I mentioned earlier though, this flashback was connected to Sorbet. So the question is Kong from Sorbet? It may seem arbitrary, like a silly question, but there's a reason why this is actually pretty important. His recent conversation with Garp was his second appearance in the story officially, and yet he sits in a position so high within the Marines that even Sengoku calls him Sir. From the conversation with Garp, we can gather that both Marines knew about what the Pirate Crown Jewel was, and Kong appears to be in charge of security, potentially security that were involved in taking the Pirate Crown Jewel. Like many characters we feature on this channel, there's not much to go off when we first look at Kong, particularly as he's only had 2 chapters so far to do his thing, as I say. But digging a little deeper, we can discover some secrets about the history of Kong, and maybe even some clues to what will happen with him relatively soon. Let's start by going over the basic connections, and I'll reveal the reason this will play an important role towards the end, so make sure to stick around for that. Here's some residents of the South Blue and Sorbet Kingdom. Notice any pattern. They all have longer chins with beards that resemble spikes pointing upwards. As you can see, there's plenty of examples of this, and it even fits my boy Franky, who I believe to be connected to Sorbet. Check out the video for more on that though if you haven't seen it already. Anyway, Kong has the same style going on here, and his build matches a lot of candidates for Buccaneers. He also has a tattoo on his arm like many of the others. The tattoo might be a nod to the green blood band worn by the Seraphim in their arms. In one of the only panels we have of him, we see this interesting symbol in the manga only, which resembles a similar symbol to the one that can be found on the church at Sorbet. This church and Kuma's backstory ties as Buccaneers to the Nika family. The Nika fruit is heavily tied to the number 56, as we know. Interestingly, Kong has ties to the number 59, primarily through his birthday being May the 9th, 59, and his debut chapter being 594. Kong then reappeared in 1096, just one chapter off 1095, which would have given us another 59. This was also 502 chapters after his first appearance, which is only just a tiny bit over 500. Considering Oda's affinity for number play, I imagine these were intended to line up at some point in some way, but instead got scrapped to give something else priority. Or maybe I'm just not smart enough to figure out what Oda's done with it there. But if you understand it, then please let me know in the comments. One possibility though is it is an inversion of Garp, who is also tied to the number 56. The fact his name is Kong does suggest some monkey vibes going on. As I say though, you let me know what you think about that. Kong has 2 main characters he's tied to from his brief appearance so far, Sengoku and Garp. Sengoku and Garp notably joined the Marines the same year alongside Suru. These are the only 4 people in the Navy whose hair is grey, notifying their age or maybe suggesting their generation. I bring this up because Garp is from the East Blue, Suru from the North Blue, and Sengoku from the South Blue, leaving one more C, the West Blue. The reason why this is interesting is because Kong being tied to Sorbet in the South and also in the West Blue through God Valley would fit well alongside what we've seen already, by which I mean the flashbacks involving both, as I say, Sorbet and God Valley, and again with Egghead and Ohara. Okay, so there's enough connections there to raise an eyebrow, but if this was the case, then why would it even matter? Well, and Garp are the only 2 characters to be born on May the 9th. Both are seemingly from the South Blue. Sengoku is strangely absent, as I said, from the Ohara incident and the God Valley incident, suggesting there's more we've yet to find out about Sengoku's backstory. I believe this backstory could be coming soon, alongside Kong's. In fact, maybe even sooner than we thought, considering, as I say, we are going to the West Blue, and Sengoku must have some sort of tie to the West Blue, hence his absence. The fact that we're heading from the South Blue to the West Blue may mean even that Sengoku versus Kong is happening. A little extra speculation I think might tie into this is the retrieval of Garp, with which Shuru could come back into the story also. We know Garp, Sengoku and Suru all joined the Marines the same year, and they all seem to have ties to Kong except for Suru. There's a lot more to this theory to be unpacked, so consider this just a taster before we drop a bigger video on the topic and get into thoughts about stuff like Jozu being Kong's son. Jozu was born in the West Blue after all. Anyways, thanks for sticking through all 3 theories, and make sure to comment which one was your favourite. Shout outs to the whole TLA crew and anybody who worked on this. We've got a lot more coming, particularly with the Sorbet Kingdom and other residents. People like Big Mum, as I say, Jozu. I'm sure you've heard about Whitebeard. Mr. Bushido will be added a bit to that. As I say, the TLA group will be Haagen-Dazs, blah blah blah, the whole crew, Elson. If you have made it this far, you've just won 3 Galaxy Impacts. Let me know where you want them dropped in the comments. Love life, be nice to animals, and I'm gone. 1092 has got every One Piece fan asking where is Kuma going, and why did he hit the red line? It's actually pretty easy to understand when it's put into context. However, the bigger question could be, how will all of this tie up? Will Kuma actually die? And if so, how will Kuma's will be continued? Kuma's fruit has grown more and more important as time goes on, with us first thinking his pawpaw fruit could displace objects and people, just to later find out it can do much, much more. Such an ability may have been integral to the story of Joy Boy, the Poneglyphs and the Void Sentry, and it feels like we'll soon get an info dump on the history of Kuma's fruit. If you don't know a One Piece YouTuber called Tosmorn already, check him out, links below. He spoke to me about how Kuma's fruit may have been what actually imbued the Poneglyphs to begin with, and this is how they get the voices inside. An interesting idea for sure, and plenty more options there to explore, but moving on. From 1068 to 1092, Kuma uses his power to flee Kamabaka Kingdom, where he travels through the air before crashing into the Red Line. There were no paw prints when Kuma landed, which is usually a sign of Kuma using his fruit. This suggests to us Kuma did not intend on being at the Red Paw, so why would Kuma throw himself into the wall? Did he really forget about the Red Line's existence and just crash into it? This video will explain how it's actually quite simple, but the reasons could unravel something far deeper. So like and sub, and let's get straight into this one. When we first saw Kuma crash into the Red Line, it immediately stood out as strange to many fans. On reread, however, I noticed when Lucci commanded S-Bear to land on Egghead Island by flying using his fruit, it appears Kuma received the same command. This is potentially what caused him to suddenly get up and run off, despite Dragon's orders to stay put. Once triggered, Kuma uses his pawpaw fruit to fly to Egghead Island, but seeing as Kamabaka Kingdom is in Paradise, which is on the other side of the Red Line to Egghead, Kuma was instead intercepted by the Red Line. As I mentioned, when Kuma crashes into the Red Line, it doesn't leave a paw mark, and neither is there one when he hits the ground. This shows it was not the intended landing place, as usually when Kuma does use his pawpaw fruit for this kind of travel, it leaves a large signature paw print in the landing spot, whether or not that's in the ground or whatever. From the Red Port, Kuma makes his way up the Red Line from where he landed, again suggesting he did not intend on being at the Red Port to begin with, and so the world government tries to stop him. Atop the Red Line, Kuma meets a Kainu, where he narrowly avoids a lethal one-shot to the face. Kuma slips past a Kainu and uses his fruit to continue his journey, but not before a Kainu can land another attack on Kuma's leg. With Kuma severely injured, he disappears, and Akainu wonders where Kuma could have gone, highlighting the fact that the world government is currently unaware of the connection between the Seraphim and their original hosts. When we look at the sequencing, the revolutionaries in 1067 say, "Is he still under control of the government?" Which is a hint. In the following chapter, we see Oda has both S-Bear and Kuma use their paw abilities to travel at the exact same time. We see Lucci saying, "We will go to Egghead using S-Bear's power," and the next few panels are Kuma pawing himself from Kamabaka. Also, in the same chapter, Vegapunk mentions the robot climbing the Red Line, which Kuma does not long after. Next time we see Cypherpole, there on Egghead. This sequence reads quite explicitly when you look at it from this perspective, with it seemingly pretty obvious Lucci's command to breach Egghead somehow triggered Kuma. So why is Kuma currently mindless to begin with? And how is it possible Kuma is connected to S-Bear on this deeper level? Kuma having no will is probably due to his mind being manipulated by Vegapunk and the world government, likely within the past decade. We see this reiterated in Akainu's 1092 flashback, where he tells Bonnie her father willingly chose to go undercover, which will be what leads to Kuma literally losing his mind, or will. Another clue Kuma was physically experimented on is that we see he has bear ears. This is because on closer inspection it is revealed Kuma did not in fact have these bear ears as a child or in Bonnie's flashbacks when he is an adult. So at some point later in Kuma's life he developed a new physique, potentially during the time he was being experimented on. The bear ears are most likely indicative of the fruit he has, so it's probably involved. Included in this new physique is Kuma's eyes, which now appear the same blank white as S-Bear's. So we can see this isn't exactly Kuma as himself, but instead a cyborg shell, perhaps with a fragment of Kuma left inside. We don't know why Kuma went through these experiments, but it's implied he chose to willingly. The name Bartholomew may be a hint to this, as it likely comes from one of Jesus' apostles who goes by the same name, and who became popularized through the miracles he performed. However, Bartholomew is best known through dying for a cause greater than himself. Kuma holding a Bible throughout the story also suggests this, which is interesting while being deeply connected to a seraphim, considering the word seraphim originates from the Bible and is a type of angel. This is again echoed in the Lunarian traits and appearance surrounding the seraphim too. But anyway, it's possible Kuma has absolutely no will at this point and is a zombie, as Akainu suggested. In fact, Akainu specifically said Kuma doesn't have a mind of his own, which is a hint his mind is possessed by someone or something else. If Kuma has no will, he may not have the autonomy to get around objects in his path, whereas in the past he may have had this capability. In other words, Kuma probably could have dodged the red line if he was in his right mind, but because he's like a zombie, boom, he just followed the order and went straight into it. It's likely Kuma can only send other objects or people in straight lines though, as suggested by the time skip where the Straw Hats were sent to islands that all appear on one side of the red line, including Paradise, the East Blue, South Blue, and finally the moving island of Woodvaria in the sky. If this is true, then it may suggest that the poneglyphs were partially blocked by the red line, which could be why we find 2 at Fishman Island. That said, it's just speculation for now, and I'll discuss it more in a future video about Franky and Kuma's connections and how it might sound wild, but it's looking like Franky might actually get Kuma's fruit. But how is Kuma having no will relevant to his connection with S-Bear? If S-Bear and Kuma are connected, then having no will may mean the original Kuma is susceptible to the same control as S-Bear, for example through the authority chip, which I'll touch on in a second. Evidence to suggest Kuma and S-Bear share a deeper connection than initially thought can be seen via Franky, who noticed something important about the Seraphim. Franky, rather than Vegapunk, identified S-Snake's affection for Luffy resembling the original host, Boa. It's worth noting Franky has moments like this several times in Egghead, suggesting his intellectual instinct is more advanced than Vegapunk's in some ways. Vegapunk follows up by stating it must be a feature of Lineage Factor. This line also gives us a clue that the connection between Kuma and S-Bear is also to do with Lineage Factor. We've already seen S-Snake help the Straw Hats by unpetrifying them, so maybe we'll see S-Bear and even some of the other Seraphim turncoat. So, will the Pacifistas also be affected by the connection between Kuma and S-Bear, as they also share Kuma's lineage factor partly? The short answer is no, as they are clones of Kuma's body, unlike the Seraphim, which are duplicates in both body and mind, and even fruit in S-Bear's case. One possibility is Bonnie will give S-Bear Kuma's memories after his death. Seeing as they seem bound currently, this would essentially act as reviving Kuma once the memories are restored. The fact Kuma's memories were even left in that bubble in Egghead is sus to begin with, so it's possible Kuma planned his own revival. Something interesting about this idea is that Kuma is said to be a special race, and S-Bear of course has Lunarian lineage, so maybe Kuma is tied to the Lunarians. Kuma does sound like Luna after all, but for now let's get back to the point before I start going off on one. So this leaves us with the question, if Kuma is connected to S-Bear to the point where he even carries out some of the orders that S-Bear receives, then how is this actually happening? It's not like Kuma could hear Lucci give the order to S-Bear. Or could he? What if, when Lucci gave the order to S-Bear, Kuma did actually hear it somehow? A mindless Kuma hears the order to S-Bear to breach Egghead Island and automatically carries it out. This idea was something Dak Sake pointed out to me, and he suggested that Kuma had literally just been at Marijois, which is where Lucci just was, so there is another possibility which could be more likely. Dak's idea was that, as I said, Lucci was in Marijois with Kuma and everyone else before this happened, and probably has a level of control over Kuma, like he does over S-Bear, since he protects the Celestial Dragons. It may be that Kuma has an earpiece, or some internal transmitter that lets him hear what Lucci's saying. It makes sense that a slave's handler would have a way to control the slave. As Dak put it, "Hey Kuma, go get me a soda." A really spicy addition to this is that it was actually stated Seraphim cannot take orders via Denden Mushi, but we know Kuma is not a Seraphim, meaning this could be a brilliant reversal of the Denden Mushi nuance here. Another solution involves the authority chip. We haven't seen a transmission connecting any of the other Seraphim to their hosts so far, but maybe somehow the authority chip's command to Esper reached Kuma. We've had some pretty detailed descriptions of how the hierarchy of authority works while using the chip. We've also seen it tested, for example when Kaku gave orders to Esper using the chip, but Sentomaru could override them. Also, Shaka couldn't stop Esper from attacking Lucci and Kaku, which might imply Vegapunk no longer has the same control as he did before. But before I conclude, let me just throw some extra info your way and see if anything sticks, and then I'll tie it all up with what I thought happened with the authority chip. I can't put my finger on it yet, but there is one other thing that stands out to me. For some reason I feel like the green blood ties into all of this, and potentially even Kuma's special race or people, depending on the translation you go by. Maybe Esper and Kuma are somehow telepathically connected through their genetics, or Lunarians are somehow special in a way. One detail that's barely discussed by the community is the fashion piece on the Seraphim. S-Snake has earrings, and Esper has the clothes pattern we see with Kuma and Law and some others. Strangest of all is probably that S-Croc has the scar across his face that Crocodile has for some reason. None of these characters should have this, it would seem. So is it a stylistic choice perhaps to make the Seraphim easier to distinguish, or is this another nod to a strange connection in their lineage factor? There is one notable exception I thought I'd mention for the Mihawk fans though, which is that S-Hawk does not wield an exact copy of Yoru. This is super significant in my opinion. As I've stated in older videos, Yoru was probably Joy Boy's blade, hence why you get the title World's Strongest Swordsman. But you can catch more of that in some of my older stuff. Let me know your thoughts on these additional bits of information in the comments section below, and I'll get back to you on it ASAP. Now, in conclusion, what is most likely going on with the connection between Kuma and Esper? And does this mean we should expect some of the other Seraphim to go through a similar situation? Firstly, there most likely is a connection between the two. The connection is very likely why Oda has kept Esper separate from the other Seraphim so far, as it would otherwise complicate the whole situation involving authority. I think Lucci commanded Kuma from a long distance to land on Egghead using his paw fruit inadvertently. The authority chip allowed Lucci to command Esper, and Esper's connection to Kuma through their shared lineage factor meant that Kuma also received the command. Particularly if Kuma at some point had command over the Pacifista or the other Seraphim. Remember, Esper is a clone of Kuma. This is alongside the fact that Kuma has no will of his own and so was submissive to the order, meaning the other Seraphim would likely not affect their hosts in the same way, as they all have fairly strong wills. Following the order Lucci gave, Kuma uses his fruit to go to Egghead, causing him to hit the red line blocking his path. He then immediately climbs over the red line rather than using his fruit to go up it, like a robot meeting an obstacle. On his first opportunity, Kuma uses his fruit again after reaching the top and disappears. He'll probably arrive at Egghead, get closure with Bonnie, and then get the tissues ready for that one, because we all know he's probably gonna die. It should be coming soon anyway, so stay tuned and I'll drop an update with Franky getting Kuma's fruit pretty soon. If you made it this far, you just want any hat you want from the whole One Piece world. Let me know which one you're going for in the comments, like and sub for more, and I'll definitely catch you on the next one. Muchos lavos, and peace. Welcome back guys. Today we're hoping to solve what the deal is with Emu and the Mother Flame, and where Oda is taking the story. We're going to be doing this looking at a very big clue we got recently, which is the fact Emu uses the Mother Flame close to Marijois. It's just been revealed that York has created a weapon of mass destruction. In a conversation with Brago a few weeks back, he highlighted to me that the translation was not quite accurate when Emu initially said Vegapunk made the Mother Flame. Instead, it was meant to come across more like Emu was wondering about Vegapunk's involvement, indicating she didn't know who specifically made the weapon. So let's quickly look at what Brago's got to say about the whole Mother Flame situation before I go on to trying to solve all this.
The Mother Flame and the impact of it has been altered or changed, especially based on the information that's come out, where initially we were unsure about its importance. We knew it was important, right? Because it was Vegapunk's magnum opus for the most part, because I think that's what he's probably going to try to use, or was going to use to power the ancient giant, the energy source that Vegapunk wants to create, other than Punk Records and everyone sharing their energy, or knowledge rather. But the Mother Flame at this point, based on the confirmations from Imu, from the Gorosei, it is the key ingredient for them ruling the world with an iron fist. Now, I think the question comes in when we talk about this weapon, this possible ancient weapon. Were the Gorosei around back then when those ancient weapons were being used? Again, they seem to be in the dark with a bit of stuff, like not only the Nika fruit, because they knew a lot, but then they didn't. With the Mother Flame per se, it is very much still shrouded in mystery. We know York is using it as a bargaining chip at this point, because she's kind of put the Gorosei into a corner because they don't want to use or need Vegapunk or Stella, but they still need York because she wants to be a Gorosei, etc., etc. Either way, the Mother Flame seems to be an area of contention. It's just that some details still are unclear.
York traded this technology with the world government for the promise of becoming a celestial dragon. Although Vegapunk Stella clearly isn't included in this deal, it does contribute to a list of destructive weaponry developed by Vegapunk, for example the Pacifistas and Seraphim. Side note, the only other scientist we see so focused on weaponry specifically is Franky, but check my other video on that for more. Once in the hands of the world government, the weapon was commanded by Imu to strike Lalesia, and when questioned by the Gorosei as to why that particular island was chosen, Imu replies simply that it's because it's close. Now, rather than just being some cold line about blowing up any old island because it's close to Marijwa, this actually likely means something way more important. Like super important. This is because the weapon does catastrophic damage, obliterating the islands and its inhabitants that were left there, but at what cost? Later on in the story it is revealed that a hole is left, and we see the details of this hole reported by the Marines back to the Gorosei. The hole is almost identical to what we see at the mysterious Enies lobby. The Lalesia incident gives us an insight into what happened at Enies lobby, and it's stated that subsequent earthquakes are bigger than anything the world has experienced in recorded history. The Void Century is the most prominent era of Array's history, so from this we can assume they are implying this is the biggest event the world has seen in 800 years. Alternatively, it's possible Oda is tricking us, and it was much more recent, as we know God Valley and other events have seemingly been scrubbed from recorded history also. However, the Gates of Justice seem pretty old from their unusually colossal size, and so I doubt whatever caused the strange environment at Enies lobby was 38 years ago. So, tying this together, it appears whatever struck Lalesia is similar to whatever created the hole in Enies lobby at least 800 years ago. We know the ancient weapons were present around this time, and considering the Mother Flame's ominous shadow appearing in the sky, and that Uranus is the god of the heavens, it makes it a possible candidate. It's possible we see different versions of the ancient weapons also, such as the Sunny getting upgraded to a point where it's reminiscent of Pluton. This would work well if Vegapunk York made the Mother Flame, and Vegapunk Stella adapted the Sunny into a Pluton-like warship, both on Egghead. But how was it possible for York to make something similar to Uranus? Well, York is situated on an ancient island with future tech. This is reminiscent of the ancient yet modern looking technology on the moon, for example. Vegapunk tells us the giant mech doesn't have any holes or rivets for Vegapunk to put energy into it. This is the same as the Automata, which Enel powers up by simply electrocuting them. Vegapunk states he doesn't know how to fuel the giant mech. So, Vegapunk or York probably discovered bits and pieces of ancient tech on Egghead Island, just like the ancient mech, or potentially some rough schematics for Uranus. And so, without the electrical power source, the flame energy stated by the satellites to be used to power Egghead Island and its technology is used by York to power it. If you want more on ancient energy and electricity though, check out the theorist and Chad at Threeville, links in the description of course. This could be how we get the word flame in Mother Flame. Mother is a far more ambiguous term, as we have far less specific context for the word to be relevant. Emu could have ties to Mother, which I discuss in my video about the hero of Atreya, where I explain Emu possibly being the mother of the hero of Atreya or the hero herself. Or maybe it's closer to Elid's theories about the meaning of Marijwa and the Going Merry. Make sure to check his stuff out as well for extra content. Anyway, back to the theory. Why would the distance of using the Mother Flame matter? It's actually a surprisingly simple puzzle to solve with all this information combined. The Mother Flame is likely powered by flame, as we discussed. What is in Marijwa? A freezer. What happens to this freezer when a flame-powered superweapon is charged up and used? The freezer heats up. It might cause it to start defrosting, thawing everything inside.
I've talked for almost a year now about how Emu probably keeps the straw hat and potentially other things in the freezer to preserve its will. We see evidence of this with Aikiji's conveniently named Ice Time capsule, which he uses on Saul to preserve Ohara's will, in the form of rescuing the books of Ohara. I've also got plenty of... I also talk about ice all the time in some of my older videos, so you've probably heard me go on about it. So, if Emu is preserving things by using the freezer, it's safe to assume she wouldn't want to heat it up too much in case it defrosts. If you take this to an extreme and the weapon was used as far away as the other side of the planet, for example, then it suggests the rise in temperature might affect far more than just the Marie-Joie cellar, but in fact the entire world. We see giants in prisoners' outfits, frozen under Thriller bark, and One Piece has already featured more escapes from jail and prison breaks, so it's not exactly impossible. The Yeti Cool Brothers are frozen giants guarding something, it seems, and Drum Island I've made videos on about being cut down trees that have since been frozen over. Point is, if the mother flame is used at great distance, the whole world might heat up, causing the ice in the world to fall and releasing all sorts of old relics and characters into the modern world. This is why Emu had to destroy an island close to Marie-Joie. She didn't have a choice. Now, I'm pretty confident the blast that caused the hole in Marie-Joie pushed Reverse Mountain up, causing the islands and land to fire up in the air. Most importantly of which is the mysterious laugh tail. This probably went on to fall out of the sky. I also think in a twist, Uranus will be revealed to have been used by the ancient Sun Kingdom, the Eastern Kingdom, or the Monkey Kingdom as they'll be called. This will then tie into the fact that there's eternal light at Enies Lobby now, like Uranus would have used the power of the sun, and the byproduct is eternal light, which, as I say, we see at Enies Lobby. However, for more on that particular idea, you can check out my Pangea video and the explanation of how the world was created. Anyway, I know it's been brief, but hopefully this gives a bit of insight on my thoughts on what is going on with the Mother Flame, how significant it is. The fact that, like, in my opinion, if Blackbeard, for example, was to get Pluton, cause some stuff to go down, that's going to be peak. But if he was to take over Uranus, then he is the type of character that would use it recklessly. His penchant for destruction would mean that he probably doesn't care about the side effects or might not know about them. So if he was to use it, I think we could be seeing essentially Ragnarok. But rather than the giants coming out of the red line or out of the ground like we saw with Morley and references to clay during the Reverie, instead I think the Ragnarok will take place, as it does feature ice anyway, the traditional myth. I think it will take place with the giants coming out of ice instead. We've seen Oars frozen. Ringo in the Land of Ice is pretty mysterious. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Talking about ice, there's another video coming out which in a couple days, which is with Randy Troy talking about Kuzan and Garp and their future. So make sure to sub, keep the channel checked out and stuff. For now, though, let me know if you think the Mother Flame can heat up the world in the comments, or the effects that might have. Thanks for making it this far. If you have, then you've just won a free smile fruit. Most people seem to like them so far. I've seen no frowning. At TLA, we have a stream soon with Chestnut and Hime, a huge Ask the Audience game show known as The Great Davy Backfight, and of course some theory videos dropping pretty much every Friday. So, see you soon, and peace.
Today, we're solving a recent and important One Piece mystery involving green blood that I bet you didn't even know existed. I'll cover the theory in less than 5 minutes, so if you're a fan of One Piece theory or One Piece lore, then strap in. After that, I'm going to explain how green blood was used to create Poseidon through some pretty awful experiments. But without further ado, like and sub, and let's get into it. Dressrosa was where SAD was manufactured. SAD was a green substance often marked with radioactive warning signs. This connects to the fact SAD was used to facilitate a change in physical form. We know that it was put in smiles to make zone users, for example. The substance is a mix of lineage factors from a variety of animals, and when SAD is put into the fruits to create smiles, the lineage factor is intended to alter the user's body and give them the characteristics of a specific type of animal. So body shape, strength, speed, stuff like this. The vats that contained SAD discovered by Lore had a prominent different nuclear symbol on the center of each tank. Nuclear is often characterized as green and can often be seen associated with mutation in media. It was first introduced in chapter 690 alongside a page from Karibo's cover story where he is sick but is mistaken as someone else due to the uncanny resemblance that the two characters share. I wonder if that is also a hint to mutation, and that's what's going on with Karibo, but that's another story for another time. Anyway, negotiations for SAD took place on Greenbit. Greenbit is difficult to reach due to the mutated fish that attack the bridge that connects Dressrosa to Greenbit. The fighting fish did not come from anywhere else, but instead are mutations of the huge goldfish that are present there. We discover this by looking at the fighting lion, fighting bull, and the local goldfish. All have distinct attributes that can be traced onto the fighting fish. What makes this important, however, is that these mutations are likely caused by the pollution from the production of SAD and its radioactive nature, as seen on the storage tanks, as I mentioned. This is echoed by the Impel Down zone users with failed awakenings. For more information on these guards and how they probably came from Carmel and Big Mum's Lamb's house, you can check out my Big Mum video. Greenbit is home to a very wild forest, as described by Caesar and Lore, full of different species of fauna and flora. It also looks out of place, appearing as if the bridge is holding it in place, which might be why the bridge was described to be made of iron in the first place, as iron is known to be very strong. Greenbit is similar to one other forest in the entire One Piece world, which happens to share a similar name. This forest is Greenstone Forest. Greenstone Forest has wild fauna just like Greenbit, and is the location Kuma sent Usopp during the time skip. Usopp was taught by Heracles, a beetle person, and Greenbit heavily featured beetles also. Usopp learnt how pop greens work on Greenstone Forest, which are also known to have strange physical forms. However, instead of a cross between a person and an animal, like with SAD, pop greens look like a mixture of a person and a plant. This is also highlighted by the plants' names, such as Human Drake. The name is a play on Mandrake, a plant humanoid creature best known for screaming in the Harry Potter scene, but here Oda has highlighted the human side by adding Hu to the standard word Mandrake, making Human Drake. The Boyne Archipelago is a territory made from fauna, and we see this description with only one other place in the world. This is the Sabaody Archipelago, a location best known for bubbles produced by the resin of the local plants and trees. Both archipelagos are called archipelagos despite the fact they're primarily trees and plants, and there's no actual islands present. Because of this, neither have a magnetic pull that can be navigated with. Greenbit is the same shape as Sabaody, and both sit close together in paradise. On Sabaody we see flying fish riders who share a similar name to the fighting fish of Greenbit. The above all suggests that green blood has ties to the Boyne Archipelago, particularly noticeable through the word green that we keep seeing repeated. But there is one other distinct feature we are shown with green blood, and that is the bubbles, which we can see in the armband looking thing that shows inside of the Seraphim arm. Now this is fascinating because when trying to solve this mystery, we ended up discovering, as I say, Sabaody seems tied to the Boyne Archipelago, and Sabaody is best known for what? Its bubbles. So it could be that the only two fauna-made territories, both archipelagos, both with strange life, were once one place. Anyway, to the point, it would seem green blood is a combination of the fauna from the Boyne Archipelago, which is where it gets its green colour, and the fauna from Sabaody, which is where we get the bubbles from. This might be revealed to be a combination of plant extract and tree resin, essentially. When mixed with Lunarian lineage factor, the green blood appears to facilitate great physical changes, longer lifespans than we've seen with other world government experiments, for example, and also the capacity to seemingly use any devil fruit. Green blood may have byproducts the world government Vegapunk and the reader are not yet aware of also, as hinted by the strange connection between S, Bear and Kuma that led to Kuma heading for Egghead Island. The connection could be a feature of lineage factor or just a connection to the original host through the green blood, but we essentially saw Lucci command S, Bear to fly over to Egghead, and then Kuma carried out the order at the panel after. And yeah, if you wanted more information on it, my last video was about that. Moving on, lastly, outside the canon, one of the One Piece movies adds to this whole thing. So thanks to Kuba the Red Sea for this one. Always tells me about the movies because I don't watch them that much or as much as I should. But he pointed out the green substance in the drug sick was used to facilitate the mutation of animals so they could change form, for example, becoming giant. After being shown multiple versions of green substances throughout the story that are ultimately used to shift the user into a more powerful state, we finally peak with green blood, it appears. A perfected version of the green substances, and the chemical used in Seraphim, which are cyborgs with a childlike appearance that are stated to rapidly learn as they grow older. Considering the rest of their appearance is very Lunarian, it would suggest that the final part of the formula required was the lineage factor of the Lunarians to make the green blood work, which is why we see all these failed experiments like failed giants and stuff like that. They were missing this peak technology. This definitely might tie into why we saw King being experimented on, particularly with alongside Kaido, who was like a Joy Boy candidate. So this might be a reflection of events that happened in the past that are similar, or some sort of parallel like that, which we do see in One Piece a lot. It's also, I mean, it's even possible it's King's DNA that allow Vegapunk to take the technology and perfect green blood and be able to put it into a Seraphim. Here is where things get a lot darker, as there is one important detail I did intentionally leave out. Interestingly, the fighting fish have been around Greenbit for 200 years, which is longer than the SAD operations have been going on. So it suggests this type of science and pollution is probably something that's been happening before the SAD thing even came up. I do still believe that the SAD pollution continued to make the fighting fish, but is there any possibility similar experiments and mutations were being carried out 200 years ago in the One Piece world when the fighting fish first arrived? The answer is yes. What happened 200 years ago in the One Piece world? The giant mech attacked Marijois around the same time slavery was abolished to secure a treaty between fishmen and the world government. This was the first time Ryugu Palace attended the reverie, and they did not attend again for another 200 years. Poseidon is currently embodied by Shirahoshi, the daughter of King Neptune, who is the head of Ryugu Palace. Poseidon is considered an ancient weapon because of her tremendous power to control marine life with her mind. Poseidon is also said to reincarnate every few hundred years, but the reason why has not been explicitly stated yet. However, looking at Poseidon through the scope of green blood, we can start to piece together how modern Poseidon actually came to be. 200 years ago, fighting fish appeared, suggesting similar radioactive pollution that we see at Dressrosa currently. It's possible during the reverie, happening around the same time, the king of Ryugu Palace had his daughter kidnapped, as we often see suggested through Shirahoshi's character in the current storyline. Some believe fishmen were created by the world government to begin with, so it would be fitting thematically for the world government to use the abolishment of fisherman slavery as a ruse to capture a mermaid with the intention of experimenting on her in a similar way. We know there is demand for mermaid slaves from the extremely high prices found on the auction list. The world government may have captured the mermaid princess, which is what would have summoned the giant to come to Marijois, and once they've got her imprisoned, potentially implanted her with the lineage factor of a sea king. By doing this, the world government recreated Poseidon. The lineage factor with fishmen is highlighted to be pretty unpredictable, which is displayed through their family trees, and it may be the same for merfolk. So the transformation into Poseidon may have been unintentional. Instead, it may have been a result of the lineage factor of the princess mixing with the lineage factor of a sea king, and them two specifically working together to create or recreate Poseidon, as that is what Poseidon originally was. Additionally, if Poseidon does require Sea King lineage factor, or comes from Sea Kings originally, then this might be why Poseidon takes so long to reincarnate, because Sea Kings are known to live hundreds of years. Also, Shirahoshi is huge, particularly compared to her own father, so again we see hints towards Sea King lineage. If this was how Poseidon was remade, then it would make sense that Poseidon would discover or unleash her ability to escape imprisonment and go on to be free. Also, it would match up with the pseudo-Uranus Mother Flame, and if we get a Pluton upgrade with the Sunny or Franky, then that would be 3 modern versions of ancient weapons. The technology may have then been continued or rediscovered and utilised on God Valley to develop a perfected version later on by Vegapunk, which we now see as Green Blood. Anyway, that's all for today, folks. Hope you enjoyed what we had in store, and if so, like and give it a share. If you've made it this far, you've just won a fighting fish. Let me know in the comments where you want it delivered. Thank you for watching this far. You are the best, and peace. Welcome. Today we're looking at Emu's powers.
why the Gorosei do her bidding, and also her fatal weakness. If you're into One Piece manga or fairly caught up on the anime, you'll have no problem following along, so make sure to let me know if any of your conclusions are different to what we find in the comments. So without further ado, let's begin this with a bang, and I'll bring in our special guest, Dax, shortly to drop some nuclear chain reactions. Now, over to young Usopp to bring us in with the intro track. Let's go.
Come on, you gotta pick up the phone.
Yeah. Hello?
Yo, you home right now?
Yeah.
Bro, I can't believe this video is wild.
Oh, word?
It's Dan Kushi.
There's another video out?
Yes, sir.
Oh, the gold.
It's Dan Kushi. Yeah, he's back again. Y'all better like, comment, subscribe, and don't forget to share with your friends. Know the gang already know the vibes. These videos make you open your eyes. Trust me, they'll blow your mind. Now just kick back, relax, and unwind for the video.
What's with Cypher Pole looking like the Gorosei? How do Dendens change shape to match their user? And how do VIVI cards guide us to a person? It's time to solve Emu's power and another One Piece mystery. So like, sub, and let's get into this. In the Mads cover story, we saw a focus on lineage factor. Each cover story showed how each Mads member utilized these blueprints of life differently. For example, Caesar used lineage factor to attempt to make ancient giants for the world government. Queen made ice onis, Judge made cyborg children, Stussy made vampires, and Vegapunk made pacifistas, etc. There are other examples, but the point is each scientist developed a different version of the same technology. So why is this important? Well, remember that energy source that Vegapunk referenced? What if I told you that every power in the One Piece world derived from that specific source? Even the Gorosei shadows from 1084. Even the mystical clouds that surround Gear 5 Luffy and awakened Lucci. Just like how Mads each had a variation of lineage factor, this power was taken and harnessed in different ways, each time giving a different result. So today we're looking at how Emu uses this power. So let's start with Life Return. Life Return is the name of a technique explained to us by Kumadori to mean the complete control of one's own body. The name itself implies energy returning from a source to the user. The process for Haki is the process for Life Return in reverse. Instead of will manifesting physically, it's the physical converting into the will. So, with food for example, the person eats the food and becomes reinvigorated by it. Absorption is a life return technique and can turn a large amount of food into nutrition and vitality almost immediately. Life return includes being able to change the body's shape and its processes, even including the user's hair. The ability can be used in conjunction with a devil fruit, as we see with Lucci, who uses it to manipulate his zone forms. He's a character that went on to become awakened, which I'll touch on later. We can see a similar effect with Don Chin Zhao, as he used his family's ability, Hashokan, to harden and control his Patrick-looking starfish head. Another example is Fukurokuju, who uses his big ol' earlobes as weapons and also to throw projectiles, which is similar to Life Return. Paulie, using his ropes in combat, mimics this also. Noodle Kempo is another solid candidate for working the same way as Life Return, using body hair to cut noodles, for instance. Interestingly, he actually consumes some noodles, which I'll touch on soon. Chopper states he's heard of a similar ability to Life Return, named biofeedback. Biofeedback is a real-world term that also means the complete control over one's own body, to the point where you can slow your heart rate down, which is often how free diving records are achieved. Chopper is a medical chemist, and his rumble balls also can be seen to shift his zone forms, similar to how Lucci uses Life Return with his zone. If consuming medicine can change your form like Life Return, and food can too, like with Noodle Kempo, and through the Life Return technique absorption, then it's likely metabolism is involved. Big Mum ate Carmel and got the soul fruit, and some theorize Blackbeard ate part of Whitebeard to gain the tremor fruit, both again suggesting metabolism is relevant. If consuming something and metabolizing it changes your form, this would explain why Kaido changes state so often during the roof battle, as he's constantly consuming alcohol. Both Zoro and Odin are known to drink a lot of booze and have both themselves inflated their biceps in a very similar way to Life Return. If consuming alcohol can change someone's state, then it may suggest BINK'S sake was some sort of medical or energy infusion that may even extend life. Did Shanks bring Whitebeard sake to prolong his life while he was sick maybe? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Anyway, it might be that whatever the user consumes can be converted by life into strength or physical prowess. Milk was used by Brook to repair his skull and regrow a tooth. Luffy regrew a tooth but without the milk, which is weird. Another example is how devil fruits work, and most fruits shift the user's form, like life return. The change in state is also highlighted by Streusen when he was present during Big Mom eating Carmel. He watched as he used his Koku no Mi to cut a tree log into meat. This is Oda showing us the exact opposite of what happens when Big Mom ate Carmel and inherited her power. This is because will is stored in trees in the One Piece world and Streusen's cutting into physical meat. In other words, Big Mom is taking flesh imbued with devil fruit abilities and consuming it, turning it into her own will. Streusen, however, is taking will in the form of a tree log and turning it into flesh. A good example of this outside of One Piece is Popeye. He eats his spinach and his muscles bulge. We see this most commonly with Luffy and Kid, who blow up like balloons after eating a load of meat, then quickly pushing themselves back down to normal size, energizing them afterwards. Luffy has interesting ties to lifespan in the story, and let's not even bring up Kid's lifespan, but yeah. Furthermore, Bonnie can often be seen eating meat in the same way Luffy and Kid do, and she's also deeply tied to lifespan through her powers. Shinobu was shown to age Momonosuke, references an age state of the fruit, so that's another interesting tie there. Maybe the type of food affects a specific aspect of the user. We touched on alcohol and meat, but we also see the babies at Punk Hazard are fed candy to make them grow. Big Mom's parents spoke about her being spoiled from a young age with candy, leading her to become big and have destructive tantrums when hungry. Also, later on, her mother figure was called Carmel, a name tied to candy, of course. Additionally, we have Sugar herself, who's particularly small for her age, and her name ties to candy. She has the physical appearance of a child, despite being 22. So here we have three characters heavily tied to sweet food, all have disproportionate bodies, and also obscure ties to youth. Let's get spicier though. You may not know this, but Sengoku, Garp, and Suru all joined the Marines in the same year. Now, what's fascinating about this is Suru and Garp are the only ones in the Navy with old grey hair. Now, Garp can constantly be seen eating, which is strongly highlighted by his new TCG card. Sengoku is the only one of the three with coloured hair, which was black of course, but mysteriously he ages quickly after retiring as his fleet admiral, and his hair immediately turns grey. From here on out, we also see him constantly eating. Weird. So again, we have ties to consumption, youth, and or aging. This could just be thematic. We see Magellan chooses to eat super spicy food despite its volatile effects, and we assume it's coincidence his fruit has a similar style to it. Or maybe they are tied and Blackbeard eats cherry pie to somehow influence will and fate through the cherry blossom. We know eating 2 devil fruits seems to unalive the user, and yet Blackbeard may have consumed some of Whitebeard to gain his fruit. However, despite all this, consuming certain things has been demonstrated to end a user's life prematurely before, particularly with medical chemistry. Medical chemistry is potentially the most overlooked facet in One Piece, and will likely become super important soon. Throughout the story, medicine is consumed, displaying different effects. Most prominently is likely Chopper, who changes his animal-human hybrid form by using rumble balls, a medicine he made himself. This is indicative of life return, as I touched on earlier. Rumble balls are highly advanced and appear to be able to achieve hybridization in a way that the world government was yet to match up until we saw Lucci's awakened form, despite multiple experiments it seems. However, an example that would end the user's life prematurely can be seen with Hero Water. It was shown in Alabasta to give a strong power-up, followed by an inevitable death. It resembled life return too, as the appearance of the guards that drank it changed. Hody Jones hit the energy steroids hard, giving him a massive power-up that also changed his appearance, made him pale, and again led to his early death. Our buddy Ivankov gives a concoction of hormones to Luffy that pretty much revives him. The downside though was it costs him 10 years of Luffy's lifespan, suggesting that if you were to abuse these hormones, you'd inevitably die from decreased lifespan, just like Hody's energy steroids and the Hero Water. Alternatively, however, when HIRILUK was dying, we saw Kureha give him medicine that prolonged his life, although not for very long. So we again see examples of consumption that changes the user's physical form and affects their lifespan, both decreasing it and increasing it in some cases. To summarize, it appears that in the One Piece world, people can consume medicine to concentrate the remaining life force into power, which in turn changes the user's physical form. Again, this is the similar process described by CIPHER as life return. An interesting side note, we learn in Water 7 that ships can have a soul that appears in sprite form at the end of the ship's life. This is interesting because it echoes what we've been saying. remaining life force is concentrated, resulting in a powerful shift in the user's form, in this case with the Mary's Klabauterman shifting from spirit to a physical sprite as the ship burned. Now, another character that ties to all of this is Lao Ji, who can concentrate his remaining lifespan to boost his physical stats to a point that he reached in his youth. He grows in size and becomes far stronger, which in the same process as we know can be achieved via life return or eating. So, what's very interesting here is that without using his ability, Lao Ji appears weak and pale. Paleness seems to be a feature of aging or a shortened lifespan in One Piece. Illness and disease are known to make people pale and affect lifespan. So, for example, tree fever causes a person to turn pale, covers them in white marks, and they often die young. Interestingly, Doc Q has the sick fruit and he looks very old considering he's only actually 28. Amber lead is white and amber lead syndrome turns people pale white. The disease also decreases your lifespan generationally and so may also tie into lineage factor as well. The opposite of this can be seen when some characters glow with a pink hue. We see this with Gear 2nd Luffy, Whitebeard at Marineford and Big Mom in Wano, and each of these cases ties to lifespan. This pink sheen likely indicates the characters are in peak form and are burning their remaining lifespan quicker, whereas the pale look could represent a weak lifespan, which is evident in the diseases of the One Piece world. Now, going back to Amber Lead Syndrome, it seems peculiar that there's such a disease so close to Marie-Joie, as it's often speculated Emu, and for example the Gorosei, potentially have extended life. Maybe even the Celestial Dragons too, however we're not sure yet. The world government's biggest recent enemy, Roger, was afflicted by an illness that would have killed him prematurely, and we saw it also with Brook's original captain, Yorkie. It makes me think that Nami got pretty lucky at Drum Island, as she was very pale and not looking great at all. Luckily she was saved by Kureha, a character with a reputation for repeatedly stating she has a secret to youth. She lives in a tree, and trees have great significance in the One Piece world, for example with Ohara. Trees hold wills, and as I stated, from what we've seen, it's possible to turn energy like will into life force. So it's possible Kureha is using life return on the tree that she lived in to transmit energy to herself to keep her in her prime. The voice of all things and breath of all things both suggest all things contain some form of will or energy or voice or breath. Vegapunk's ancient energy source he referred to is likely from this same source, so will or the voice of all things or something around that. In the Matrix they refer to a similar source of energy, and they also literally name it the source. Kureha is shown to still be young and not pale, so it's interesting that despite Kureha's youthfulness, she still looks old. It could be that life return can keep you from losing strength, but does not protect a body from the aging process, which will inevitably lead to the user's death. Now, who is the only human we suspect to be older than Kureha? Emu. Someone who lives next to or atop of the Great Eve Tree, a tree that gives off light. Potentially the same light we see beaming down on the throne. Also, if the user of this technique stays youthful but the body gets old, you could make a case for Emu requiring the immortal surgery, which would explain the OP's insane bounty. In 406, Kumadori introduces us to life return and mentions he gained the power from living a hermit life, which means a life of isolation. Both Kureha and Emu could certainly be said to live a hermit's life, with Kureha literally being called a mountain witch. Not only this, but Kumadori casually states it takes 2,000 years to master. Wait, what did you say, Kumadori? That's a ridiculous concept for Oda to bring up, unless someone has actually lived that long. So how has that come about? Well, it just so happens that there is someone who lived roughly 2,000 years ago, told to us in the Alabaster arc. Robin lies about the contents of the Alabaster poneglyph to Crocodile, instead seemingly reciting information she already knew about the past, or alternatively, reading some of the extra info on the poneglyph that didn't concern Pluton. Robin refers to the hero of Atreya, Mamudine. Atreya is a very niche real-world reference to a woman called the Lady of Atreya, a woman in the background of history who married a very important man and gave birth to a very great king. Her life story involves love, betrayal, and royalty, and fits many of the themes people speculate about Emu today. The name of the hero Mamudine contains the symbol Mu. That name was recently highlighted by Cobra in his last moments in the throne room, and likely ties to the name Emu. Another interesting point was actually given to me by my 19-month-old son, believe it or not, who can barely talk. His friend is Bulgarian and Romanian, and because of it, instead of saying mummy, he says mamu sometimes. Mamu is the Bulgarian term for mummy. Lady of Atreya is from the Ottoman Empire, which is in part modern-day Bulgaria. So Mamudine actually translates to Mother of Jinn. Jinn describes a spirit that can influence the living, so Mamudine literally can translate as Mother of Influential Spirit. So maybe Imu is actually the child of the hero of Atreya, or the hero herself, Mamudine, and she can possibly influence the spirit or life force of others. Kumadori was a member of CIPHER, and CIPHER is a group that partly makes up the Celestial Dragon's true strength, allowing them to even know about secret taboos. Some members of CIPHER also have relatives that are also in CIPHER. This could indicate that they might have a particular lineage factor there. CP9 members are also seen with a solid grasp of life return. What's crazy though is CIPHER eventually fled the world government after their defeat from Luffy. They went to what seems to be a secret location with overgrown ruins. Later, they were found by the Navy in the cover of 522, looking eerily similar to what we see with the Gorosei in 1084. We can see their animalistic silhouetted forms, but we know that they don't look like that usually, just like the Gorosei. They're potentially using life return to shift their shape, as Lucci was shown to do so. They have the same eyes as we saw with the Gorosei too. So when the Gorosei go crazy in 1084, is life return also being used in some way to control their forms? That's the question. And if so, is their lifespan affected like the examples I made earlier? It's even possible CIPHER 9 was traced back to their hidden spot where they were hiding out through a similar technique as well. A clue to this can be again found in Kumadori controlling his hair with life return, which is actually more spicy than it might seem.
And the thing about all of this is that the importance of hair in One Piece just cannot be understated. It's one of Oda's biggest symbols of individuality, so much so that it's one of the most common things that Luffy uses to give nicknames with, like calling Bartolomeo Rooster, thinking Marco looks like a pineapple, and even calling Foxy Two-Piece Head, which is one of the many reasons that I believe the One Piece to be an afro, since Luffy called Foxy that while wearing one, making him the One Piece Head. This layer of individuality that hairstyles tend to give could tie into the fact that VIVI cards are able to seek out the specific person that they came from, almost like it ties directly to the soul. I mean, Brook's afro is the only thing that will signify his return to Laboon since he has nothing but bones now, and this is a person who transcended death with just the power of his soul and his devil fruit. So when we talk about VIVI cards, which can essentially take your fingernail clipping and not only detect your location, but also the status of your soul, then we need to just accept the fact that hair, or keratin at the very least, and souls are deeply connected in some major way. And I know my boy Den has been cooking about life return this whole video, and what better person is there to learn about that than from the guy whose life literally returned after death? Now that might seem just like a joke, especially since Brook hasn't actually used life return before, but that's the thing. He sort of has used it before because he's moving an entire body around when it really shouldn't. If we think Kumadori using his hair individually is impressive, well, Brook is over here busy operating an entire skeleton. There's undoubtedly some important connection to be made between hair, souls, VIVI cards, and life return, which sets up the afro to yet again shine as one of Oda's most underrated story elements. But that's enough from me, so let's go ahead and get back into the video.
Den Mushis also translate a signal over extremely long distances and demonstrate life return by changing their body shape to match their user. We also know these transmissions can be hacked, as we saw with Greenbull in Wano, or traced, as we saw with Sabo on Lalesia. In other words, if CIPHER used life return to change their shape, or if this power was somehow given to them by Imu, it could be that they are bound somehow, despite the long distance, and thus can be tracked and traced, similar to a VIVI card's source. The above suggests that Imu could potentially be transmitting or using life return on other subjects too. This could be why every member of the Gorosei in CIPHER 9 show this ability to turn into silhouette beasts potentially. To make this easier to understand, here's a wildly similar parallel from another piece of media. For those who aren't familiar with Lord of the Rings, there are these 9 humans that were each given a powerful magic ring. These were known as wraiths. The rings gave the humans extended life, but also secretly bound the humans' lives to the maker of the rings. This means that they had to carry out the ringmaker's bidding, no matter what. Over time, the 9 humans became more shadow-like in appearance from living extended lives, echoing the image we saw of the Holy Knights. This could be exactly what we saw with Imu and the Gorosei, and maybe also CP9's silhouettes. Not only that, but the Holy Knights were shown as shadows, and the Gorosei are suspected to make up 5 of the Knights, so possibly all 9 could be Wraiths, just like in Lord of the Rings.
Now, this makes me wonder, do Emu's abilities have any weaknesses, clauses, or conditions? Surprisingly, something did actually stand out when I looked into this. There is a very strange condition we see now and then in One Piece, where someone's abilities stop working even if they're from a devil fruit. This condition is fear. On Long Ring Longland, people's body morph and stretch, similar to the shape-shifting seen with Life Return. Fascinatingly, Usopp and Chopper state they're scared to go on the island, and that they've developed a sickness. These are the only two characters on Long Ring Longland that are affected by the stretching environment. Additionally, we see a hare that's stretched, and hares are renowned for being timid and afraid. In contrast, we see the calm Tonji is ironically very short, perhaps further suggesting only scared people are affected. Another example is Big Mom's Devil Fruit ability. It only works on people that fear her. We see a twist on this with Sugar's Devil Fruit, which switches off when she's scared. Chopper scared Kumadori by roaring, which caused Kumadori to lose control of his hair that he'd hardened using Life Return, yet another example of fear taking effect on the body. Monet was frozen in fear by Zoro. Some less obvious examples could be what we saw recently with Kobe's Honesty Impact, which rather than being suppressed by fear, could instead be amplified by it. Garp spoke a lot to Kobe about coming in clutch, so it's possible this is what he meant. Furthermore, Vivi screams in fear, which perhaps is what caused it to start raining in the Alabasta arc. Lastly, and this isn't something I've looked into too deeply, but it's possible Usopp's lies, which sometimes come true, only come true when he's afraid. So, how do you create fear in the One Piece world? Well, the world government controls people by implementing fear through propaganda. But what about the Gorosei and CIPHER who are above these people? The Gorosei aren't scared of a phantom in the Marijois like the guards because they know of Emu's existence already. So what are they afraid of, if that's what's required for Emu's power to work in order to make them loyal subjects? Well, I think it's possible Emu might have the fear fruit, or definitely some intense fear ability. Smiling in the face of death would be the antithesis of this power, making the D-Clan members Emu's natural enemy. Luffy himself, particularly in Gear 5, is the ultimate example of Life Return. As Luffy died, Luffy's life was returned to him, and then he could change into any form, not just his own. So he does make a perfect antithesis. Anyway, in conclusion, I think that Emu is using the power of the Eve Tree to essentially transmit energy into some of her subjects, such as the Gorosei. By doing this, she can keep them sustained in their prime for decades, as well as giving them the ability to better control their hybrid forms. It's possible Emu has been getting better at these techniques over the past 2 millennia, and is finally now at a point of mastery, which might even mean Emu can actually prevent the body from aging like Kureha can't. This would explain why the Gorosei look identical to what they appeared as over 20 years ago at the Ohara incident. It would also work for Sengoku's seemingly random sudden age spurt after his retirement. Others may be able to achieve similar powers by consuming certain foods, it seems. Lastly, it's worth noting that recently Garp highlighted the importance of youth again, and many characters have brought up youth throughout the story. So maybe that's it. Emu has a secret to youth, just like Kureha. Maybe she used the Opi Nomi to make her body last longer than it should, and the Gorosei and Lucci's awakening are even likely bound to Emu in the same way. There's plenty more to build on, but for now I'm just going to leave it here. Thanks for making it this far. You've just won a free Noodle Kempo shaving kit. Let me know where you need it to be delivered. Thanks to Dak as always. Much love to TLA. Much love to Smokey. Much love to all of everyone. Everyone. Right, let's go. Welcome back, fellow pirates and One Piece fans. Today we delve into an exciting theory that explores the hidden connection between two powerful figures in the world of One Piece, Aokiji and Garp. Could there be more to their relationship that meets the eye, and what will happen to both of them next? Okay, sub, like, do all that stuff, and let's get into it. Throughout the One Piece storyline, Aokiji, the enigmatic former admiral, and Garp, the legendary marine hero, have had several encounters that leave us wondering about their true connection. Some fans believe there might be a deeper bond between the two, extending beyond their roles as allies or adversaries. We just saw them go head to head at Hachinosu before Kuzan turned Garp into a popsicle. Remember, the last time Kuzan froze someone, they didn't die, so what's going to happen to Garp? It might be possible Blackbeard trades him into the world government, and Emu puts him in the Marijois freezer just for him to later break out and cause havoc. Or maybe Garp is actually gone, and Kuzan knew he had to be the one to do it, giving off a whole Snape Harry Potter loyalty vibe.
Hey everybody, Randy Troy here. I'm going to talk about two of my favorite characters to talk about, Garp and Kuzan. Yes, they are two very enigmatic characters indeed, and the recent Hachi Nosu content that we have been getting has been shining a new light on their relationship. Now, we were introduced to Garp, not necessarily by name, but by idea from Kuzan during the Long Ring Longland arc. Granted, we did see him unnamed during the Kobe Meppo cover story, and he was also in the Romance Dawn pilot. That's a whole a whole other thing. But the relationship between these two characters is interesting because Kuzan was used as a device to introduce Garp into the story by way of Luffy. So already you were setting up that these two characters had a deeper connection than what was necessarily on the page, right? And it goes in line with the theme that the person that you hold in regard to almost like a father isn't always the person that is biologically related to you. It's often the person that you actually look up to and the person that fuels your own ideals and desires and just your dream, right? We see this with Luffy and Shanks. We see it with Sabo and Dragon, with Ace and Whitebeard, with Sanji and Zeph, with Chopper and Hiriluk. None of those characters are their actual biological father. And I believe that the Hachi Nosu content of it all was to establish that Kuzan and Garp have this same familial bond, in the same way that a Luffy and a Shanks does. Garp was the person that Kuzan always looked up to. This was blatant, even going back to Chapter 0 when, the two of them are walking and Kuzan is following him like a puppy dog, talking about how cool it is that he denied his promotion. This lines up much later on when Kuzan fights Sakazuki for a promotion, doesn't get it, and then leaves the Marines. Now, there's a lot of speculation about Sword. I've been one of the most vocal people that Garp is either the leader of Sword or at the very least the inspiration for it. This man that doesn't want anything to do with the Celestial Dragons, and you see the way that Sword moves. It seems like it's a organization within the Marines to secretly overthrow the government or the system. And it seems like that is very much Garp's MO, and we see this in Marineford when he doesn't help Ace. Why doesn't he help Ace? Because it's mission over family. And when we're talking about this Snape kills Dumbledore idea of it all, that really lines up with Kuzan and Garp, because if it is mission over family or found family, and there was ever going to be a situation where Kuzan is still undercover, deep cover, in Sword, not in Sword, but still, against Blackbeard, right? If there was a situation where he had to play his role and make sure that Blackbeard maintained this idea that Kuzan was with him, right? One of the biggest ways to do that would be to have Kuzan in a twist be the person to actually kill Garp. Now, I feel like that opportunity has kind of left the story, especially if we jump really far away from Hachinosu. Now, if in the next coming chapters or anything like that, we go back to Hachinosu, then I think it's still in play and it's on the table. But if we end Egghead, we go into the next arc and we continue from there, I think Kuzan killing Garp becomes a little less likely, but it is still a great opportunity for Kuzan to show his allegiance to Blackbeard. And then we could flip that on its head later on in a scenario where now he has to show his allegiance again, but it's against Robin. And then that's where Kuzan draws the line, right? Because this also goes into the whole idea of what Garp was trying to teach all of his proteges in the first place. You leave the old man and you save the child, right? Kuzan saved the child at Ohara. These words were probably echoed to him by Garp even as long ago as, 22 years ago. or even longer. So we have a situation here where Kuzan's going to be put in that exact predicament, and he's going to have to, not save the old man. But I also believe that he is currently saving the old man, because when we see Garp being turned into a popsicle, as everybody likes to call it, what I see is actually a man that's kind of almost cauterizing the wound that was given to Garp by Shiryu, because the only icicle on him is it's at his stab wound. So Kuzan is still the same man. That's what he told Smoker at the end of Punk Hazard. He hasn't changed. So for us to buy into the idea that he is completely evil, that he's working for Blackbeard, that doesn't make any sense. He doesn't want to hurt Garp. He's just got to play his role. So that's where the Snape versus Dumbledore of it all would happen. Garp would allow himself to die to Kuzan if it was for the mission. If it meant ultimately that they would get their goal of destroying and toppling the government, then that's the best case scenario for Garp. And if Garp has any sort of issue with the way that Kuzan is moving right now, he need not look any further than a mirror, because Kuzan is just following an extreme version of Garp's ideals. Garp moves like he is not in the Marines. He moves like he is his own faction. So having a son that became a revolutionary, having a grandson that became a pirate, and having Kuzan also become a pirate, a commander for Yonko, and even Kobe being a member of SWORD, tendering his resignation. That is all situations and examples of his family, his proteges, his mentees choosing freedom over being controlled. So Garp's just got to look in the mirror on that one. And that's going to do it for me. I'm going to turn the mic back over, but I appreciate you having me, and enjoy the rest of the video.
So, let's consider their shared connection to the Marines. Ayakiji's association with the Straw Hat Pirates and subsequent departure from the Marines hints at an unconventional ideology at odds with the world government. Could Garp, known for his free-spirited nature, have influenced Ayakiji's ideals? But this is just the beginning. When we closely examine their characters, Ayakiji and Garp display a striking combination of similarities and differences. Both possess an unwavering sense of justice and have shown a willingness to challenge the authority they serve. Perhaps Ayakiji found his defiance through Garp and the world government's corrupt practices, as I touched on earlier. Garp is the first admiral to be introduced pre-timeskip, and Kuzan, although former, is the first admiral to appear post-timeskip. In kanji, Kuzan means 9 mountains, which is interesting considering Garp was said to destroy mountains. Furthermore, Ayakiji's actions during the Ohara incident raise intriguing questions. Ayakiji, despite being a Marine admiral, allowed Nico Robin to escape, defying his duty to execute her. We see he preserves Saul, rather than unaliving him, leading Saul to go on to save the books of Ohara. Garp was assigned the task of executing the government's orders and destroying Ohara. However, despite his refusal over his friendship with Ohara's archaeologist Clover, Garp arrived too late to stop the destruction. Witnessing the devastation, Garp lets his emotions get the better of him and he confronted his superiors. Additionally, in the series it's revealed that Garp has played a significant role in training Kuzan during his early years in the Marines. This mentor-student dynamic further establishes a connection between the two characters. A contrast between the two, however, is that Garp is very haki heavy and doesn't have a devil fruit, which is the opposite of Kuzan, who's very devil fruit heavy, with it being revealed that when he went to Garp for training, he had no mastery over haki yet. This is illustrated quite well in their fight at Hachinosu also. I think Kuzan will go on to re-establish a new justice for himself and a new version of sword. From all the ties they share with Smoker, I think it's fair to assume Smoker will be Kuzan's second in command, and Tashigi will be like Smoker's meat shield or something along them lines. The big question is, does this sword take over the Marines in the end game? Or like, do they convince the Marines to join the Straw Hats in their fight against Blackbeard? And with that, we conclude our theory on the potential connection between Aokiji and Garp and their futures, two significant figures in the world of One Piece. Make sure to like and sub. As the story continues to unfold, we can only hope that Oda will shed more light on their relationship and the factors that have shaped their paths. Until then, let's eagerly anticipate the weight of the next chapter of this incredible venture. A little extra info for those who are still here. Garp was born on May the 2nd, the day after May Day. May Day is the UK celebration for the start of summer. So Garp was born the day after the start of summer, fitting, because Luffy, obviously, Luffy's the sun god. Aokiji's birthday is the 21st of September, which is International Peace Day. Last thing, Oda, this is fact, right? I'm not lying. Oda stated that Kuzan Jr., if you follow what I mean, is actually made of ice. So there's something new for you to learn today, if you haven't learned anything else from the video. If you've made it this far, you've just won a free pack of Garpsicles, so just make sure to keep them cool, and you guys have a good day. Do something nice for somebody else, I guess. Big love and peace. Hello there, fellow pirates. Welcome back to Den Kushi. Today we have a mind-blowing theory that will take you on an incredible journey through the history of the One Piece world and the fascinating Pangea theory. Before we dive into the theory though, make sure you drop a like and hit the subscribe button so you don't miss out on our upcoming theories. Alright, let's get started. Have you ever wondered how the formation of the One Piece world could parallel the real world Pangea theory? Well, let's get into this one and start connecting some of the dots. In the One Piece world, we have the Grand Line, a treacherous and mysterious sea that separates the world into 4 oceans. But what if I told you that this division and formation of the Grand Line could be similar to how the continents on Earth were connected? According to the real-world Pangea theory, millions of years ago, all the continents on Earth were connected as one giant landmass called Pangea. Over time, due to tectonic plate movements, they drifted apart, forming the continents we know today. Now, let's apply this concept to the One Piece world. So, the real-life Pangea depicted a D shape that spread across half the world with bodies of water within. In One Piece, it's possible the world was originally mostly sea, with one D-shaped long ring of land that made up a supercontinent, similar to this. On Long Ring Long Land, the tides change periodically, lowering sea levels and creating land bridges. This allowed people to cross to the other side of the continent every set amount of years. This could be reminiscent of events taking place centuries ago with the One Piece Pangea type setting. Each side of the One Piece Pangea was likely ruled over by 2 dominant clans, with the east being controlled by the Monkey Clan and the west belonging to the Dragon Clan. This lends significance to Dragon's name, Monkey D. Dragon. Other clans existed, such as the Serpent and Bird clans, but the most prominent were likely the Monkey and Dragon, who went on to build kingdoms. After the formation of the 2 ancient kingdoms, 2 sovereigns are born, one in the Eastern Monkey Kingdom, or what we know today as the Ancient Kingdom, and another in the Western Dragon Kingdom, which would now be found just off Marijois. These are the ancestors of the 2 sovereigns the Sea Kings discuss. Eventually, these 2 sovereigns meet, fall in love, and get married. The marriage and subsequent child that's born become a symbol of unification of the East and West to the people of the world. In other words, the baby or the prince or whatever of the 2 sovereigns would have been like a beacon of unity for the whole world to essentially get behind. You do kind of see this in real world situations, even though that's a bit outdated nowadays. However, I believe the arrangement probably unsettled some members of the Dragon Royal family, as it's unlikely they approve of the Monkey family and their unruly ways, similar to how we see current celestial dragons are prejudiced against non-humans, or Saturn's obsession with taking no risks. For example, Luffy has lots of friends that are like non-human, or not like lots of friends and allies that don't exist in paradise. So Emu, for example, would probably consider that a threat because of the celestial dragon's views on other cultures, and other species, as evidenced by what they did to the fishmen, etc. War ensues, echoing the One Piece world as we know it today, as the West continues to spread and colonize the world and its people. In a last stand, Uranus is created by the Sun Kingdom of the East to lay waste to the Dragon Clan's territory. Fueled by the ancient energy source, the sun, A byproduct of this sun weapon could be the eternal daylight that appears in Eni's lobby. After its construction, the weapon is subsequently used to fly above the heart of the Western Kingdom and fire, leaving a huge hole where we now see Eni's lobby floating above. And for those who don't know, Eni's lobby and this hole is quite close to Marishwa. The force of the strike splits up the supercontinent, causing global earthquakes, mass flooding, and a restructuring of land masses. Furthermore, it leads to a mixture of minerals and substances, such as magma, to explode into the air, forming the Sky Islands, and on a smaller scale, the small floating islands we see at Eni's lobby currently. In Skypiea, it's mentioned about these islands being formed by pyrobloin, and pyrobloin's also been tied to volcanic eruptions in the One Piece world, so that's where we get these ties. The magnetic field of the world is totally changed by the shift of the broken up land masses and the ejection of magnetic materials such as pyrobloin around the globe. The land masses themselves we know contain magnetic materials because of the log poses, so that's what makes that plausible. The islands above Eni's lobby are gradually attracted to float over the centre of the hole due to these newly formed magnetic fields. This is what causes the magnetic fields to appear on the Grand Line, which travel one direction in a continuous loop around the planet, similar to Earth. The closer to the ancient kingdom, the more magnetic material present, which is why the start of the Grand Line requires 1 lug close, but later on in the New World, 3 are required to navigate. Because as you get closer to Lodestar, all of these different magnetic materials that you've been tracking with the poses, they are all their materials will be found at Lodestar, which creates a real strange magnetic field, or like one that's hard to distinguish when you're trying to navigate there. It's possible the blast went through the entire planet, pushing up Reverse Mountain into a Reverse Mountain fountain. Now, the water from Eni's lobby we can see falls down the hole, which could push the water out of Reverse Mountain, raising the land. The new magnetic fields pull the ocean down the hole at Eni's lobby, as we see there currently, which is also what we see stated in the Lalesia Aftermath. We know the current magnetic field revolves around the Grand Line, so this magnetic pull may have drawn the water down the side of Reverse Mountain, forcing a new path. This, I believe, is how Reverse Mountain was formed. So the water from Eni's lobby went down the hole, pushed Reverse Mountain up, and then that water was then dragged down the side of Reverse Mountain by the magnetic flow that makes the Grand Line currently. This current is pulled around the globe all the way until it meets itself back at the Reverse Mountain, which is very symbolic of the Borealis, or snake that eats itself, and offers an extra connection to the serpent soaked in blood, which most people fairly assume is the red line because it's red and it goes all the way around. Given the approximate location of Egghead, we could be looking at a perfect crossover between the Uranus blast and the Lalesia blast, crossing and making an X roughly over the core of the planet. Theories that involve a shift in poles are popular at the moment, and I wouldn't argue against the idea. The strike from Uranus may have been responsible for this shift. This would also suggest another reason for a shift in magnetic fields. If the crossover I mentioned is correct, then it could be Oda demonstrating a balancing out of the poles, or of the world. Question is, I guess, what's on the other side of the Lalesia hole? I'm not going to speculate it here. You're welcome to let me know in the comments. I know not many people are talking about it, but hopefully we'll find out soon, he says, while fearing for the end of One Piece. So, for a quick summary, we have the supercontinent Pangaea, split up by a huge Uranus strike powered by the sun. The landmasses break up and the Grand Line is formed. The survivors of the Western Kingdom potentially took over the rest of their territory, shunning all non-humans and creating part of the world they call paradise, due to the fact it's predominantly human and it's much more favourable in terms of the weather conditions. This theme is interesting. It sort of suggests that there was a fight for land amongst the humans, which is the opposite of what we've seen in the more modern day One Piece, where there's a fight for land for non-humans due to the humans. So it's an interesting contrast to consider. The New World becomes a land of extreme climates and powerful natural phenomena. Volcanoes were erupting, creating fiery landscapes, while thunderstorms raged across the skies, making navigation even more perilous. The unwanted peoples and races are pushed to the New World, where they adapt to survive. Okay, so moving forward a little, these refugees, for lack of a better term, begin to gather together, similar to what we hear of the fishmen and the light of the Eve tree after being pushed into the sea. The challenge and the mystery of the New World, I think, also invited explorers and pirates to come and set sail and find treasure and discover mysteries. These newfound alliances may have led to rebellions. I believe this is when Imu began to start fearing for the return of the Sun Kingdom. Subsequently, the government builds their own superweapon, but instead of using the power of the sun, it uses the power of the moon. This is the creation of Pluton. Pluton can currently be found in Wano, a place that's littered in moon symbolism, from the actual symbols we see, to the name of almost every Wano clan, which is evidence Oda intended this. I have a short video on TLA about how I think Blackbeard's going to get Pluton, and that's interesting because he is very tied to the moon, like in that panel where he's crying as a kid, the first ever one, similar to one that looks like Usopp. There's the full moon above him in the background, so that isn't all though. There's many ties to Blackbeard and the moon, so it's interesting. Residents of Ohara were renowned for their knowledge of history, with Clover actually knowing the name of the ancient kingdom. Inside the library of the Ohara was the famous orrery, which showed us a load of celestial bodies orbiting the One Piece world. But as we know, only one moon can be seen in the sky. This creates the mystery of what happened to the other moons. It might be that just as the world government destroyed islands, etc., causing people to flee and seek refuge elsewhere, they did the same for the moons. Potentially, the moons were used as a power source for Pluton, leading to their destruction, which is what results in us having multiple tribes on one moon, as depicted by the murals. This would explain why we only see one moon, which would indicate Pluton was hidden in Wano before the last moon could be destroyed. Laugh-Tale is intrinsically linked to the moon and its inhabitants, and could even represent a balance between the moon and the sun, but you can hear more on that in my Laugh-Tale moon video. It does provide a ton of evidence though, so here's a super brief recap. Minks are connected to the moon, Zunisha is connected to the moon, Samurai are connected to the moon, Electricity is connected to the moon, Enel is connected to the moon, all of which is connected to Jaya and Joy Boy, which I personally believe to be both a part of Laugh-Tale. If what I'm saying is correct, I think it's likely that after all but one of the moons were destroyed, the rest of the moon population and refugees migrated to Laugh-Tale. Anyway, back to the formation of the world. As Pluton is repeatedly used on the New World to cleanse the seas and suppress uprising factions, the world suffers from more great earthquakes, but this time triggering underwater volcanoes to erupt, particularly around the equator. Over the years, the mixing of magma turns what's left of the supercontinent and newly formed islands into the Red Line, up until Pluton is hidden in Wano to prevent any further destruction. The offering of Pluton's Joy Boy is Lily's betrayal, in my opinion, and resulted in Imu using dance powder to take all the water in Alabasta and dumping it inside a walled-off Wano. But I cover that in the Imu Lily video. Anyway, to conclude, so the One Piece world continues to evolve, just like our own planet. The shifting tectonic plates and unpredictable forces of nature shape the very fabric of this fantastical world, creating a rich tapestry of adventure and mystery and discovery. I think it's possible that we will see another reformation of the world, whether or not that's the Red Line being made back into the continent of Pangaea, or more likely just broken up completely and the world will be covered in one sea, which will be the all blue. But I'm still umming and ahhing about the actual future of the Red Line. So yeah, I'll include that in another video. Okay, so in the video that follows this, it's where I explain how I believe Jaya was originally located over a reverse mountain. I also explain Jaya's creation, the creation of other islands that came from Jaya, like Zo in my opinion, how all this ties to the moon, and why Laugh-Tale went from being in its original position to being displaced and potentially fired up into the sky as well. I didn't go into the details of Imu's involvement either, or the formation of the world government. However, that's all explained in the Hero of Atreya video, which I personally think is a must watch because it's going to be revealed within the next 50 chapters, I think. I'll finish off this mini-series as well with the last half of Joy Boy's journey from Ohara to Dawn Island and back again. So check out the video on the first half of his journey if you need to catch up. We have features from Dax Sake, Brago, Randy Troy, Parvision, others coming, so sub to stay tuned. If you've made it this far, you've just won Celestial Dragon status. Let me know what your first act will be as a Celestial in the comments. Until next time, fellow adventurers, may your hearts be filled with the spirits of the sea. May your dreams guide you to the greatest treasure of all, the One Piece. And peace. Peace.